If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because it's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per-M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetta did him madness. Let's be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Here we are. We'll do a mic check. Make sure everyone is here and listening to me clearly. Let's check the chat room and see what's happening today. The Tehuti platform. What happened today? I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Let me do a mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Wonderful. Everybody can hear me clearly. That is great. Let's bring this a little bit towards me. All right. Wonderful. You can hear me and see me clear. That is excellent. Good to hear. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Everybody can hear. Let me check the room and see who's here and give proper shout outs to everyone that is in the room. Not everyone, but a few people. There's someone that shares my name. This is who? Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus. Unc M. Ma'at, Master Teacher Tehuti Brown. Thank you. Unc M. Ma'at to you. Peace to you. And of course, there's the awesome Katasi Mugadia. My eyes are a little bit blurry. I've been working hard. And what does it say? Let me blow this up a little bit bigger so I can see. What it says, Henu Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, Ahati Ani Menku, Part 9, Atef, and the great pod class supporters, to everyone. To you. Peace and love. Wonderful. We got Niru, who says, Hotep, peace, SABA. Hotep to you. Jamie OX, been around for a long, long time. Peace to you. Who says, Hotep. Oh, my eyes are strange. Okay, it says Hotep, Hotep, Sinut. We have the lovely Malkia Wamangu. Peace to you. We have Yititi. Yititi, you sent me a question when I was extremely tired. I was trying to read and I gave up, and I looked over. I looked at the question. I'll be addressing it. I'll be addressing the question, not answering, but I'll be addressing this pod class. Is a very interesting question. The way it was worded, you may have to reword that question. But shout out to you, Yititi. Shout out to T-Bull. Audio's a little choppy, or is that my phone? Well, everybody press 9, they can hear me pretty good. So we have, here's a new name I haven't really seen. What does it say? Let me blow this up. We'll see these names. Meduti and Ra. That's a nice name. Meduti and Ray. I like that name. Rahubat Zamal. Okay, I remember those greetings. Rahubats. I remember those days. Rahubat. We used to have a song called Rahubat, fam. Peace of land, right knowledge. Do you understand? I remember performing that song. Shout out to okay, can you all hear me okay? Some people say there's interference in the mic. Let me see the mic. Let me do a check and see. The mic is very strange. Let me check the audio here and see if the mic is set up for what it's supposed to be. Virtual audio. Let me click on audio. Audio is mic default. Oh, it's Brio. Brio looks loud and clear. Speaker. Let me see if I microphone. Sound now is it changed? Microphone Brio. Maybe I put it on the microphone. That's it's all Brio. That's strange. Microphone. USB condenser. Try this microphone. Let's see how this. How do I sound now? I don't know. I'm trying now. I'm trying now. I think directly through the mic. How does this sound? It sounds. How does this sound now? Mic check, mic check. How does it sound now? I'm gonna try. This sounds better. Does everybody think this sounds better? Is this clear? Is this okay? Good, better, excelente, perfect, wonderful, good to hear. All right, so I put it directly on the condenser mic, it seems, and that seems to be better. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and before we start the class, we're going to start with a beautiful affirmation that is spreading all over the world. To everybody for supporting and spreading the wonderful affirmation. We'll start that on the count of 3. Is everyone ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, NS, Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at, Min Hebapet and Ma'at, Her and Hu Kiwi, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful. Now we can get started, everyone. Beautiful. That is the affirmation. And now let's get started. Peace and love, everyone. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Most people in here know me. For the new people that are watching, or they're just coming to the chat room right now, I've been a teacher for a long period of time. Been teaching in the public for many, many years. Thousands and hundreds of people all throughout America, Canada, different places. And I've been breaking the matrix everywhere that I go. That is my talent and my job, to break the matrix, to become the doorway to open. I started off as a youth questioning different religions because I realized that what they were teaching was not correct. And I was always around my animals. And my animals seemed to be superior to people. They didn't seem to have all the grief. I've never really seen wild animals depressed. I've never seen the things that humans go through, animals go through. They seem to be pretty much on point. They know exactly what they do, and they don't need any kind of religion. So I was always questioning the pastors and the preachers, to the point where it got my mother upset. And I got to the point where I was going to be removed from the house, or I had to leave the house because I was questioning too much. Questioning and converting family members and friends, and changing my brothers and sisters' views. And it was disturbing to the structure of the Christian family. I didn't quite fit in as a Christian. So at any rate, it was a beautiful thing my mother did by having that situation where I may have had to have left the house permanently, because it triggered my biological imperative to unite my neurological links and associations with survival, connected to information. And I completely continued the awakening process for me to become a netter, because I connected the biological imperative, which is the urge to survive and reproduce, with the knowledge, meaning that my mother, we sanctioned a debate between me and the pastor at the time. And the debate was, the wager of the debate was, if I lost the debate, this is my very first debate, if I lost the debate, I would have to leave the house. So what did that do? That changed my neurological structure to associate biological imperative and survival with winning a debate. Much different than getting a trophy, much different than getting an award, much different than getting props or clout. There was no internet back then, and things that are here today. It was know your information or live on the streets. That triggered my primal instinct, connecting survival neurons with the information neurons. Anyways, after the debate went about 5 hours, and after the debate, my mother threw him out of the house due to being embarrassed that an 18-year-old young man was completely riddling this 47-year-old pastor, and she threw him out of the house. At any rate, after she threw him out of the house, he went and got a restraining order notarized at the courthouse against me. And so thus I have a restraining order pertaining to particular churches that I'm not allowed within certain feet of the churches. And that was notarized and placed on my door and stamped from the courthouse, that I have a restraining order from churches. So that completely changed my biological imperative, and completely enhanced my skill of teaching, debating, and getting information across. At any rate, as time went on, I found an organization teaching on the street that seemed to be very similar to what I was learning. Plus, I was reading their books anyways. And I decided to join that organization because it was very good with breaking down religions and causing people to think and question their reality. And I really liked that. Questioning reality was all about what I was about. So I ended up joining that organization and ended up excelling to the highest, fastest, highest heights of the organization. At any rate, I became a master teacher in the organization, received a teaching name in the organization, and developed a relationship with the teacher of that organization, where he wanted me to live with him and teach directly while he was gone. That developed into a great relationship. And but then, of course, the humans came in. Here's the humans. Hey, humans. The humans came in with the jealousy because he announced to the complete full organization of about 1,500 people in person and maybe thousands of people listening. He announced to everybody that if you all want to learn how to teach, the techniques of teaching, not just the information, but how to actually teach the information, go to that brother there, Amenhotep, which was me at the time. And I'm still Amenhotep. And that set off triggered a lot of jealousy, but it triggered a lot of students to come to me and say, the master teacher said to come to you. And I said, thank you. And I set up classes teaching people how to teach. At any rate, my teaching technique began to disturb the other teachers at the time because I was teaching from multifarious sources, meaning that it wasn't just one source coming from a so-called a master teacher. It was coming from all different sources. So I would find the sources in the books that I was reading, and I would actually go to the actual source. And then I would quote the actual source in a class. And he put me up in front of thousands of people without any type of preparation. And I was able to teach from sources. This is before the internet. There was no Google. There was no Wikipedia. There was no YouTube yet. I had to source from here, from what I studied, and do things like sleeping partly upside down to rush blood to my brain, and all type of different strange rituals that people would find very odd that I had to do in order to develop myself into what I am today. At any rate, the teachers, the partner teachers that I had, oh yes, get out of here, Mr. Fly. The partner teachers that I had came and said that I cannot teach like that anymore. And if I continue, I would have to be removed. So I continued. And the next couple of days, they came to my doorstep, my premises, with torches to threaten me that they would burn my property, my reading property. One moment, if you could, please. One moment, everyone. And let me know when you're behind. Thank you. So they came with torches. And I'll come off the screen for a minute. Okay, just slip it right there under there. Anywhere under there. That's good. Thank you. Okay, perfect. They came with torches to my premises, and they told me that I had to burn my book. They were going to burn it. They came with live actual torches. And they said if I don't, I'd have to leave the premises. So I left the premises because I refused to burn. And that was the first time that I felt that humans were truly inferior, because I knew now that I was teaching what we consider the truth, but the master teacher was telling me to teach the whole organization, basically, while the heads of the organization were wanting to burn my property because I was teaching the way that I taught. So I realized that humans are genetically confused. So I left the organization. I physically left the organization, and I went on to take my teaching abilities and put them into finances and started learning how to create business without having a job so that I could take it back to the people and teach. And I did that. I went and learned the supplement companies, health companies. I went and learned all of them by having a secret meeting with one of the up and ups that were a part of that circle, but a dangerous part of that circle, a protective part of that circle that let me know that if I reveal the secrets of the businesses and the connections that he's about to give me, that he would remove me from the earth. And here we go again. Biological imperative now triggers that I need to learn this information, survive with it, because I'm a single father looking for quarters in my couch to feed my son, or this person will remove me. And his profession was to remove people. So he took me to the area that he would place me in if I ever revealed any of the secrets to the competition. And he told me that right there is where he'd place me, pointed to the spot in the swamp. And he said I would put on the cement boots and they would whack me. So there's a biological imperative. I learned under him, considered him a master teacher in that regards. And I took that information back to the organization and started teaching them finance and business. At any rate, they they learned. I took them from homelessness, moved them into my house, and they learned until they started doing bad transactions and ended up robbing me of thousands of dollars. And therefore, I plummeted right back to the financial bottom because I trusted the people that were my students, and I was actually also teaching, but I plummeted right back down. But luckily, because I know that you should always have multiple streams of income, I knew that one day this would not last, that the real estate business and what I was in, supplements may not last. So I took large tens of thousands of the money from the real estate, and instead of bawling out, I did live very nicely at the time, but instead of bawling out and doing all of that, I took it and I sought out the master magicians, the people that everyone in the world was being amazed by, because they seemed to be able to do things that were unworldly. So I sought out all the master magicians, and there were Chris Angel, David Blaine, David Copperfield, and some others, and I bypassed them. And I went to their teachers and gave them my tens of thousands of dollars, and I learned. This is going to lead us to how I teach in the pod class. I learned how neurolinguistic programming works. I learned how number systems work. I learned how psychology works. I learned magic. I learned all of these things and started seeing how the world was being controlled by actual magicians that were not performers that you don't see on stage. But these magicians get paid a lot more. They are actually the world magicians that we call the architects of the matrix, and they're using the exact same principles that I learned for tens of thousands of dollars. But because the world doesn't know that they're being played a trick on, it's easy, and the world becomes a stage to the architects of the matrix. But I went and put all of my funds into that so I could learn all the secrets, and that's why I'm able to teach from the inside. People ask me, where do I get all my information? How did I figure that out? How am I figuring out the geometry of the geometry of this exact word that matches the exact question? Because a lot of these things I knew prior to doing this, and it was a part of my survival biological imperative. At any rate, I went into seclusion because I was so disgusted with the human race, the people, that I went into seclusion and just started teaching my inner family. I gathered up funds by performing the art on the streets of Canada, and the last day I performed was -8 degrees, but I was determined that I would work and work until 2 o'clock in the morning performing on the streets at -8 degrees. I don't know how many people here know what that is. It's not 1 degree, not 2 degrees. It's -8. And that's what I was performing in on the streets of Toronto. And I built up my funds and moved here to California. Again, kept to myself, but I was teaching on the internet on a thing called Pal Talk, where you couldn't see me. And I continued to teach there. And then I went onto the streets because I had to survive again, biological imperative. So I went into the streets. How do I survive? I don't know. I don't know anybody. Let me take what I learned from the magicians. And I went and bought a pack of forks, a deck of cards, and a cloth from the Jewish fabric district, 5 foot, 6 foot cloth. And I threw it down on the ground on the beach, and I just started performing. And a whirlwind of people started coming around, and they started throwing me money and money and money. And I realized that I don't need to work for anybody. I'm out of the grid, out of the matrix. The police would pull me over and say, "What's in your bag, sir? Do you have any bazookas, any grenades?" And I'm like, that's a strange question. Usually ask if you have a gun. Why am I being asked if I have bazookas and grenades? And they asked for my ID, looked me up, and they said, "You don't exist." And I said, "I know." They said, "We can't find you." I said, "You're not really supposed to." So I came out of the grid, came out of the matrix, and has been living off of magical frequency ever since. At any rate, at the beach as I was performing, a brother named Mahati came up to me, who was a Hebrew Israelite, and he started asking me questions. And because he was so loyal, every day come ask me questions, I started having one-on-ones with him. This one I did one-on-ones for free, in person. Imagine that, everybody. One-on-ones with Tehuti for free in person. So I was doing one-on-ones with him and developed a relationship with him and a trust, and invited him to my house and started teaching him with my goddesses. And that went very, very well. At any rate, as time went by, my goddesses, one of my goddesses, Nana, and Ahati, were telling me about people on the internet. And here's how this all starts. They're telling me about people on the internet, and I was not truly concerned because I was finished. I was done with the internet. I was done with teaching people. I just wanted to be around my animals. So I was done with all the people, and they showed me the people, and I said, one of my goddesses said, this is a brother who I learned from, and I went there and I said, I started recognizing the people that were teaching. I was like, oh, that's a that's a teacher on YouTube. Oh, I remember him. He was brought to me as a pastor to debate me, and in the debate, I converted him and started teaching him back in 1993. I remember him. Oh, he's a big teacher on YouTube now? Oh, that's what happens now? Okay, yeah, I remember him. Yes. Oh, him? Oh, yeah. And I'm remembering these people. I'm like, oh, that's one of the sons of my students. Oh, okay. And I saw all these views that people were getting, and I realized that they were not teaching properly. And Ahati and my goddess and other people were telling me that they're not teaching properly. And I said, well, that's fine. If that's what the world wants, those kind of teachings, no problem. I don't want that type of drama or that energy. And I said, well, if I can find a program where I can come on a little box and maybe talk to people and interact, I'll do that. So Ahati went out and he found a group. It was a debate group. I didn't know it was a debate group at the time. And he said, they want to talk to you. He said, hey, they have all the programs you're talking about. They have a little box called StreamYard. I didn't know what a StreamYard was. And I was like, okay. So I went there and I talked to them, did an interview with them. And during the interview, I got challenged by the champion there. His name was Judah Nazareth. And he challenged me. And I said, okay, I'll debate you. I do this in person, but it's not going to be not fair. I don't know. I'll debate you. This is just for play because I debated to live in my own house. So this is, well, I'll debate. Yes, let's talk. But I've never done the internet debate before. So they told me the rules and regulations. They said there's 5 judges. I said, that's fine. And 4 of the judges were Bible believers. So I said, that's not too fine, but I don't really care. So the debate was about Ma'at versus the Bible, and I ended up sweeping him in the debate. I even talked to the judges afterwards, the 2 judges that voted against me, and one of the judges said he voted for me, but he had to vote against me. I guess a Hebrew thing. I guess he said, you won the debate, but I had to go against you. I said, fine. So anyways, won that debate, and afterwards just kept being brought different people, these so-called big names that I'm not familiar with because I'm growing up around these people. I'm growing up around my animals, and I'm not growing up around people, so I don't know anything about the big names. And so they said, we'll bring you all the big names, and they brought me all these big names, and one after one, I beat everybody because they were debating me about topics I live by. So at any rate, I went on to become the champion of that Hebrew League, which never happened, never will happen again in history. And at any rate, I saw the league was very corrupted. The females in the group were very demonic and very corrupted, and were doing things behind the scene against me, even though I was the champion, which is very, very strange. I was out beating people. I'm the only person of that league to ever go out and officially beat people on Sonnetter, and the females that were running the league were doing things against me behind the scenes. So I told the guy there, I said, no, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. Actually, I'll debate the female, and he didn't want me to do it because that was his lover. And so I left that league alone, went on to continue on to kill the priest. Actually, I continued on to kill the priest when I was on that league, continued on. And when people saw me on Kill the Priest, it was the highest viewed Kill the Priest that ever happened for a brother ever. The views just went off the roof. And I had a lot of my students from 1993, 1994 see me, and they started setting up one-on-ones with me, and people were setting up one-on-one classes because they weren't satisfied with just what they were getting on Kill the Priest. So they set up one-on-one classes. It was taking up too much of my time. It was taking up a lot of time. So I made an announcement on Kill the Priest, a very important announcement on Kill the Priest. And I said, hey, everybody, because let me tell you this. On Killer Priest, they were having bidding wars for me. That means that I had the highest donations ever on Killer Priest, but not a penny went to me. It was super chat for Killer Priest. So there was a guy named Santana. There was some other lady, and they were doing 350, 500. And it got to the point where AD said, "We've never seen anything like this before." And he took his wallet and dumped it in my hand. He said, "You need to get paid for this because we've never seen anything like this before." And so I brought all that money in. And so I said to everybody, you know what? I'm going to develop something for everybody because I see that everybody really appreciates what I do. And the reciprocity is very good. But it's not going to me. It's going to the Killer Priest show. Shout out to Killer Priest. They deserve it. It's their show. I never asked for a penny. All the super chats went to them. Not one penny went to me. And that is not a problem at all. That's their show they established, and that's how they run it. I was just there to teach and gather students. That's fine. So I told all my students, I said, okay, now it's time to support me. Instead of doing the one-on-ones for $50, $200, $150, instead of doing all that, and it takes up my whole day, I will start what's called, I said, Killer Priest, what is this called? A podcast? Okay, I'm going to call it a pod class because I'm a teacher. So I created this word pod class, and I said, you will all be able to come to the show, but I'm not going to say anything. It was the strangest thing ever said to the public. I said, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to sit quietly like this. Just like when you walk into the restaurant, you'll see some waiters sitting on the side. They will sit on the side until they're either called or it's time for them to come over, or they may ask, is everything okay? But other than that, they don't actually get paid by the hour. They actually have to be summoned or called or come over to a table before they start doing any kind of work. They don't just get paid by the hour. So I said, I'm going to be like a waiter. When you ask a question, I'm going to base the whole class on the question. Not only that, but I'm going to create a mini documentary for you. Killer Priest was amazed. He said, how are you able to do these like little documentary type answers? And you don't even know these people. They've never pre-sent you the question. I said, this is my talent that I do. I said, but now I'm going to do a whole show based on that. So we're going to have a mini documentary show where you're going to, for the first time in YouTube history, you're going to be able to send in questions. And when you send in questions, I'm going to create and curtail and make a customized answer just for you that is going to shake your stomach. It's not just going to be an answer. I'm going to twist your stomach by giving you the secrets of what happens behind the matrix, because I learned from the magicians. I know what's happening. I know the codes. Plus, I do other things behind the scenes where in my room that I get information, and I'm going to bestow that. Plus sources, plus documents, plus all of that you can research, and the wisdom of Tehuti. But all you all have to do is reciprocity. That means that I set up a system based on a Cash App PayPal system. For those who are new to this, I'll put it up in the room here. And here it is in the room. It's actually scrolling at the bottom, and I'll actually put it a little bigger so you can see. So it's a reciprocity system. I realized that you can actually send typing into PayPal and Cash App. So I didn't do the monetization. I'm not monetized. I could have 20 million views and I won't get $1, people. It's not like the other shows. I don't get any money for the amount of views. So it's completely what I do. So you send in a Cash App, PayPal, and you type in your question or support at the bottom. Once you do that, it pops up on the screen, or I show it on the screen, such as this. That's Owen Hythe for the Nicene Council. I know I've shown this a few times before. Over here, this is Higa Kepara, how do we get genetic memories? And you can actually type in your question in the PayPal and the Cash App. The PayPal is actually more you can type in. I got this one here, Beget Leisure sends in $50. Beget Leisure wanted to know about out-of-body experiences and how to contact the deceased. I did a couple one-on-ones with him, and he was able to contact his deceased mother. So you can send in any variety of questions. This is Raphael Gary. He sent a question about the Houston Council. Let me move this banner from the screen. He sent about the Houston Council, the Pentagon in Houston, the Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston. So that shows that there's no limit to what you can actually ask here at the Tehuti pod class pertaining to information. There is no limit, and that's what makes this a completely beautiful, unique scenario. This is E-Manifesto who sent a question in. What is this one here? The importance of totems, how to find yours in totem poles. Look at that. From UFO conferences to genetic memories to totems, I have created the only place on the entire internet where you can literally send in your question live. It goes in order, and you actually get a documentary answer dedicated to you. Here's the good brother Freddie Cali, who's giving me a lot of props on the last Killer pre-show when the minister was on. I was watching him give me props. He sent in a donation of $19.82. So I appreciate all of that, and this is what actually creates. This is Black Yellow Card, who sent $45 just for thanks for the knowledge. This has not been seen on YouTube before because this is a brand new experience, meaning that the questions don't cost any particular amount of money. The value is based on how important it is to you and how much you want to support. Once you ask the question and get the answer and you get hit with a Tehuti type answer, you're going to realize the value of what it is that I do, the talent that I do. And yes, we spend our money on Netflix. We spend our money on Doritos. We spend our money on cigarettes. We go to see the Avengers. Going to see a movie these days is $60, isn't it? If you take your family to the movies to watch a bunch of Europeans pretend they have superpowers, don't you pay $60? Isn't the popcorn alone $15 for some oily, cholesterol-causing, heart-damaging food that you enter into yourself? Don't you throw $15 down for that? So I'm changing the paradigm, that I'm having people realize the importance and value of knowledge and information that's breaking you out of the matrix while giving you a way of life at the same time. We do have a way of life that is worth more than the popcorn that you stuffed your children with. You know, the cotton candy? Remember the candy apple that you gave your 6-year-old? Remember the diabetes? Remember all that? All the $100 we spent on donuts? Remember all the shot glasses we spent trying to impress the women at the club? One shot glass is $8, and we buy 10 of them a night or so. That's $80, and you leave with nothing. I'm letting people know the value and importance of life-changing biological imperative information, switching you out of the matrix. With that being understood, we're going to get into the pod class. But before we get into the pod class, I'm going to actually put the link in the room so I can make an announcement that's very important, because there is an alert that has been sent out. I'm going to invite the brothers on the front screen right now, all the team members, now that I've done the intro. And I'm going to invite them on the screen and just do a little introduction to the actual threat. I know you all see the title of the video. Tehuti has been threatened. And so I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know who that is, because these people that are threatening me are actually doing internet threats and physical threats. That means that there will be new names trying to friend request you on Facebook, trying to get to know you in order to know me, going through my Facebook people, going through classes that I've done, and actually communicating with people that to try to get information, because they actually want to come hurt me. So I'm going to go ahead and let it be known who those people are, so you can know. Here's Primordial Thought in the room. Peace, Primordial Thought. Peace, good brother.
SABA, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? Everything's good. I'm just going to give a little introduction to the people that have threatened themselves. So I want everybody to know. I want everybody to know who they are, so when they try to friend request, oh, there you go. And when they try to friend request you or try to get information. Oh gosh, hold on. Oh my gosh, comes out as liquid. When they try to friend request you or get information from you, this is all just a trick, and they're trying to actually find information to get to me, because they want to try to harm me for the information that I'm teaching. and the effect that the information has had on people. So they want to actually physically harm me and remove me from the internet.
Pure is fed at his party, Saba.
Yes, but you know, I'm gonna anyways, I put the link in the room, so I don't see the brothers jumping in yet. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put the information in the room here, and let everybody know real quick, and then we're gonna get on to the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. Am I not plugged in? Am I not connected? I'm not connected. How odd that is. Not connected. Okay, hold on. 1 second. 1 second, Nag. There we go. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, you loud and clear, Saba.
Okay, good. So okay, so let me go ahead and put this information up so you all know who these people are. And where's the team? Where's Mikura? Where's all the brothers? Where are the sisters? Where's Shannon? Do I have any sisters on the team? I don't know. Where's everybody? So anyways, let me go ahead and put this here. And let's give a little introduction. And one moment. Okay.
There they go. Team assembled.
Hotep.
Peace
and love, Saba.
Peace and love. Okay, peace and love, my good brother. Let me go ahead and just put this information in the room real quick so everybody can know, and then Scribe has even more information and some information we won't put in the room because I want everybody to know that we have. Where is it? The brother who was threatening me and the family. I have almost every piece of information on him, and so I just want him to be aware. And
Saba be back on, fellas. Peace and love. What's going on, man? Cool. Tef.
Hotep, good brother. I'm driving,
on?
I'm coaching, but you know I'm here. You know the team formed like Voltron. You know how we do. Peace and love, Hotep to the chat. How y'all doing?
Doing good, brother. Good to see y'all, brothers.
Peace, man. Cool. Same here, brother. Saba having technical difficulties.
He probably just accidentally hit the wrong button.
Look, I'm driving. I'm in motion, but I'm still here. No matter where I'm at, I'm here.
Yeah, we see you, Marvin.
Hey, yeah. Hotep, Saba.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm back. Okay, good. Hey, we got a little touch of estrogen in the room. Okay. Peace to Shannon. Peace, good sister. How are you? If you can hear. Oh, she's
peace, family. Peace.
Okay, good. And Scribe, if you could you put up their put up the two pictures there, their names and such, with the Facebook stuff. I want everybody to know who's actually threatening me, who's threatening themselves. So go ahead and you can screen share, right, Scribe?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Let's go put up the information of the two people.
Okay.
That are threatening me, so you all can look out for these names on Facebook and follow along with the story because I hope that they don't persist. I hope they don't persist because they have, you know, it doesn't really matter, but I always wish the best for everyone, and these are young men that have a big life in front of them. The last person that did try to come up against me was a little bit older than these men. And they try to physically attack. They actually went through with it. They actually did the physical attack. So okay, so here we go. Everybody can see the screen. I want everybody to know. Right here, this is so it's Gleekan Steel, known as Peugeot Steel. Location Hagerstown, MD, and then we got Rohan Broomfield, and these are the two young men. One is, I guess, 22. One may be younger. I'm not sure, but these are the two young men that have threatened. Well, one has threatened me, not directly to me, and one has threatened directly to me. Actually, gone to the extent of was a Hati in the room?
Yes, the great brother Hati is here.
Hati back in the room. Hati is back.
Oh, there's gonna be some trouble.
I saw glasses. I was like, is that a Hati? Okay, I can't see his full face.
Hotep, great leader.
All right, peace. Okay, so those are the names right there. Everybody, you can screenshot that. If you see those names pop up on your Facebook trying to talk to you, blah, blah, that is what you can, that's how you know them by, unless they come under aliases. Now, for the last thing I'm going to show before I start this beautiful pod class is, let me see if I can show the actual threat. Here's one actual threat. So this person promises that they know where I am. Let me see if I can put this up here. Is this right? So they're looking for me from state to state. And let me put this one up here. And close this one out. Oh, oh no, not those pictures. We got what in the world? No, that's the wrong thing. Okay, let's do here it is. Okay, boom. And do this right here. I'll put this one up. I think this is the right one. Okay. Okay. And so let me go ahead and put a screen share for each of them. And we'll get this started here. And then I got some amazing questions I already see in, and we're gonna get I see some really good questions in. Primordial, you're one of them. Primordial, are you there, brother?
I'm right here, SABA. Talk to me.
Yeah, as I was putting this together, I was like, Primordial's gonna start crying. Let's put Primordial's answer together for him. I'm like, I'm doing reverse engineering. I'm gonna reverse engineer your name backwards. And I was putting this together, and I was like, he doesn't even. he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna go good crazy when he sees this, because everything you made me bring out some books I haven't put out yet. So I'm gonna be releasing information that I haven't put out ever.
Hey, too, SABA. You know I'm excited, man. I'm ecstatic right now.
And you told me you don't even want me to do any kind of. I don't even need to do any kind of big breakdown. Oh man, I don't think I listened to you.
That's okay, SABA. That's fine with me. I'll let you do your thing all the time. It's your world. I'm just a squirrel.
Okay, so here is one of them right here, and it says, "You teaching this ish, but take money from the homeless. You an effing whore. I promise I know where you are." Then he's calling me. You see him calling me? He thinks I'm in Georgia, then he finds out I'm in LA. But he says he promises that he knows where I am. So that's that one right there. And then the other threat is when he actually, I guess, realized that I'm in LA, and then he lets it be known that he comes to LA quite frequently, and he's gonna come find me. Let me see if I get that one here. Here it is right here. And here's the next story right here. I don't know what these words are, but NNIGGGA, who trying to take from the homeless. I'm in LA a lot, bro. Trust me, I'm gonna hurt you if I see you, brah. I don't. So somewhere in here is talking about hurting me. So those are some of the threats. He's actually going on different platforms, and those are some of them. And then his brother is actually Scribe said double down on the threats through communication directly with Scribe, or directly with whoever he's talking and emailing back and forth with. So that is the latest update. I'm gonna let 1 second. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna let you brothers speak amongst yourself for just a little bit on the situation. Then when I come back, I'll shout out to this person. I don't even know who this is. This is who is Nola? Let me read this big long one here. I got a message from this says sending love from Nola. Gotta go now. Sorry for all the fires. He. I was homeless for 10 years, by the way. Not sure what's going on here. Whoever is taking from the homeless could be them. So yeah, so anyways, we have thank you Nola. Thank you, Nola. And justice will be served. I think Nola's a she, so she says. And so I will say this before I let you all just talk amongst yourselves for a little bit, is we know where these people live, we know where their houses are, we know what cars they drive, we know everything, all that about them. And it's called fake moral outcry. It's when you make a moral outcry because you're looking for clout, not because you actually care about a situation. It happens a lot on the internet, meaning that there's a problem here. And the problem is not their problem with me. The problem is the person is talking about his mother being homeless and donating to the pod class, and somehow she's homeless. When I speak to her, she doesn't know what he's talking about. But the interesting thing is, he says it's his money that she's using. So I looked at the houses they lived in. They live pretty nice, right, Scribe? The house is all right. Doesn't look at the hood, does it?
From what I've seen, yeah, they look like some nice homes.
Right.
Nice
so nice cars, nice homes. So I'm wondering how to the two young men out there, how is your mother? Your mother is homeless, and you're angry that somebody's taking money from her, but you are living less than 5 minutes from her in a nice house. Somebody explain to me how that works logically. So first of all, my mother would not be homeless. That's step one. If I love my mother that much, couldn't she move in with me? Or no, we leave her homeless and we just get angry about people that deal with her. And so it's called fake moral outcry. These people don't care about their mother being homeless. They don't care about anything like that. They're just looking for clout. And if you care about your mother being homeless, young man, can you move her in your place for me? Can you do that for me? I don't have the space here, and she's in another state. But since you're 5 minutes away from the mother that you love, and she's homeless, and you're sad that she's giving her money away, could you ask her to give that money to you to help pay your rent, and you move her in? Or how about you have her live with you for free, like you lived with her for 20 years for free? Is that a fair bargain? Is that fair? But no, you walk by your mother homeless. You walk by her and you don't offer her a place to stay. You have all this money. He's in pictures spreading thousands of dollars in his pictures, like those fake rappers. So you have all this money. Can you get your mother maybe a room in your place? No. So these are fake people, and it's unfortunate because I don't want them to find me. Not because I'm afraid of anything happening to me. I have been physically attacked before. Someone actually came and found where I was in a performance and actually did come and physically attack me. And I had some people around me, and I had some security around me, like the brothers, my students, and people around me. And the person came and physically attacked me, and I pushed them off of me. And I was in the middle of a performance with about 50 to 60 people around me. And I was able to, because I know certain martial arts, I was able to easily remove them from being close to me. And the security did not have a chance after that to get to them. The security couldn't get to them. So after I moved him away from me, I went on with my performance, and the ambulance came and removed him from the ground. And I know the bag was zipped up to the top because I could see that it was zipped up. So my security did not have a chance to get to him because he actually was threatening my family's income. I was actually working to get to California, and by him doing that was interfering with my finances. And the first thing I thought about was that I would lose money from my goddesses. So I actually generated a lot of energy and directed it towards him. And I remember in the middle of the show, the ambulance came and removed him from the ground and zipped him up. And they let me continue with the show, and they asked me no questions. So I actually don't want these two men to find me at all. They have a long life to live. And I would rather than for them to be safe and live out their fantasy in their head. But please don't come looking for me because you'll get to where we're all trying to aspire to go to, but it won't be as safe for you as the good part of the Netzerkert. So if the best thing would be to just leave me alone, or if you do want to take out your frustrations, I will actually invite you to come up and you can meet me in person, and we can go into a dojo, and both of you at the same time can come take out your frustrations on me at the same time. And I will tie my my left arm to my left leg, and you will be able to exercise whatever it is you wish on me, and just don't hold me liable to what happens, even though my left arm is tied to my left leg. So good luck to anyone trying to find me and do things to me. You may not get to me if Ahati's around or the brothers are around. And if you do get to me, they may not be able to get to you. So it'd actually be better if they got to you first. So I'll be back. You guys talk amongst yourself for just a moment, and I'll be right back to answer the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. I'll be right back. Peace.
Hey, y'all might as well let the general speak on such topics.
Peace. Peace, Ahati.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Peace and love, Ahati. Peace and love.
Peace. I know I'm in motion. I know I'm in motion, but I'm here.
Okay. Peace and love. I can barely see the screen because I'm on my phone. So I'm going to say something short and then I'll get off. Because I can barely see a Tef's wide Kool-Aid smile. So I know he's smiling wide. His teeth are shining. But yeah, I love you all. And SABA definitely means what he says about the martial arts and the jiu-jitsu. And I've actually seen him live in action. So I don't really know what's going on with the situation other than the intel I've been getting from Ani. But I just know that guys that actually do something because it's Tama who's always watching. So guys that are actually going to do something, or brothers that are actually going to do something, don't speak too much about it. They just do it. So I don't know what's going on with these young brothers, but like Saba said, we'd rather you come up on the panel with us, or we'd rather you speak it out with us. Be diplomatic about this before if you want to take it physical, because like Saba says, the brothers and I on the panel, we know about the Netzerkert, and we know where we're going on that journey. We're not afraid to go there at all. And but you are, because you don't know anything about this life. You don't know anything about our great leader, our great teacher, Saba Tehuti. And you're just thinking very irrational right now, and very emotional. And I totally get it. You want to defend your mother or whatever's going on with that. I get that 100%. But there's ways to do these things as men. And if it's that serious to you, please speak it out with us first. Again, you can come on this show here. I don't think Saba will have a problem with it. And you can come on our Sunday show. We welcome you on the panel there to speak it out. But I guarantee you, I guarantee you, and this is a threat from me, and you can call the police or whatever you gotta do. I don't care. I guarantee you, if you come out here to LA, you're not gonna go back home. You're gonna go back home in a bag. I guarantee it. You take that how you want to take it. You want to call the police. You want to do what you gotta do it. But I guarantee you, we're giving you a chance now to be diplomatic, to be cordial, and speak with us. We welcome that. But if we get physical, I guarantee you're not going to win. And so anyways, I want to say peace to the chat. I saw Stranger. Peace, Stranger. Peace, Ascari. I saw Ascari. Peace to the sisters. Peace to everybody out there. I love you all, even if you think I don't. I do, because you love our great Saba, and that's what matters to me the most. So everybody in the chat, Henu Ma'at, hail to you. Hail to the brothers on the panel. And I love these brothers so much. They're doing such great work. Atef, I'm so proud of you, brother. I really am. And I'll speak to everybody soon. I got to get going here. Peace.
Hotep, peace and love.
Peace and love, Lahati. Peace and love.
I just want to say the truth will be respected, and the truth will be defended at all costs. So you act foolish if you want to. I will defend the truth as I defend my family and my children. So you can take that how you want to. And new to you, my brother.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, violence is not the option, but if these people want to come at this beautiful movement with violence, that's just, it's disgusting. But, Saba has taught us to not fight fire with fire, fight fire with water. But it just amazes me how far people are willing to go to get attention and recognition, that they would threaten this movement and threaten our great Saba. I stand with him 100%.
Peace and love. As I said, the truth is respected and the truth will be defended at all costs. So you take that how you want to.
Hotep, great brothers. Hotep, great sister Shannon. Peace and love to everyone. Peace and love. Great to see you. Great brother Hati Ma'at stepped out. Hotep, great brother. I just want to say, yes, these are some young brothers who are, completely hypnotized within this matrix that has been created to perpetuate this type of thinking as if it's an actual reality, by the words that they speak. And, it's unfortunate because, there's a lot of potential in the youth that just gets wasted. It gets wasted. That's all based on lies and not being real with yourselves and not being taking accountability. That's a big problem that our youth has, is not taking accountability for their own actions and being able to create solutions for the problems that they see or for the problems that you may have within your own family. You should be the one to create solutions for that if you have a problem with that. But the accountability part plays a huge factor in our young brothers, and and it's a shame, and we a lot of things get, these young people are documenting their entire lives, very openly for everybody to see, so it goes to show the lack of intelligence And when moving and perpetuating such energy, there's no real thought that goes into it. So you know it's complete emotion. It's just complete, chaotic emotion, and there's no actual thought that goes into what they're doing, and there's no real solution that they're wanting to bring forth for what they say that the issue is that they have. And with what we build here, with what we stand with, and Ma'at and our great SABA Tehuti and what he brings forth is so powerful and so abundant that if these young brothers were to sit down and remove the emotion and pay attention to what's being said, they would be able to utilize these teachings themselves to reconstruct their own perception on what they see. And they would be able to help their mother if they feel like if she needs that, just as our great SABA Tehuti is doing for everyone here, which is why we continue to build and grow, and we're everywhere at all times. And we represent Ma'at, and we represent the Neter, which is an axe, and it is to be protected, and it will be protected. We don't walk with fear. We walk with love, and we walk with power. And a controlled rage will always overcome emotional rage every single time. So I just I hope these young brothers take some time out to sit down and reevaluate what they are assuming is going on, and look at it from an outside perspective, and hopefully begin to reconstruct their mindset on the reality that we're bringing forth, and use it for their own benefit, to help themselves and to help whoever they want to help. So with that, I'll just say, always be very calculated in what you do, and because we live in a time where nothing is truly hidden, so if you really value yourselves and you value those around you, then we should definitely be very calculated in what we say, and know who we're talking to, and always come with respect and ask questions first prior to just insinuating your own emotional feelings into something that could create a reaction that you truly don't want. And and that's just, everything has a reaction, no matter what you do. So based on what you bring forth, you can either receive what it is that you want to see better results or not, and it's really that simple. So peace and love to everyone here. Peace and love to all the great brothers and sisters who recognize the truth that we represent, Ma'at, that we represent, and those who are protecting it, and those who are willing to protect it and stand with it, because this is not going nowhere anytime soon, and it's going to continue to multiply. And so with that being said, Hotep Ma'at, may everyone move very diligently, be smart about the decisions that you make, because this is not the times we live in, and these young people know, and you just show everything. So just be very calculated, and sit down and give yourself time to think about what you're doing, and take accountability, be real with yourself, and we're here to help anyone who wants to be helped. So Hotep Ma'at, and peace and love, and welcome back to the great SABA.
Hey, welcome back to you all. Thank you all for your great words. We're about to get right started now. Now I can just Now we're just going to go question for question for question. And shout out to you all for your protection. Shout out to you for your great energy, the beautiful dedication that you all have. Let me fix one thing, family. Hold on, please. Let me fix this one.
Yeah, just real quick, while Saba's handling that, it clearly, and from my perspective, it clearly shows that these is probably previously being hurt from, past Isfet religion, and they're only pulling from choices that they spend time with, which is all Isfet. So hopefully, those brothers get grounded and come to the perspective of peace and love. And hopefully, like Scribe said, they're willing to talk about things rather than jump to conclusions of Isfet. So peace and love, Saba, your protection always.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Wonderful, everybody. We're going to get right started with the first question of the Tehuti podcast. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to put the question up on the screen. Scribe, how are your sound effects today? Atef, how are your sound effects today?
My sound effects are good, and about when it's time to come back, I'm gonna be good because I'm at family's house now, but I'll be home shortly, so I'll be live.
Okay, let me ask a question before we start. Is Sharika in the room? I don't think Nets are the greatest is in the room. He usually watches the day after, but is Sharika in the room? Sharika in the room? Okay, I'm gonna put up the first question of the Tehuti podcast. Get ready, everybody. And for all of you who are watching this, as I am teaching, if you all feel your gut being twisted, if you all feel something hit you, please support. Also, while I'm teaching, meaning that just like your waiter gets a tip while he serves you, the break dancers, you give them a tip when you walk by. If you see something that I'm teaching that has had an impact on you, please support and send a tip to Cash App TTM Moon, or send in your big support to Cash App TTM Moon at PayPal at Rocky SV. That's going on the board again, and support what it is that you like. We're about to get into the first question, everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On the screen here, I don't know if you all have seen on the screen here. Well, let me put, is she on the screen? I can't see because the screen is small. But on my screen is Charlotte. She represents the Neath energy of subatomic particles. And then here is, I don't know if you all have seen him before, but this is Nag Shampa. And he is something special, something from the wild, from another country. And he is extremely rare, and his name is Nag Shampa for specific reasons that I may get into later. But there he is. I'm so pleased, everyone, that many people are contacting me, telling me that they have animals now. Black Alucard has 4 snakes and retics, and everybody. Shannon has snakes, and people are contacting me. Debo has snakes and animals. Scribe. It's a beautiful thing that I'm inspiring everybody to get their animals and have them around. I'm in a very fortunate, magical situation because I not only have these animals, but I'm also a part of a rescue type situation where I find people that need their animals rescued that they can't handle, and I also breed them and sell and trade, and I'm able to. I have people across in other countries. One gentleman was telling me how he was across. They're catching the animals, and there's just like lions and things like. So I have access to things and animals from people that actually go across to the country and catch them. So you'll see me with a lot of different creatures to the new people, and this is one of my favorite little exotic, interesting snakes that don't know how to kill. This is one of the snakes on earth that do not know how to kill. It doesn't have any poison, and it doesn't constrict. So it does not know how to kill. That's what makes the snake so unique. So the way that it attacks its food and just starts to eat it, and it moves forward. I have certain snakes. One I'm going to show Ra at 10. I'm going to show him soon. but they bite and they just keep going forward until they hit something. So they don't know how to kill. They just, if there's a tree, they'll bite the rat and just go jet speed until they hit the tree, and hopefully that kills the rat. If it doesn't, they just keep eating. So it's a very unique snake that lives a dangerous life because it doesn't know how to kill its food before it eats it. So there he is right there. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put the first question in the screen. Everybody press 9 if you can hear me. We're gonna get into the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. Tonight is gonna be incredible because I see the questions here already. We're gonna get into the very first one right here. What is this here? This is from and I also want to say to the brothers that ask questions, to the good brother, let me go ahead and put this on the screen really quick here. Questions to be answered. This is the good brother here. I think here he is. Is he here? Is he in here? I thought I put him in here. Yes, here he is. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the screen right here. To the good brother. I thought this was a Kemetic name. He let me know this was a noise that's a Wainan brother says. I'm not sure, but his name is Yeet TT. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the screen. I thought this was some kind of metanetter because one of my goddesses' name is TT, so I didn't know what the Yeet was, but he said it's a noise that somebody on TV makes. But at any rate, I don't know what that is because I don't really watch TV. But shout out to Yeet TT, whatever that means. Shout out to you, and I'm going to go ahead and put your question on the screen and let everybody see this because I want to let it be known this needs to be clarified, or I'm going to answer it through other questions. So this question, now listen to this, everybody. The Yeet TT. I know you teach that ancient Kemet understood string theory and DNA. I don't know what this word is. Oh, helixes, quantum physics, mechanics. Yet, did they truly understand the complexities of the cosmos without the help of certain technologies such as electron microscope, deep space telescope, hadron collider, electromagnetic spectrum device, etc.? Was it a coincidence, a concept, or a true knowledge of the natural world and our dimension? So I want to say that this question is answered in the beginning, and I'm going to show you all in the answers that I give. Hopefully Yeet TT will see, but if the question says in the very beginning that the brother says, I know you teach that ancient Kemet understood string theory and DNA, then it says, yet did they truly understand? So I don't know how to answer this question because if people see me teach and I'm giving several references and I'm giving all the things to say that the brother knows that I teach this, that they understood, but then to ask, did they truly understand? I don't know how to address that because I can't teach that they understand and then answer a question. Well, they understood, but not truly, and so I don't know how to address this question. But tonight, I will show you all, without a shadow of a doubt, that the ancient people of Kemet truly understood the cosmos, subatomic particles, and everything that the brother here is asking about. So if I answer a question, ladies and gentlemen, and I answer it thoroughly, and you come in and somebody comes and says, I know you answer that question, that you do teach this, but hey, is it true? I don't know how to address that. So maybe if the question is reworded, like give some examples of the Kemetians understanding such and such, maybe that. But to say that, for the brother to say he saw me teach it and that I teach that they understood, and to say, yet did they truly understand? I don't know how to address this other than tonight I will show everybody in the room more and more and more of not only did the Kemetians truly understand physics, mathematics, subatomic energies. They're the ones that brought this information to the world, and we are trying to understand it after them. So when you see this, good brother Yeet TT, tonight's answers, I hope it helps you with if they truly understood, because if I teach something, I'm hoping that everybody thinks I'm teaching it because it's true. So if I teach you that something is, then to say, yeah, I know that you taught that, but is it true? And I don't know. I know it's not true. It's false. I don't know how to answer that. So Tonight I will break down. We're going to get into into electron spins. We're going to get into a lot of things tonight, and I hope that this will show you, good brother Yeet TT, that yes, the Kemetians not only truly understood it, they're the ones that brought it to the world. And I've broken down many times that the scientists use their terminologies. Have I not broken that down, brothers? The scientists today use Kemetic words for the subatomic particles. They're using Kemetic they're using Neith symbols. So did they understand? The scientists believe they do, because the scientists use Medunetter symbols that the Kemetians taught about thousands of years ago to explain mathematical scientific properties. And I've given at least 14 classes on that, and tonight I'm going to give 2 or 3 more. So shout out to you, good brother Yeet TT. Maybe if you could reword that without the okay, and shout out to you, good brother. So we're going to get into the first question of the night. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Everybody, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. What is the first question of the night? And the first question of the night is, what is this? What question is this? Oh, this is a beautiful question, everybody. Here we go. This is a beautiful question. I've actually never been asked this question, surprisingly, before. Let me go ahead and pull this up on the screen and see what this is. This is from the good brother, what's his name here? Oh, Netzer the Greatest, because he has 2 names. Netzer Hotep Ankh El, and Netzer Ankh Hotep and Netzer the Greatest. And let me go ahead and put his I'm going to put his donation in the room, and then I'm going to go ahead and put his question in the room. Look at this question, everybody. This question is wonderful. I really like it. I'm not sure why this has never been asked before. This is a great question. I don't even know if anyone has discussed this before, but let me go ahead and put this in the screen. I'm very happy about this question. Thank you, good brother. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen real quick. Here it is. Where is it? Where is it? Calendar. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to blow this up so you all can see it. And here we go. That's going to be there. I'm going to close all these other boxes so we don't get any interference at all. The screen is locking up real for a moment. Okay, here we go. We're going to magnify this. Magnify this. So that it's big on the screen. And there it is right there. And I'm going to put this. Okay, go ahead and get ready to give this brother some good sound effects and noise of appreciation, because he went and donated. What is this? That's not it. That's it. He donated $25 on the screen. Netzer Ankh Hotep El. Give him some noise, Scribe. Give him some noise, Atef, or Scribe, because Atef is trying. Thank you, good brother. Netzer Ankh Hotep El. Thank you. And it says, Ankh Uja Seneb, email question. The question is in the email. Wonderful. $25 sent in for the question. And what might the question be? Let me go ahead and put that on the screen right here. The question is from the good brother. What is that? Oh, man. Okay. The good brother asked the question here. And the question on the screen is, and let me go ahead and put this this big screen for everybody to see. Because is it big screen? Yes, it is. Thank you. Big screen. The question is, Ankh Uja Seneb or SABA. This is Netzer the Greatest. Netzer the Greatest. How did the followers of Ma'at distinguish time? Today we have the Gregorian calendar, which is also centered around the life and death of their Lord. So we would say today is July 14th, 2023, for example. How did the ancestors acknowledge time? What a beautiful question. I wonder if anybody even in here knows this answer. What a question. That is right. So if we're saying today is 2023, what is it? August 11th, right? What would the date be if we went back to Ramesses' time? If we went back to Ramesses' time, if we went back into Sobek Neferet's time, if we went back into Khufu's time, what date would he say? Would he say it is the 5,000th year of Kemet? Is it since the Zep Tepi, is this the 40,000th year of Kemet? How did the Kemetians even acknowledge time? How did they even track time in the first place? We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is a question. Hey, Brother Scribe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you ever heard anybody explain how the Kemetians track their date, like their year before? Have you ever heard an explanation of what year would it be if we went back to Pharaoh Khufu's time while his son was born? What year would he say that is?
No, I have not heard that explained at all. So I'm very excited for this answer. So shout out to Netta the Greatest.
Shout out to Netta the Greatest. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Press a 9 again if you can hear and see me clearly, because once I go, we're just going to go right into it. Let's go, everybody. Shout out to Nefer Kepara, who just came in the room. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Sheshayet. Shout out to you all. Okay, press a 9 if you can hear me. Shout out to Hush Nation, the nation that's I guess the nation that's hushed. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to ETT Heka Kepara. Peace and love. Here we go, everybody. Okay, here we go. All right, beautiful people. Shannon, love you. Mankara, love you. Primordial Thought, love you. Atef, love you. And Annie, love you. You all jump back into the room. We're gonna get
love, Saba. I see you in a bit.
Love you, Saba.
Love, Saba.
Here we go. Are you ready, Nag Shampa? Are you ready, man? Are you ready?
I'm burning Nang Chapa tonight too.
I knew it. I knew some has to connect. All right, great. Beautiful.
All right. Peace and love, Saba.
Okay. Peace and love. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Are you all ready? The screen is looking a little strange, but that's okay as long as you can see me. All right, wonderful. Here we go with the first question. $25 sent in. How did the Kemetians even keep time? What year would they have said it was in? If it was 1200 BC in the time of Ramesses, what year would he say that is? This is going to get up. Where are you coming? You're coming down. Up over here. This is going to get very, very, very interesting. Let's get into it, everybody. Let me fix the lighting there. Does that look good? That looks good. Move this a little bit over. That looks good. Okay, boom, boom, boom. All right, we're about to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Are you ready, Nag Shampa? Here we go. Let's get into it. Boom, boom, and boom. We're going to go through these questions. It's going to be beautiful, and we're going to share the screen. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? You all already pressed 9. You all are all ready. Let me go ahead and put the timer on so I can keep track. And boom. And timer. There we go. It's already timed the last one. Reset. Start again. Here we go. How did our ancestors distinguish time? Today, they have us saying it's 2023. What does that even mean? Again, another example of the diversity of the questions that can be sent in with reciprocity, and you will receive a mini mind-blowing customized documentary created for you with the truths, hidden secrets of the matrix revealed within. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Let us begin. How did our ancestors distinguish time today? They have you saying 2023. Okay, read that part already. Oh, it doubled. I see what happened. Okay. So here we go over here. So to begin, I'm going to give the already known popular facts, then swiftly move straight into the Psyops and into the intricate not known details. So first, we all know by now the followers of Ma'at has invented the oldest known calendars on Earth that is responsible for the 365-day year. Most of us in the room already know that. Here's an example of some of these astrological calendars. This one goes back 2150 BC. Ramar Uno Pelezius Museum in Heidelsheim, right over here. Look at this beautiful calendar over here. Some of these were calendars of the actual year. Some of them were star map calendars for the movements of the actual visualization of the stars that the people of Ma'at saw above them. There's one calendar right here. Here's another one in the tomb of Senenmut. in the what they call the 18th dynasty, but this would be 1479 to 1458 BC. So what year would he say that is? If we went back to Senamut, he wouldn't say it's 1479. What would he say? But here's the beautiful calendar right there. There's another example of the calendar right there. All right. So these calendars were actually separated into these periods right here. The agri cycle. So there's Aket, Shemu, Aket, which is the harvest, Shemu, the inundation, and then Pert, planting of seeds. And these would be some of the months. And I say some of the month because there wasn't just one Kemetic calendar. So when you look at Kemetic calendar, some of the months may be different because there was actually different types of calendars. But January would be Tehuti, February would be Menket, Heteru would be March, Renu to be April, Chef Bedet, May, Rek Nejed would be June, Rek War, July, Kahir Ka, August, Kenti, September, Kunzu, October, Epet, November, Mesra, December, Wep, and then there's Wep Rem Pet, and those are 5 days over, which we're going to go into. This is just one calendar, so if you look up a Kemetic calendar and you see these months are different, that is because there were actually different calendars, and we're going to explain that as well. These were broken down into 10 days to equal a week, 3 weeks to equal a month, 3 seasons of 120, a year of 360 days to represent a perfect Kepra cycle, because it had to represent a perfect circle, and a perfect circle is 360 degrees. So the perfect circle around the sun would be 360 degrees symbolically, because we know it actually orbits. It doesn't orbit in a perfect circle, but it represents starting from one place, going in an orbit, and ending up back in the same place, which would be 360 degrees. So the people of Ma'at made it 360 days to represent Kepra, a perfect circle. So where did the extra 5 days come from? Because we actually have 365 days calculation. So where did the extra 5-day calculation originate? Why did the followers of Ma'at introduce that to the world to keep track of time? Well, each quote-unquote day in Ma'at is called Heru, the great birth or rebirth of Asar. The ancients added one netter to represent the birth and the drama story of the Asar, Aset, Heru, Set story. And who are the main characters of the story, everybody? Who's the main characters in the Asar Set drama? Who are the main characters? Everybody knows who they are. You can type them in the room, because the whole story was about a birth or a rebirth. So what the ancestors did is they actually added one netter for one day of the week to represent one rebirth called a Mes or a Mesut day. And it represented the rebirth because the whole story of Asar, Aset, I'll go ahead and name them. Asar, Aset, we know those two. Nebtet was the other mate. Of course, Heru, Nebtet, and Set the killer. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 netter for 5 Mesut rebirths, because it was a rebirth story, a birth story. And thus that as the 5 days to 360, and there they are, Nebtet, Osar, Aset, Set, and Heru. How many netters is that? Yes, 5 in the story. But why add them to the calendar? Why would you even want to add 5 netter to the story? Why would you want to add 5 netter, or why would you want to add 5 days to the 360-day cycle? And there's a reason, because the ancient Netiru, the ancient Netters, our ancient ancestors, knew that even though it represented 365, even though it represented a complete circle, there was actually 5.25 that you had to add to it to complete that. They knew that, so they said 360, but then they added the 5 netter to add the 5 days to make the mathematics precise. Let me go ahead and show this right here. Here we go. Boom, and boom, boom, boom. And there we go. So why do they have to add the 5 netters for the 5 days? Because the actual rotation of the Earth around the sun is actually 365.25 days long. That's the rotation of the sun, an apparent 24 hours on a 23-degree axis, which would give you 365.25 days. Boom, our ancestors were the best influencing the rest of the world, because here's where the world calendar that we use and why the world knows there's 365 days is because of this, because of these ancient calendars. Hey, where are you going? Go back up there. Okay. Even down to why you have 12 hours of the day. You coming down? Where are you going? 12 hours of the day. The reason why you have 12 hours of the day, here is the astronomical ceiling of the tomb of Ramesses VI, showing the hours of the day. 12 hours of the day comes from the ancient followers of Ma'at, because they gave you the 365-day year and the 12 hours of the day. First, I will begin right off with the Psyops. Here we go, everybody. Now, here's where it changes from the answer to the question, simply just answering a question, to now I'm going to break you out of a neurological, neurolinguistic matrix and break you out of programming while answering the question. So first, I will begin right off with the Psyops and the architect of the matrix, neurolinguistic programming, to confuse your mind into accepting that which does not make sense, which is the base of the matrix. Once you accept and eventually defend that which does not make sense, then the psychosis sets in and develops subtle forms of solipsism, which was actually one of the bases of the Matrix movie. You can send in a question on that part if you want further breakdown on the solipsism, the Matrix movie. But here is the psychosis. Here it is right here. Well, first, let me ask the class a question for everyone to answer. In a race, when you're in a race with people, what place do you come in to be the winner? Let me go in the room and ask everybody. So you have 20 people. Let me go ahead in the room. I like to interact because I want to break the psyops and show you the psyops within you right in front of you live. So there's 20 people in a race. You end up the winner. What place did you come in? Everybody put in the room. What place did you come in? Did you come in 8th place, 7th place? 20 people in the race, and you come in the winner. What place did you come in? Let me check the room. Here we go. Ready? Okay, first place. Okay, basically everybody put in first place. First place. Kamik put in 0 place. I don't know what. You have to come and explain that. I'm not sure what that means. But if you're in a race, or if you're the best team and you come in as the winner, then are you 3rd place, 4th place, 18th place? The answer is you are 1st place. Is that the answer, everybody? Put in the answer, everybody. Put in the answer. Yeet TT put trick question. Yeet TT, what's the answer? Everybody put in the answer. What place do you come in if you are the winner of a race and there's 20 people? 20 people in the race, and you're declared the winner at the end, and you break through the what is that? It's like a tape you break through and they give you the trophy. What place did they declare you? Everybody answered? Universal Mind, shout out to Universal Mind. Bella put first, Nefer Kepara put first, Eric G put first, TT put first. And guess what? You all are right. Wasn't a trick question at all. You all are absolutely right. 100% right. Why? Because that makes sense. Now I'm going to show you where the psyops comes in. Because all of us speak the same language and we don't apply this principle at all to this particular topic. Watch this. Here we go. So it's first place. You are absolutely right. Ding, 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 ding. You are right. You are right. You are right. You are absolutely right. Let me now put in the definition of psychosis in the room so we can see exactly how the matrix works with all of us, because all of us have been under this hypnotic psychosis. So here it is right here. Psychosis, a severe mental disorder in which thought and emotions are so impaired that contact is lost with external reality. That's the definition of psychosis. Thus, when a clear reality is in front of you, your thoughts and emotions are disconnected with the external world, causing solipsism, causing you to say, think, and be emotionally grounded in an internal, anchored, embedded reality. That means that you're cut off from the external reality, that which people can see around us. That's impaired. Your emotions, your thoughts are cut off from that. You're in what's called, what do they call it in debates? I forgot the term now. People use in debates, but cognitive dissonance, that's what they call it. Cognitive dissonance, but your outside world, your reality of that outside world is disconnected. So what you're left with is you become grounded in an internal, anchored, embedded reality that only exists within you. I will demonstrate this within you right now pertaining to time. First question to the class. What is the first time period? Meaning, for example, there is a year, then there's a month, then there's a day. We're going smaller and smaller. Then there's an hour, then there's a minute, then there's a what, everybody? What is the first one? So there is a year. That would be the biggest one, right? Actually, the precession equinox would be the biggest one, but let's say on Earth, on our calendar, there'd be a year going smaller, broken up into months. Now we're in a smaller time period. Those are broken down into days. Now we're getting smaller. Days are made up and broken down into hours. Now we're into a smaller period of time. Then hours are broken down into minutes. And what's the first one called? What's it called? A second. A second. A second. A second. A second. Does that make sense to you all? And you are all right again. So the first calculation of time you echoed through your psychosis is actually called the number 2. It's actually called second. And again, what place do you have to come in again to be first? What place do you have to come in again to be first? You come in first. You're the winner. So the one who wins is the first. Nobody said they come in second place. So you can't be second place and be first. But yet the first aspect of time that we calculate is actually called the second. That is psychosis. Here's second, next in order. Place and time. After the first. An ordinal, numeral being one of two equal parts to which a whole is regarded and divided. The next time in order. So letting you know the definition of second is the next in order, but they're telling you that the smallest period of time is actually called the second. And we've never questioned it. Psychosis. That is the live definition of psychosis. What is the one thing that does not lie? What is the one thing that does not lie? They say math. Thus, if they can get you to accept a mathematical lie and repeat it and defend it, you now are a soldier of the matrix, ready to fight for that which is outside of reality. And if they can get you to do this from within yourself, with the very first aspect of time itself, the very first aspect of it, then they have dominion over you. We will get to that word later in the class. So thus, if your children are in school and they're asked a question, and the question is asked, what is the first period of time called? And they say first, they will fail the grade. They will fail the test. They'll come home and you will more likely get mad at them because they failed. But they would say, Mother, second means after the first. So the first period of time could not be called second. It couldn't be called second. And when you look up the definition of why it's called second, they give you the same definition of why the minute is called minute, which makes no sense because the word minute and second are not the same word. But that is psychosis. So if they can get you to lie about mathematics itself, the one thing that does not lie, ladies and gentlemen, math does not lie. If they can get you to internally tell a lie about the number 1 and 2, which is math that don't lie, that does not lie, then you are automatically in a state of psychosis, and now you're in a state of solipsism, because number one cannot be number two anywhere outside of your brain. Nowhere in mathematics, nowhere outside is number one second. But we've been taught to believe that. We never questioned it, and thus every other part of the matrix can follow smoothly along with it. What's the 7th month though? Anybody know? What's the 10th month? Anybody know what's the 7th month? What's the 10th month? Go ahead and type that in the room, because we're dealing with how we keep time compared to how the ancient people of Ma'at kept time. So what's the 7th month, everybody? Well, you can do it in your head. January, February, March, April. I don't have it memorized. January, February, March, April, May. January, February, March, April, May, June. What's the 7th month, everybody? And what's the 10th month? Go ahead and type that in the room real quick. What is the 7th month and what is the 10th month? Oh, YTT said I was gonna say truth. If I think that that's what I think you're saying it for, then you're actually gonna be right for the next breakdown. If that's an answer for what I think you're saying it's for, the first period of time, truth. If that's what it is, I'm actually gonna break that down afterwards. That's interesting you said that, because I'm actually gonna. That's very interesting. I don't know if that's what you meant, but okay. So July. Here it is. So July. So the first July and October? July, October. How can we have different months here? Are we all under the same calendar here? That's good. Wait a minute, hold on. If somebody let me ask this question again. If somebody tells you that you've just won the lottery, $2.8 billion, and we want you to come to 100th East Main Street on the 7th month at 10 o'clock a.m., what month are you going to be there? There it is, because people are putting a bunch of different months. So let's just go with the reality that you actually live. When your boss says we're giving you the second week and the 7th month off work, what month is that? There should not be 2 months written down, people, because what is the 7th month? And that's strange that we would even have different answers under the same calendar, right? That shows the confusion that's going on. So what is the 7th month, everybody? January, February, March, April, May. It actually just happened. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Actually, it was just last month. And what's the 10th month? The 10th month. So somebody put July and October because they answered for 2 questions. So that was good, Darius. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. The 10th month, October. You are right. You are right. You are right. That's right. I asked for the 7th month and the 10th month, and some people put July, September, put like different months there. But okay. So those who put July and October, ding, 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 you are right. Are you ready? Because mathematics doesn't lie, does it? So they can get you live under a psychosis state where you accept things that actually are untrue and never question it. You never rally against this. You never petition against this. You never go against your school system for this. And that means that you're under a state of psychosis. So here it is. September is the 7th month and December is the 10th month. Why is that? Because the months were named after the succession that they came in. September now becomes the 9th month, but it comes from septem, which meant the 7th month. December is the 10th month because remember my last class, Dick in Medunetter, the penis is 10, Dick, and that created the word dictionary, and that created the word decimal, and that created the word decum, December, and that was to speak. That was the truth, and it was also the number 10 because that's what it was in the Medunetter. So when the Freemasons took the number 10 from the Medunetter number 10, which was met, which meant truth, it meant a decree of a word, and it also meant a penis because the way you drew it was an ejaculating penis with a set of balls. So it meant truth and testimony from testicles. So that was Dick, and that's where you get your dictionary from, and Dick, Dyke, and December, and decimal, and deacon, and December is from decum, which is the number 10, the 10th month. But yet now it's the 12th month. And nobody questions, nobody rebels against it, nobody says anything. Everybody's totally fine with December being the 12th month, even though it's really the 10th month. And July is not the 7th month. September is actually the 7th month, and nobody ever questioned it in the school system. And if your children go against it, they will fail school. They can tell you the lie and the error right in front of you. But why don't they fix it? So once they find out, your family, once they find out that it was changed, right? Why aren't these names of the month fixed? Shouldn't December be called whatever 12 is and September be in its place? Or shouldn't the name change? They change everything else. But they're not going to fix it. They keep it under the matrix because you don't complain about it because they don't need to. As long as they know you will repeat it, compliment your children's grades on it, base your whole birthday, your whole astrology sign. Anybody going by astrology, talking about, I'm September, I'm born in this month, therefore, but September's not even that month. That's not even the real month of the original sign, is it? Is that the original? When September was actually September, was the astrological sign the same? When they switched it to another when December was the 10th month, so if you're born in the 10th month, because the months are based on the movement of the earth, right? So if you're born in the 10th month, which would have been December, your astrological sign would have matched the 10th month, right? So when they moved December to now the 12th month, is your astrological sign still the same as what it was before the Romans changed it? Because you're the 12th month now. But if you were born in Roman times, you'd be the 10th astrological sign, wouldn't you? Okay, so you base your whole birthday, your astrology sign on it without question. The Domini Psyops has succeeded. No correction needed. You will defend it. You will say, I'm a Capricorn. I am a Scorpio because I was born on such and such month, even though the month changed. Now let's get back to a time where time itself wasn't used as psychological warfare, but used by the followers of Ma'at to not only track the duration of events, but as a microcosm of nature and the beauty of the biological clock within you. Let's go back to that time, when time was based on that and the biological clock within you. So, what does the tick-tock of a clock and a pendulum have in common? They both track time based on a rhythm. Let me ask the class, what would we have within us that beats rhythmically like music, like a drum in cycles? Yes, your heart. Here's the ancient word for drum beats 5,000 years ago. Here's the ancient word for drum beats. Teb, something beaten, the beating of a drum. Boom, 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 boom. It has a rhythm to it. It's called Teb. Okay, wonderful. Which is the same word for the heartbeat cycle. Teb, teb, teb. The beat of the heart. Something beaten, drum, teb, teb, teb. So it's speaking about a rhythm that takes place because the drum beat has to have a rhythm to it or else you won't dance to it. You will think something is wrong. The heartbeat has to have a rhythm to it or else you'll think that you're in health danger. If your heart skips a beat or beats too slow or beats too fast or your blood pressure is too high, your heart will beat at a different rate and thus that is danger. So both the drum beat and the heartbeat represents a rhythmic cycle that has to be frequently rhythmic in a certain timing for it to make sense to our ears and our heart. So thus the beat of the drum and the beat of the heart are both teb, teb, teb. Guess what the words were for the measurer cycle of time? There's words to measure the cycle of time. Guess what that was? It is Teb. Teb. Tebu, the measurer, cycle of time. The Teb, boom, the first measure of time, the heartbeat. Oh, guess what the word was for first 4,500 years ago. 4,500 years ago, guess what the word was for first? Teb, tepi. And I want to explain to everybody here that in the Metanetter language and trickled on into English, that these letters are the same. The letter P and the letter B are the same in the Metanetter. And the letter F. One is a hard P, one is a soft B, and one is a soft F. And that's why you can take the P and add an H to it, and you get the letter F in English. You don't say pahone, you say phone. You say telephone, but there's no F there. It's a PH, but you don't hear the H sound. You hear the letter F because the letter B, the letter F, and the letter P were actually the same. Just like the letter D and the letter T, one was a hard T and one was a hard soft duh. That's why naturally, even in slang, you say peace to the people. But when you speak it in cartoon or slang, you say peace to the people. You spell it D-A. What's up? Peace to the people. And you actually spell it with a D. So Teb and Tepi means the first day, first period of time. That was the first tracking of time. The Teb, that which was within you before you had anything external. That became the Tep. And the Tepi, the first day, or the very first period of time. Not the confusion second that makes no time, but the Teb, the actual beat of what's taking place within you. Thus you get Teb Sma'at, the first day of the week, and everything with Teb or Tep in it is first. Teb Pert, first day. Teb M Sharu, the earliest twilight. Everything with Teb or Tep is first. Boom. The beating of the heart. In the Eber's medical papyrus associated with first and measure. First time, because of course, the rhythm of time would have to begin with you internally before external instruments were even created, making you your first clock, your first biological clock. And thus any other timekeeper, that would be the second. After you started to look out into nature and notice the cycles that were also rhythmic. First, you notice yourself. Before there was any calendar, before there was any laws about time, 7th day of the week, you were born knowing that you had a heartbeat, and it was based on a rhythm, and that rhythm kept time. And we knew that a certain amount of beats were a healthy beat, and a certain amount were not. And that was the first tracking of time. That became the drum beat. And the drum beat was also the tracker of time, which made your body move through invisible forces that nobody has yet to explain. Why does a drum beat make your body actually move in a rhythm? Is because your body's first timekeeper is actually rhythmic, and that is your Teb, your time measure, which was your heart, the first keeper of time. And what did we notice when we looked out? Now we get past our own body, and now we look out and up. And here's the question for the class. How did the ancient followers of Ma'at keep the hours? And this is a very, very easy question. This is actually one of the first things you learn about ancient Egypt. How did the ancient Egyptians or the ancient followers of Ma'at keep the hours of the day? What was that device called? The most popular common keeper of time, what was it called? Oh, there it is. They're right. Exactly. ETT. Tehuti. And then you'll see some say Jehuti with a D. Exactly. Because, and then they'll argue. It's not Tehuti. It's Jehuti. It's not Netter. It's Netcher. And not knowing those are all the same thing. It's not Hotep. It's Hoteb. It does the same thing. That's why you can go to one part of the dictionary, see a P, and then see the same word, and another part it has a B. But what was the timekeeper? There it is, the sundial. That's right, everybody. You got it right. Darius said sundial. RPM said sundial. Sun tracker. TT said sundial. Sundial. Right? Sundial. 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 Right? Sundial. So, that is absolutely right. Because how does it work, everybody? Very simply. I did this when I explained the AM, PM, why we have AM and PM in a meridian, and the sun shines at a certain spot, hits the tekin, or the ben, And then based on the Earth's movement, the shadow actually changes. So it's a very, very common and easy way to actually keep track of times through the solar sun. That's what was keeping track of time after we noticed our heartbeat. After we noticed what was happening within us, we started looking for external. And you all are right, the sundial. Here it is right here. Here's an example of some sundial. So here's the earliest surviving sundial, which dates back to 1479. Of this type of sundial, 1479, 1425 BC. It's in the Egyptian Museum of Berlin, and it's from the reign of Tehuti. And there it is right there. So you see a little hole right there, and then the stick would go right there. And there's your notches, and as the shadow moves through this, that's how you'd know what time of day that it was. Very good, class, very good. Here's some interesting ones. So this is actually the limestone is marked with a black semicircle divided into 12 segments. That's where you get your 12 hours of the day, right? 12 segments marking what we see as hours. Each section is approximately 15 degrees wide. There's a hole where the lines meet in the middle of the baseline, which is where a tool, a wooden or metal rod, will be inserted into the cast. The timekeeping shadow over the milestone. Small dots have been added at the top of the middle of each segment to mark the half hour. So there's the hour and the half hour. 12 sections divided the daylight between the sunrise and sunset. That's the common sundial. Here's the more uncommon one. That's why I said that type. So this is a different. This is the L-shaped one. This also goes back to Tehuti 1500 BC and the late period after 1000 BC. A less popularized sundial. I wanted to show you the different types. That yes, class, you are right. The sundial. Yes, the cycle of the sun, which in Kemet was drawn as a circle. Did you notice the symbol in the Teb, everybody? For the heartbeat, the original drum, the first musical measurer. Look at the symbol in the Teb. There's the circle. You see that? That was the first marker of time that was associated with the circle, the sun, but that's what was happening within you. That was the Teb, something beaten to keep time. And it was also a circle, a cycle, which is the ancient symbol of the actual sun itself. Boom. The beat of the heart shared the same symbol as the sun, then eventually the eventual earthly timekeeper. So eventually the Teb, the heartbeat, the drum beat, which was the original keeper of time, that became the cycle of the sun after we started tracking the days for everybody in the area that everybody could see. Why? Because not everybody's heart beats the same, and your heart only pertains to you. And when you actually began, your heartbeat is actually completely irrelevant to the next man or the 5-year-old child that is beside you, but the universal thing that everybody in the area could look at, they could look at the sundial, and thus they associated the first timekeeper, the beater of the drum, the beater of the heart, with the same symbol of Ra, the circle right there, which became the eventual keeper of time for everybody. That's how deep the followers of Ma'at were 5,000 years ago. Here we go, everybody. Now here is the brain teaser, everybody. Here's the brain teaser. I got a question for you. I got a question for the class. Let's see, that first question was pretty easy. The sundial, right? That's how you keep track of time. Because the shadow moves around and then the dot is in there for the half an hour period. It's keeping the meridian. It's keeping the AM, PM as we have today, right? Question for the class, everybody. What about nighttime? You can't use a sundial at nighttime, can you? Did time end in Kemet when nighttime hit? Has anybody ever thought of that? Because every time somebody asks you, just like I asked, how did the Kemetians keep time? Go to every one of your Kemetic teachers. They're going to say sundial, sundial, and the sundial. What happened to the sundial, and the sundial, and the sundial, and the sundial, and the sundial? What about nighttime? What about nighttime? You're sitting there in an area that's complete darkness. There's a forest area. You're by the Nile. It's completely dark. What does the sundial do? Sundial can't help you. The moon can't provide enough. The moon can't provide enough universal light to make a shadow. To make a shadow on one part and keep the other part lit. No, it's dark out. It's dark out. Have you ever been to a rainforest at night? Have you ever been to Jamaica at night? You ever been to some tropical area at night? It's black. The black. There's no. It is so dark you can't see your hand in front of you. How do they keep track in the nighttime? Ooh wee. There's the question, right? Shannon says, "Oh, this is good. How do they keep track of time?" And isn't it interesting that you've never thought about that or asked that? When everybody gave you the answer, sundial, we said that makes sense. Did we forget about nighttime? You can't use the sundial. So at nighttime, I guess time ends in Kemet. It's 12 hours of the day. And then as soon as the evening comes, as soon as it's pitch black out, the Kemetians' time stops and then time begins again. No, they kept 24 hours, 12 and 12. So how did they keep the 12? Welcome to Tehuti podcast, where you're about to find out. Most of you for the first time, because nobody's actually typed the answer. So here we go, everybody. Here's where it gets beautiful. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. What did the masterful people of Kemet do at nighttime? Everybody see my screen okay? Press 9 if you can see me and hear me, okay? Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me, okay. Let me come to the room because I just clicked off a screen, so whenever that happens, sometimes the sound changes. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Beautiful. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Let me introduce you, everybody, to the Ma'at water clock, Egyptian Museum, number JE 37525, because now it's time to go from Ra to noon. We use Ra in the day. Now it's time to go to noon. Let's go, everybody. How do they keep track at night? Simply by shifting from Ra to noon. Let me introduce you to the Ma'at Egyptian water clock. The Kemetic Kemetic water clock, Egyptian Museum number JE37525, in the time of Amenhotep III, that we will call today 1375 BC. What is this bowl? What is going on here, everybody? This is called the Merkhet. The Merkhet. It's a time measurer. Its name itself is another microcosm in Tundra. I will get to that shortly. This is called the Merkhet. What is the Merkhet? Measure of time. Water clock. Merkhet. The water clock. You don't need the sun anymore because now we went from Ra to noon. How does this work? There's 12 dots of water that would fall out of a circle. The drop of water would pass each dot, and they would have biological imperative symbols. Where are you going? You're going crazy tonight. 6 Djed and 6 Djed Techet. There's another example of the D and the T as the same. 6 Djed Techet, eternity, and then 6 Unks equaling life equals the 12 months. 6 and 6, the Djed and the Unks together. And here's how it looks like inside. Egyptian Museum, JE37525 interior rim. Here it is. Look how beautiful. 12 dots. Ankh, the Djed, Ankh the Djed, Ankh the Djed, Ankh the Djed, Ankh the Djed. If you all have been to the class where I broke down SHARIKA going to Kemet, and where there's an Ankh the Djed, Ankh the Djed, Ankh the Djed beside each other, go back to that class where I broke down, I think it was Bess, and one was the breakdown of the Ka as the woman, the female Osiris. And even inside of the water bowl has the microcosm symbolism, has the entendres of life and the rebirth of Asar, still telling the story, even to tell water. And there's your dots, and the water would drip down through the hole past the dots, tell the hours of the day, and each of these were also months, telling in the daytime and the nighttime. Here is how intertwined the followers of Ma'at were in there, which is our symbolism. What guides you at night so you can see? Now you all can type this because you typed this earlier. What guides you at night so you can see? It's not enough light necessary to create a sundial, but it guides you at nighttime in most cases so that you can see. What is that, everybody? You all know, you already typed it earlier. What guides you at night so that you can see? Everybody knows? What Shannon says she's making that. What guides you at night so that you can see? Sharika says, I always felt the need to keep a bowl of water next to me sleeping at night. I guess I know why now. There you go. And Sharika, you have a question in here too coming up. The moon, that's right. T-Bull. How you doing, good brother T-Bull? Send me something this weekend if anything came out, please. It's been pretty dead in the battle rap world. Send me something to entertain me. Thank you, T-Bull. All right, shout out the moon and the stars. That's right. Fire our moon. There you go. Fire our moon. That's right. Fire moon. The stars can guide you. Okay, that's right. Celestial bodies and fire and the moon. You're absolutely right. Here we go. Ready, everybody? So that's what guides you at night. Now we can see how deep the followers of Ma'at actually were with their microcosm story. They kept the story in everything that they did. So what is it? Yes, the moon. There is the entendre. Guess what else? Merkut. So this Merkut water bowl time clock, this is a measure of time over here. It does it at nighttime. So it guides you through the hours at night, where the actual moon itself cannot provide enough light to. So they call this the Merkat with the Unk, the Jed, 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 going on and on, keeping track. And what's the other name of the Merkat? The left eye, Merkut, the moon, the measurer. So it takes the place of the moon as the left eye takes the place of the right eye, which is the sun, and the left eye represents the moon, the lesser light and the greater light, but the moon cannot provide enough light to create a moon dial, but it provides enough light to guide you. So we're going to take something that's going to exist and give us time and guide us during the time of the moon's reign at nighttime and still give credit to the moon's guidance by naming it after the moon. You think the Kemetians had time to argue and debate? Here we go. So just to let you know, the ancient followers of Ma'at taught that as you sleep, you actually traveled. That was the symbolism. Because the moon guides you at night. The left eye of Heru guides you at night. Just like Heru and the Purim Haru guides you to Asar. It shows him holding your hand, and he's the guide, and he guides you to Asar in the afterlife. The moon guides you at night, so it represents light that exists within darkness. My spirit is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. The affirmation, you're surrounded in darkness, but yet you have enough light to be guided through the darkness. Now, the Kemetians actually taught that as you sleep, you actually traveled. What is the vehicle you traveled on in the afterlife? What's the vehicle? The vehicle was the boat. The symbolic boat, something that moves. It's the fastest vehicle in Kemet. It gets you from point A to B the fastest. Going down the Nile in a boat is faster than a horse, faster than horse and chariots. It's faster than a man running. It's faster than a donkey. It's faster than a cheetah. Going on a boat smoothly with the current carrying you plus the sails, you have the fastest vehicle from point A to point B. So thus, the traveling of consciousness moving from point A to point B in the afterlife was associated with you being on a boat because your consciousness is moving at the speed of light, because your consciousness is light. That's the fastest thing. So what's the word for light? Ra. So what's the boat? It's the boat of Ra. And here it is right here, everybody. There's the boat of Ra with the energy, the Techet energy surrounding you. Right there, with as they have the serpents, and there's the boat as you move on this boat in the afterlife. Well, yes, the boat it's called the Aniat. the Aniat. Same word as Neath is the Aniath. Neath is what? Neath is the string theory. Neath is the string, the knitter, the thing that combines subatomic particles and quantum particles together and connects them in a realm that's non-physical. That's the same name for the boat. The same word for the boat, Neat, is the same word Aniat and Neat, which is the same name as the goddess of weaving, because that's the realm that you're traveling in, which you have learned only here. What if you have learned here, only here, the teachings of the Tehuti class, that the boat is your consciousness. No other teacher is teaching this, that the boat is actually your consciousness, and I show it in the meta-netter, because that word for Aniat, this word here for boat, Enit, or Enit, here it is right here, Enit. And there's the boat, which is the symbol of Neath right there, that they're using for quantum string theory. This symbol right here that the Kemetians had 4,000 years ago is what scientists are using today for quantum string theory. String, as in knitting. This was symbolic of the goddess of knitting, Anit or Neath, and it's also the boat that you travel in, like photonic entanglement. And it means what? Consciousness. The actual boat was consciousness, found on page 128 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. That has only been taught here at the Tehuti class, that the boat is actually your mind's consciousness. That's what you're actually traveling on, is that boat. Now let's continue, everybody. And just to emphasize the beauty of the importance of the deep, intricate messages, even in what would be to you today is just a nighttime clock. Guess what else, Merkut? The nighttime clock means when you sleep. There it is. Maruk, right there. Steering or paddle. So the same clock that guides you and keeps track of time that the moon can't do, but it still gives the moon the credit, because the moon actually guides your only sight at nighttime, just like Heru guides you to Asar. The nighttime clock was also the same word for the moon. The Kemetians acknowledged the boat that you would travel in the afterlife as your consciousness. So as you sleep at nighttime and the water clock is telling time for you, guess what else the water clock means? The steering oar of the paddle of the same boat that you're traveling in your out-of-body experience. You think I'll ever debate again? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Boom. That that which guides the boat on the travels of the outer body, the rebirth. That's how deep we were. Why are we arguing about religion? That's how deep we were. My computer just made a noise, so press 9 if you can hear and see me. Press a 9 if you can hear and see me, because my computer just made a shut off noise. Let me go check the room. Look how deep that was. Your browser has lost connection. Here we go, man. My browser, it says my browser has lost connection. Very, very strange. You all can see me, but what just happened? Let me try to fix that. That is very odd. I'm still on, right? But now I can't be seen. What has just happened? What has just happened, everybody? Let me see something here. Let me be the AD. I'm AD now. Now I'm AD. I'm the technician. Let me fix the. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let me fix this. Okay. That's plugged in. That's plugged in. Be patient, everyone. We're trying to see what's going on here. Start cam, settings, virtual background. Something is off. Let me go to. I'm gonna come out of the room and come back in, everybody. I'm not sure what just happened, but I'm gonna come out of the room and come back in because it seems like you can see me, you can hear me, but you can't see me. Okay, let me come out. Okay, how about now? Can you see and hear me? Can you see and hear me now? Very strange that was. I don't know. That was strange. Can you see and hear me now? Can you see and hear me now? Press a 9 if you can see and hear me now. See and hear me now. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me now. I don't know what just happened. Okay. All right. I see a couple of 9s. It's my comments are also what is it called, lagged. So okay, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Okay, good. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. And there we go. So it's the boat that travels. The same word for the night clock is the same word for the paddle of the boat that your consciousness is being guided with, because it's the paddle that guides the boat. If you put the boat in the water without a sail or a paddle, it just smashes and crashes and goes everywhere the water goes. But you need a maruk, the water clock keeper, at nighttime to track your time, just like you need to be guided at night is exactly what you need on the boat. The consciousness, something to guide you for the boat. The boat is irrelevant without the paddle. That's how deep the followers of Ma'at was. So how did the ancients keep track of long-term time? Now here we go into the question, because long-term time, so not just the day, but outside of just the day or a year, but the actual date, as in the date of the pharaoh, such as Amenemhet, who to us would be, Amenemhet would be 1938 BC. That would be the time of Amenemhet. Here's a good brother here, Amenemhet, 1938 BC, Amenemhet. The followers of Ma'at. So to the followers of Ma'at, his ascension was just year 30. How could that be? So Amenemhet in our calendar is 1938 BC. But on the calendar of Kemet, his year, the year of his death is just year 30. Here it is right here. Death of Amenemhet 1 in Sinehu's flight. Year 30, month 3, year 30, month 3 of Aket, day 7. The god ascended to his horizon. The king of upper and lower Kemet, Sehetepri, he penetrated the sky, being joined in the sun disk, the Neter's body being mixed with that of him who made him. This is just year 30. Interesting, right? So of course, that does not mean that Kemet itself was just 30 years in existence in 1938 BC. But the reign of Amenemhet at that time was denoting his duration. In other words, you were the sun, because you were the heartbeat. The next one was the sun. You were the rebirth sun that when in position, time started over. It marked a beginning of an important event or your rebirth, just like the hidden meaning of Merket, water clock timekeeper. Then there was a duration of the larger event of time, the time of the Zep Tepi, when the original Neters ruled, as seen in the New Age, in the New Age conscious community, and in the most hated papyrus. What's the most hated papyrus of the New Age conscious community? The Taurine Papyrus Kingless, which marked the duration of the rule of the original Neter, all the way to Ramesses in our time clock, of 1279 BC, where it states what? What does it state? It states right here, the last line reads, Venerable Shem-Suhor, 13,420 years reigns before Shem-Suhor, 23,200 years, total 36,620 years. So in the larger time calendar, from the time of the Zep Tepi to Ramesses, that would have been year 36,620 from the time of the Shem-Suhor and before to Ramesses would be year 36,620 in the Turin Papyrus. So they had to make sure they had to get rid of that. They had to get rid of that. There's the Turin Papyrus. They hated this. This is one of the things they used in the Jabari debate that just threw the whole debate off. The Turin Royal Canon, I remember they came on and said the scribes made a mistake. Ote. The Turin Royal Canon at display at the Egyptian Museum in Turin. Now the larger time period, when the Neter ruled, I will show you both the meaning, even though in the time of the followers of Heru, the time was 23,200 years. The Neter Ra, who was in that time period. So within the time period of the Zep Tepi time, saying the time of the Shem-Suhor, Ra was there, and that time period, even though it was year 23,200, Ra was in there, but look what date it says Ra ruled. He was in that time period of over 23,200 years of Kemet in the beginning, but look what it says in his time rule. Here it is. In the 363rd year of Ra Herakuti, who lives forever and ever, His Majesty was in Ta-Kens. So even though Ra was in a time period that would have been at that time around 23,000 years into Kemet, his time period in his calendar was year 363, year 163, because that was the time that Ra ruled, the length of time that Ra ruled until the event took place where Heru had to fight. In the Heru Behutet story, Ra had already ruled for 363 years. So his calendar started with his rule. But the larger calendar was already at 23,000 years, 200. You see, different calendars. This was called the civil calendar today. They call it the civil calendar, the calendar based on when the king is born. Then time begins over again because he represents the reborn son. Because even though they were in the 23rd thousandth year, the smaller civil year restarts with the beginning of Ra's rule within the larger year. And yes, the Neters were beings ruling, even though the New Age conscious community are ashamed of that. Let me take you to the most quoted Greek historian that the conscious community quotes. Who's the most quoted Greek historian, people, that the conscious community quotes when it fits their agenda? That the Egyptians were black. When it comes to the blackity black, the black of the black, they love to quote this Greek scholar, this Greek historian, when it comes to the Egyptians being black, because that's all people seem to care about is what race the Egyptians were. Not what laws they followed, not how to civilize their children, but just whether they're black, just for ego purposes. But here's the father. When they say Egypt was black and Egypt fathered civilization, they love Herodotus. But notice they never quote him here. Here's Herodotus, everybody. Whenever you talk to your New Age Egyptians, high priest or whoever they may be, the guru, the teacher, they always quote Herodotus talking about how he saw the Egyptians and they were black. They always quote that. They always quote the Egyptians were black. And they always quote when Herodotus said the Egyptians fathered civilizations. They were the first of this, the first of that. But they never quote this, though. Here we go. How come they don't quote Herodotus 2:4? What does it say? What do you say now, Herodotus? In the time before these men, they said that the gods were the rulers in Egypt, not mingling with men, and that of these always one had power at a time. And the last one of them, who was king over Egypt, was Oros, son of Osiris. That was their way of saying Heru, Horus, son of Osiris, whom the Hellenes called Apollo. Herodotus 2:144. They also said the first man who became king of Egypt was Menes. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The Egyptologist and your Egyptian teacher, your Kemetic teacher, will tell you the first ruler was Menes or Narmer. Yes, that was the first man. But in the time before these men, they said the Neter were ruling in Egypt, not mingling with the men. And the last of them was Heru. Does that match what the Kemetians said themselves in their time calendar? Well, the last of them were Heru, so thus any man after Heru would be the follower of Horus. How do you say follower in Medu Neter? Oh, it's Shemsu. So thus, the calendar of the Taurian papyrus, keeping the larger date, said the venerables Shemsu Hor. That's after the Horus, because he was the last of the Neter. 420 years before the Shemsu Hor. Notice they mark it before and after, because before the Shemsu Hor is the Neter. After the Shemsu Hor are the men. That's what the Kemetians say. But your Kemetic teacher and conscious black teacher is ashamed of the Kemetians. He's ashamed. But Herodotus quoted what the Kemetians say. I will hang out with and have Herodotus at my house before any of these conscious black teachers that are on YouTube. Get me Herodotus, because that's who the Kemetians would talk to over your YouTube guy. Get me Herodotus. Get Herodotus over here, because he's saying what the Kemetians said, while your black leader is ashamed of what the Kemetians said. So there's the bigger calendar. Thank you, Herodotus, because when he says the Egyptians were black, then here they come. We love you, Herodotus. We love you. We love you. Why? Because black Egyptians in the eyes of Herodotus. Egypt's Kemet. Black Egyptians in the eyes of Herodotus. Herodotus says the Egyptians were black. We love you, Herodotus. We love you. We love you. Oh, also, the Neter were not just principles. They were physical beings that ruled Egypt prior to the pharaohs. We hate you, Herodotus. We hate you. You love Herodotus when he says the Egyptians were black and the Egyptians were the fathers of civilizations, quoted from Herodotus. You're proud to say it. But here's the same Herodotus who said the Egyptians told him that in Tiru were physical beings that ruled and didn't interact with men, and after the men took over, those became the followers of Heru. We hate you, Herodotus. We hate you. Because the Natiru were the principles and the principle of the principles, and we know more than Herodotus did, even though the Kemetians talked directly with Herodotus and never talked to us on YouTube. Let us continue. The Kemetic calendar timekeeping with the length of time of rule of the Neter would completely eliminate any chance of a biblical invented timeline, especially with the focus of a Jesus appearing in Kemet 2,000 years ago. So a man named Dionysus Ezekias created the Christian-based calendar in 525 AD. You see today, the one you see today was created by a Christian monk, Dionysus Ezekias, in 525 AD, continuing and inspired by another man named Eusebius. We will get into him and the Psyops shortly. Here is the creator of your calendar trying to wipe out the Kemetic calendar. The Christians now have to wipe out the Kemetic calendar because he's following his leader, Eusebius, who had to try to wipe out the Kemetic calendar because no way we're going to say this is year 420. How does that fall? Where's Adam in there? Got to wipe that out. We have to wipe it out. So Who was this Eusebius that inspired the Christian corrupted dating system that we have today? And what was the Psyops to eliminate the Kemetic dating of the netter? Here he is. Here's Eusebius. Who is Eusebius, though? Who is he? Oh, Eusebius was... During the Council of Antioch, he was excommunicated for subscribing to the heresy of Arius and was withdrawn during the First Council of Nicaea, where he accepted the homoousios, whatever that word is, referred to the Logos, never recognized as the saint. He became the counselor of Constantine the Great. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. There's the one who changed the calendar system, the counselor of the inventor of Christianity, the counselor of Alexander the Great, Eusebius. He's the one who this man is following, Exegius, to create the calendar with the same intention of destroying the netter story. Of course, because boom, the advisor of Constantine, the leader of the Nicene Council that established the beliefs of Christianity that you have today, and Eusebius and those who took his new change of the Kemetic Ma'at calendar system, which shows the world the long rule of the netter, left his psyops in plain sight for the world in writing, for the world to see his intentions. Are you ready? He let everybody know. He told everybody. He actually didn't hide the psyops he was doing. He actually left it in his lettering system. He actually left it in the chronicles of Eusebius, the Egyptian Chronicles, Egyptian Chronicle 43. Eusebius left it for us. Here it is. He says what he did. He says how he changed the calendar system, how the Egyptian chronicled their past, and how Egyptian chronology includes that of Ethiopians and the chronology of the Ptolemies' rule in Egypt and Alexandria. We'll go down to here. Some of them relate fabulous stories claiming that initially gods and heroes ruled Egypt. Some of them is in the Kemetians. Fabulous stories of the gods and heroes ruling Egypt for a period of somewhat less than 16,000 years. The last god to rule there was Horus, Isis, Isis's son. Then humans ruled. Yes, that's what the Kemetians said. Yes. That's what Herodotus quoted. Eusebius the Christian knew this. Then humans ruled that land as kings. They say during that time of Miras, and his continued for somewhat 5,000 years through the 180th Olympiad. And then he visited Kemet. We're going to scroll down here. For the most part of this time period, the Egyptians' own kings ruled the land. However, for a small portion of time, Ethiopians, Persians, Mycenaeans, only for the Ethiopians. And we're going to go down here. I want to go down to the part where he actually changes it. He changes it. Where is it? Where is it over here? Where is it over here? Here it is. The first beginning amongst the Egyptians. Now he's going to get into the actual rules. Hephaestus, that's Ptah. Hephaestus, who discovered fire for them, he was succeeded by the son, Arm, who was succeeded by all these weird Greek names. Then Kronos, because they're giving the Kemetic gods Greek names. Followed by Osiris. Then came Typhoon, which is Set, Osiris's brother. Then Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis. These entities were the first rulers of the Egyptians. After them, the rulers succeeded until the next time of the Baitus, a period of 13,900 years. Did we see that before? Yes, we did, in the Turin Papyrus. This was calculated as, now here's the change. This was calculated as lunar years of 30 days each. What we now call a month was called a year in those days. You see how he changed it? The people that invented a year, a solar year, even adding the 5.25 extra days before the Greeks could even talk. Now here comes Eusebius saying, well, hey, when it was talking about the ancient gods ruling, those are only 30-day periods. That's right, because, the Egyptians didn't know the difference between a month year and a lunar year and a solar year, even though they invented the solar calendar upon the planet Earth. Here comes a white supremacist saying that, hey, they didn't know what they were talking about. So here they are changing it right here in front of you. After the rule of the gods, race descended from the gods' rule, for 1,255 years. The other kings ruled for 1,817 years. After them, 30 kings of Memphis ruled for 1,700 years. And then it goes on to say that from kings of Tanis, 350 years. Then for 5,813 years for the kings. Then were the spirits and the demigods. This makes a total of 11,000 years, lunar years, that is. Lunar years, because the Kemetians didn't know what a solar year was, even though they invented it, so they had to make it a lunar year. You see what they did? Subius is telling you he's changing the calendar system right here in front of you. The Egyptians calculate a total of 24,900 lunar years. That's 2,200 lunar years to the rule of the gods, demigods, and spirits. If you were to compare this calculation with the similar calculations of what? Of the Hebrew chronology, you will get almost the same figure. For amongst the Hebrews, Egyptus is called Misraim, lived a long time after the flood, because it was after the flood that Noah's, you see this what's happening here, people? That Noah's son Ham, father of the Egyptians, see how they had to do it? You see what they did? You see what he did? In order to match, he had to make it match the biblical time period, thus changing the calendar into the biblical time periods to match that Noah's son was the father of the Egyptians, because it didn't match before, because the Egyptians, Kemetians, went back 30,000 years before Noah. So he changed the time to lunar months. Be this as it may, the Egyptians still boast of their great antiquity before the flood. You see that? They changed it to lunar years. He did it right in front of you, saying that it had to match the Christian Bible time period. I'm not even going to read all the rest of it. There's much more, but he lets you openly know that he changed it to lunar years. The Kemetians didn't change it to lunar years. They never said that. They had a solar calendar. And what does the Subius have to say about this change of the original Ma'at calendar time, keeping the other changes and the other changes that he made? What does he say? He openly says, I have repeated whatever may rebound the glory and suppress all that could tend to the disagreeing of our religion. It will sometimes be necessary to use falsehood for the benefit of those who need such treatment. We shall introduce into this history in general only those events which may be useful first to ourselves and afterwards to posterity. Eusebius, Book 12, chapter titles, chapters 1 to 5, 30 to 32, Oxford University Press, 1903, Volume 3, Part 2, if you want to look up the quotes. Welcome to the Matrix, everybody, where they tell you what they do. So how does this end? Of course, being that this style of timekeeping, I don't want to rotate it. Of course, being that this style of timekeeping was the longest on Earth and embedded in our subconscious, of course, the architects of the Matrix used it to enslave the minds of the masses by using the Kemetic system of time, of keeping time based on the reborn sun, you know, the civil calendar, as the Pharaoh was. They used that same system, so it would be year 30 when Amenemhet dies, because the time is based on his reign, his domini, beginning again. So what year is it? Yes, 2023, but 2023 from what? The beginning of Earth? No, the beginning of the rule of your new shepherd Pharaoh. The new shepherd Pharaoh, which is this man here, who takes the position of the new Pharaoh. So thus the dating system begins and ends with him. Only default is that he lives forever, though. So boom, that's right. The AD calendar was set up to imitate the time of the rule of the pharaohs and his years, the civil years. Did you know that 2023 years is really still just year one? Did you know that, everybody? Do you know that? I want to tell you the true psyops. 2023 is still just year one. It's still year one in the psyops. We're just in year one because they made an everlasting cycle where it never ends. You think it's 2023, but in their definition of the years, it's just year one still. We haven't even reached year two. It's a never-ending psyops. Let me show you how it's just year one. Let me break it down. Here we go. What does AD stand for? Anno Domini, as in having dominion over somebody. Anno Domini. What does that mean? The year of the Lord. Here it is, everybody. The year of the Lord. Don't let them fill you in English class now. Don't let them tell you in English class that when you have plurals of something, you have to add an S. And if you don't add that S, you're going to fail the grade. When they tell you that it's 2023 AD and Anno Domini is the year. The is singular and year is singular. Not these years. Not a bunch of years. The year. 1 year. We're still in AD. What's AD? 2023 in the year of the Lord. You think it's a bunch of years. It's 1 year of domain, territory over which dominion is exerted. That means it never ends. It could be 2023, family. It can be 3018. It can be 5920. But as long as they subconsciously get you to say AD, you're still within the 1 year of dominance that continues to circle and never ends, and you will never see year two because it's a continuous forever year of dominance, imitating when the pharaohs ruled, the years began. But the pharaohs would say year one, year two, year three, year four, year 30, and now he passes in year 30, and the next pharaoh, it's year one. But in the psyops of Christianity, 2023 years could pass by, and it's still the year of the territory over which domain and dominion is exerted. The one long, never-ending year, domination of Jesus. Welcome to the Matrix. Hotep, I am done. That's the Kemetic timekeeping, and that is the psyops that they turned it into. Hotep, I am done. Boom! Let me go ahead and check the room. Let me go ahead and check the room and see. Let me put the link in the room and take get the people, the team in the room right there. And let me go ahead and see what people thought of the answer. I'm going to go ahead and check the chat. 1 second. All right, let me go ahead and check the chat here and see what people thought of the answer. And let me see if the person who asked the question is in the room. Probably not, because he usually comes a day afterwards and watches it. Okay, 1 second. Let me check and see. Okay. All right. I know I'm in a lag, so I'm not even at where you all are typing right now. But here they are. They're starting to roll in. We have Big Vase put fire, fire, fire. Angela Gates put explosion. 100% explosion. Tebow put round of applause. Powerful breakdown, Saba. Jody put I think that's hand claps. I can't tell. Let me blow it up so I can see. My eyes are not the great. Yes, hand claps. Thank you, Jody. So you all appreciate. I'm sure when Netter, who asked the question, when he sees it, he will appreciate that answer. That is the Kemetic time period, from the beating of the heart to the beating of the drum to the water time clock to the sundial to the out-of-body experience symbolic timekeeper of the Maruk, all the way to the civil time, all the way to them changing it to the Christian time, all the way to the Taurian papyrus with the larger time of 36,600 years, all the way to changing it back to Eusebius, and now you're only in year one. Welcome to the Matrix, man. All right. Oh my good. Goodness, harassed it. Hey, harassed it for your cultures. Your piece comes in like a lion, goes out like a lamb. Awesome breakdown. Left eye. Hey, Dashe, peace, good brother. That's a good brother. He's pretty consistent. He's an in and out consistent. He always pops up, but he'll always be there. Shout out to you, Dashe. Oh, Ja Rashid is just like Dashe. Consistent. He pops in, he pops out. Shout out to Ja Rashid, who says, great teaching, Saba. Can see why Jabari and Judah Nazareth could not win against you. Yeah, because they're not debating me. They're not debating me. You're not gonna win a Venom debate against a Cobra. Like, you can go study Venom all day. You're not gonna win a Venom debate with a Cobra. So, oh, a primordial thought. Peace, my good brother. There's the comedic time. How you doing?
Hey, Saba, what blows me away is that you continue to show how much of a lie we actually live in, like a complete lie. And that's the thing that gets me. It's like, man, like, not even the months add up to the number. and we don't even question it. We don't even it hasn't even come to mind to, hey, like, let me even go see what this word means. Does it even match the actual number of the month? And
especially those into astrology, where astrology is all about numbers, mathematics, the month you're born in. But wait,
that's true.
The 10th month,
the 12th month. So
what sign are you really? Are you the 10th sign or the 12th one? What's going on?
Yes, sir. To you, Sav. I appreciate that great breakdown.
Nini Ook. We got some of you in the room. Reginald McMillian, peace out to you. Shout out to you. Katasi said, "You're a complete article, Saba." Okay, thank you. Where's the team at? I need to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who saw that answer, I mean, that was, how long was that? That was an hour? 2 hours and a half? It seemed like 10 minutes, right?
Definitely a Netflix movie, at least.
That was a Netflix movie. Well, you all spend $60 to go to the movies, right? $60 to see a movie, so why not support the Tehuti podcast and send a $15 support or tip if you all appreciated what you just saw there, if you all benefited at all. If you didn't benefit whatsoever, just type in, because then we'll see the psychosis. Type in like a zombie, type in, I sat for 1 hour and 20 minutes and watched it and didn't benefit anything. But I watched it for 1 hour and 20 minutes and I hated it. Or you can admit that you liked it, enjoyed it, and it benefited your life in some means, and that's why 80 people are still watching. And please send your Cash App support to Cash App TT Amoon. Send your support to PayPal at Rocky SV, because just like your waiter comes and serves your food that you actually already spent money on, tip the waiter. Please tip the teacher if you appreciated that hour and a half, which was really 13 hours. If you saw where I had to go behind the scenes for that, it was about 12 hours for where I had to go to get that, because you can't type that in. Everybody, here's a challenge. Type that question into YouTube right now. Type it into Google. Type it into Wikipedia. Type in, how did the Kemetians keep their time? And read that answer for me and tell me if you got this answer. If you didn't, then this is not about the information. This is about how it's being put together in a completely unique way, only here at the Tehuti podcast, because you cannot get that what I just gave you from Wikipedia. So, peace and love, everybody. Support. Hey, Scribe, how you doing, good brother?
Doing excellent, great Saba.
Okay, Tef, how you doing, good brother?
Peace, Saba. I'm good. Can y'all hear me? How's my sound?
I hear you great, man. I hear you great. There's your comedic time. How you like year one? How's year one going for you?
I don't know, Saba. Give me a second. Let me think about it.
How's year one doing for you?
I need a second to think about that. I got to process.
You're still in year one, man. Wow, 2023 years go by and we can't even get to year 2 yet. Crazy. That's the Psyops though. Just like every time you look at the watch and tell somebody the time and look at your first time, you'll never ever know what the first was. It's actually a nanometer, but that's a whole nother class. But you'll always start with the second and you'll never know what the first was in this Psyops. But now you know what the first was. It was you. Wait till we get to primordial thoughts thing. I'm gonna break down the whole you. All right, everybody. I'm out. I'm gonna take my break. Brothers, take over, and I'll be back. Support the Tehuti podcast. Please, if you appreciate any of this at all.
Peace and love, Hotep. Scribe, I think you deep, brother. Talk.
Peace, Hotep.
Yeah, you deep, bro. Hotep, Primordial. How's my sound?
Hey, man, you sound good, man. Hey. We always like to hear Scribe's voice, man. It's good.
Yeah, man, we in the matrix, man. Everything a lie. I keep telling you, everything a lie. Week after week, our SABA continuously breaks us out of the matrix. Everything that he teaches is like, it's like earth shattering. Like it really is. Like he really is the breaker of the matrix, man. Really and truly. And our leaders, especially our SABA, needs to be celebrated. He needs to be respected. He needs to be protected. We protect the foolishness. We celebrate the ignorance. So why not celebrate the truth? Why not protect the truth? I am a defender of Ma'at. So take that how you will. I respect the truth, and I'm a defender of Ma'at. Just like I'm a defender of my family, my children. But I completely understand, because once upon a time I was hustling backwards, and I was respecting ignorance, and I was defending the lie. Just like Saba said, once you don't realize that you in that psyop, you defend that lie. And we continuously defend the lie. That's what they taught us in school. But you know what? I'm so grateful and I'm honored to be exposed to the truth, because this is on YouTube right now. So everyone can see the truth and they can begin to understand it and begin to step out of the matrix. To be real, I didn't even really know. I'm telling y'all, I did not know it was called Ma'at. I did not know. I just was fed up with just all the lies, man. I just was something in my Eve. I didn't know it was called Eve. I was talking about my heart. I just was fed up. I just was tired of the lie, just lie after lie after lie. I was just tired of it, man. And I said to myself, I was talking to my ba. I didn't know it was called my ba at that time. But I just was like, it has to be something different. The truth has to be out there. But it was so many lies that it was very confusing. It was so confusing. But I did say that to myself. I was like, man, you know what? I'm going to just stop accepting the lie. And I might not have pointed it out verbally every time I recognized the lie. But I said to myself that I was going to start recognizing the lie. And at first I guess it was subconscious. So I just was doing it. And then it got to the point where I just started banging on the ISFET. I didn't know it was called ISFET at that time either. But I just start checking the lie. You know how they say respect it and check it. I just thought, well, that's not true. That's not real. That's not that. That's a lie. Well, says who? Right? Because everything pretty much that we speak, we've been taught by them. Man, they taught us what to think, not how to think. You know what I mean? And I'm so grateful and honored to sit at the feet of our SABA, our great leader, and to be able to learn from him, because nobody is teaching us that. Nobody is teaching us. Everybody teaching the lie. They just going along to get along, to teach us the lie. But it's year 1, 2023. I refuse to go along with the lie. I'm telling you, I can't do it no more, man. And that's the thing that I was with some family today, and they was like, well, what's the solution? I said, well, check this out. I don't have all the solutions, but check this out. I got a lot of questions. And if you have a question, send it into the Great Saba, and he will break it down as he just did that beautiful answer to that excellent question that was asked by that brother. So we appreciate you. And I had got to the point, Primordial, where I had stopped asking questions because I was like, man, I want everything.
Yeah, nah.
So I was like, everything a lie. So I stopped sending in the questions. I just want every question. I appreciate that everybody sends in, because he breaks it down like to the very last compound, to quote KRS-One. So, man, teachersmi.org. Come join us. Right? Send in your questions. If you want a thorough breakdown and you want the truth. You know what I mean?
Hey, Tef, you right, brother. I don't mean to cut your wisdom, but at the end of the day, man, you've kind of sparked a thought that I've come to the realization that to be able to question something is a rare gift in itself. We're born into this realm to where most people don't question, they just kind of go with the flow. And when you're born into a particular environment, ISFET, whatever, at the end of the day, that is the normal. It's no different between someone being born in a abusive house or a house of just ISFET in general. That is the norm for them. But to actually question something and to actually go through your life, even though your level of questioning may be in a youthful state of mind, but as you continue to question things as you get older, you tend to start to find the answers because you don't cease from questioning. So that's what I've learned from my life, is that ever since I was a child, I was always questioning. And I remember my siblings, I'm the 5th out of 6 kids. So I used to question all the time, everything, all my siblings. And they used to call me 21 questions. Like, you always asking questions. You always want to know why and why and why. But I feel grateful because it led me here. And with that questioning, I've developed unbiased truth. And I know I've said that in the past, but like I said, it's led me all the way here to Saba's class. So I feel like the biggest gift that a person can have is questioning. If you stop questioning, you're literally being suffocated by the matrix and you just kind of just go with the flow. So a Tua to everybody, and new to everybody who just keeps questioning, and hopefully you can apply that my odd balance that Saba's definitely teaching. Hopefully everyone can apply that to their life. So hotel.
Facts. That's a fact. Hey, listen to another lie, right? I used to work in a grocery store, and we never really sold out of all the food. And at the end of the night, we would stock the shelves with new food, right? And that's pretty much every grocery store. Right. But yet they tell us we got a hunger problem. We got a hungry problem, like they do. Oh, we got a hunger problem in America, in the world. Do we have a hunger problem, or do we have a who decides who eats problem? Because I stocked the shelves every single night. That was my job. They paid me to do it. But we never sold out. The stores never sold out of all the food unless it was like a hurricane or something. Then we would sell out of all the water. But you might sell out of a few products. But do we really have a hunger problem, or do we have a who decides who eats problem? That's another major. We just go along and accept it. Oh no, we got a hunger problem. Oh, we got a homeless problem. But how many abandoned buildings, and how much I saw something on Netflix where they were showing these malls in Ohio or somewhere, just like these mega malls that was built in the 80s that's abandoned now. And now they do like haunted, like different things where they go to them and investigate them and stuff like that. But we have all of these houses and all these buildings that, we have a homeless problem. Now, don't get me wrong, everybody don't necessarily want to live in the same type of abode, but I'm just saying, man, everything is a lie. Everything they tell us to teach us is a lie, man. So I'm just tired of that, and I'm just not accepting the lie no more. And I'm questioning everything like you, Primordial Thought. And I gotta let my brother Ani speak. Ani, how's my sound, good brother? I'm on a new piece of equipment. How do I sound?
Sound excellent.
Tua, brother. I'm gonna let you hear your tones, my brother. Go ahead, my good brother. Peace and love to the chat.
Yes, absolutely. Can I be heard? Am I clear? Atef, good brother, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, brother. You a tad bit deep. It's not as deep as it was, but it's still a
Very
little
white
deep.
deep, Danny, but we
Yeah.
still hear you, brother.
Hey, I used to think that was your regular, brother.
Yeah, it's there's so many different audio programs I have, and it switches between the frequencies of the tones that I use through different, so it makes my voice go up and down. So I guess I'll just be raw for now.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, so peace and love, everyone. Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal, and it's very important. This is why I speak on tones so heavy, because yes, everything is a lie, and the reason why it can be continued to exist is because the language is built on that foundation. So when we're speaking, we're saying things, and the words that we use, we think we really know what they mean, and that's the trick, because we're speaking these words, these vibrations that supposedly have meanings, not knowing the origins of these words, and not knowing that it literally creates our reality and our perception and our existence. I mean, it's very deep. So when the great SABA shows, the Medu Netter, and showing the words for these definitions that we use, as far as like time and tepi or teb and the heartbeat, you start to really understand the original meaning of what it means for these words that we speak, such as time. And that's what really starts to begin to break these matrices, is when you really catch on to that and know that when you're speaking something, just because that's what everybody goes with, hey, this means that, and we literally hypnotize ourselves just by speaking. And because they understood how powerful sound vibration is, the Heka, the Heka, which is the magical tones that bring forth existence. I mean, sound vibration, Ptah speaking into existence, the God of the Bible, Yahweh, speaking into existence. Beginning was the Word. Jesus is called the Word. I mean, they understand how important it is, so of course, if we don't truly understand that as well, we're just going to continue to walk around in the sleep state, saying these things and saying these sentences as if they really mean what they say, and as if it's an actual reality of what you're speaking. And it's so beautiful to have access to the Medu Netter, and to really go back to its source, right? So you can track the steps of where it got to, how did it get here, how did and we understand the Masonic language, the Masons, and the architecture from the original architects, and how they studied them and implemented them. And now he's showing how time literally is now we're in an eternal state of being in year one because of Jesus and the AD and the Anno Domini. But then they say, oh, it's after death, based on the reign of Jesus Christ, right? Based, as he just showed, as the Par-Ees, or the pharaohs, it would be whatever year after he started his reign. That's when time would start. And so now time started with Jesus, year 1 AD, and now it's just going to stay that way until it changes again. And it will at some point, because the false matrix is it is fallen for those of us who see it and recognize it, but it's also being implemented into the technology as well. And people are getting further and further away from even wanting to know what the truth is, from even caring about the importance of acknowledging the reality that you exist in, because the lie is so full, right? It seems fulfilling. It's the illusion is fulfilling. The fake steak tastes good. So shout out to everyone who continues to support and ask these wonderful questions, who want to continue to break out of these false realities. And because you ask these questions, we also get the benefit of it. So if you benefit from it, also send in your reciprocity as well, because that's what allows us to keep going, and we can pass this information and teach our children and teach the people around us as well. So we have an actual opportunity to gain consciousness in the Netzer Kurt when it's our time to leave these bodies here, right? So and that's what we always have to keep in mind, and that's another thing that's just been lost with religion. So shout out to all the great supporters. Shout out to the great SABA Tehuti for
All right,
bringing forth what you bring forth, great SABA. Tua.
Nini, let me close this and see. We're gonna get into the donations in the next question. Let's go through these beautiful donations here, the support, because this is where it counts. This is where the people show us that they appreciated what it is that was being brought. I'm gonna reboot this because for some reason the screen was extra wide. And let's see if it reboots properly, and it reboots properly. There we go. We have a normal screen now. All right, so here we go, everybody. We're gonna get into the donations here. Starting with okay, this one here. Oh no, that's a Midnighter class. Is it this one? Yes. Okay, so this one here, I'm actually not gonna, this is so long, I'm not gonna show this. This is actually anonymous. I'm just gonna show the donation for right now. I'm gonna show the donation and give a big round of applause. This is the first donation, the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and put it in the proper file. What is that? Oh, okay, we're in the Tehuti Zoo here. Okay, hold on, let me. That must be outside. I don't have any animal that big. Okay, here we go. One. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen. Go ahead and give a big noise. This is an anonymous donation. I'm going to read the words to this donation and cut out the things that will make, I guess, the person known. Let me see if this shows up on the screen here. Stop sharing. We're going to go through a couple of donations. I'm going to knock out these questions. There's going to be some beautiful, beautiful answers. Here we go. All right, give them some noise. So this is $60 as the first donation to the Tehuti podcast. Shout out to this anonymous person. Shout out to this anonymous. That's right. Give them hand claps. Give them everything. Shout out to you. First donation, the Tehuti Pod class. Starting off the pod class with a beautiful donation of $60. Now I'm going to go ahead and read what the donation actually states, and it states here. I'm not screen sharing, right?
No, Saba.
Okay, thank you. It states from the anonymous person, anonymous support from anonymous. Big up, Saba. You big me up on the pod class. That was crazy. I wasn't expecting that. I appreciate you since the pod class days. Just that you hit me upside the head with the ancient knowledge so hard. I'm still in shock. This is a crazy experience, Saba. I used to watch the Podcraft thinking this man is he used the word that will reveal him. This man is something. More prosperity to you and your family, to us, Saba. I think I'll just remain anonymous for now. The power is bigger than my questions. Coming forth as conscious light got me blown away, Saba. Thanks for calling my donation big. I should be giving you way, way, way more. I can't see what I'm typing. I could write you a book, Saba. Thank you so much for everything. This is the longest. This is a long one. Shout out to you, Anonymous. I'm gonna save this part also. Shout out to you, Anonymous. Appreciate you. And thank you very, very much. I'm gonna save this in my files. Yes, I'm gonna rewrite that. Shout out to you, Anonymous. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we're gonna get into the next best class ever. Oh, wait till the next question. Wait till the next question. I see one here on oh, there's one of the Swastika. Oh, that's gonna be crazy. Okay, shout out to the Anonymous. Next donation in is Sal Vega. I don't know if this is 2 donations from Sal Vega from XA. XA, if you're in the room, did I get 2 of the same amount back to back? Let me go ahead and give a shout out to XA Sal Vega with the big, nice donation support. He invented a new word. Instead of tuition, he calls it tuition. Let me put it on the screen right here. Tell me, gentlemen, when it pops up on the screen, and give this man some big, big noise. Give this man some big, big noise. This is for Sal Vega XA. I don't know if he gave 2 because there's 2 of the same amount back to back. And here it is right here. Give him some big, big noise. Let me move this. 33 for tuition, and then the next one from Sal Vega again, 30. It just changed. It may look the same. That's another donation of the exact same amount. 33 tuition for 723. Oh, he's giving back for July 23rd class. Is that showing up on the screen, gentlemen?
Yep.
Thank you. Tuitions, that is a Telegraph password reset for you. No, I don't. What? Heck is a Telegraph? Holy Mount Zion. Oh, shout out to Holy Mount Zion for sending me an email. I think I read it. I think I returned the comment. Okay. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Holy Mount Zion, check your email. Tell me if you received the email from me. I think I responded to your beautiful email. And is that on the screen, gentlemen? Nito Campbell, give him some noise.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. And then we got the loyal, the one I can depend on every pod class for this consistent big donations. He gives more than one per pod class. Sometimes he gives one big one. Sometimes he breaks them up. 3572 from Higa Kepara, SABA for support and thanks. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Give him some big noise, please. And then wait. Oh, okay, that was okay. I see what happened. Higa kept Roz looked like it showed up twice, but in actuality, it Cash App is doing this thing now where they say will be available shortly, and then they show it again as now it's available. That's some different. Okay, so let me skip over that. Let me skip over that there. Okay, next one here. Next donation here is from Harass Did For Ye Culture, Sarah Jean, 1414. There's always a 4 in there somewhere. Harass Did For Ye Culture. Is that showing on the screen?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Thank you, Harass Did For Ye Culture, 1414. You are great. Appreciate you. Harass Did For Ye Culture. Actually, let me. Oh, they're showing up twice again. Let me fix this. Okay, let me fix that. Harass Did For Ye Culture. And we're going to save that back as 6. And yep. Harass Did For Ye Culture. Thank you so much for the 1414. She says, for being great. For being great. Okay, everybody, let me check this. I don't see much. Maybe the next question will. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the support up. Well, actually, I'll say that when I come to the screen. Owen Hythe, 2772. Hi, priest, excellence, and blessings to Ahati. Hey, shout out to you. We got Eric G at 777. Is that on the screen there?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Eric G at 777. All right, where are the what's this? Uh-oh. Stranger is so. I like Stranger. Stranger is so funny. Stranger is such a good sport, man. Let me show you guys how Stranger just rocked the house. Stranger is rocking the house right now. Do you see that? Please give him Red Octobers and everything.
Red October.
Give him every. Is that on the screen? I don't know. Is that on the screen? Tua Ishin, man. Tua Ishin, man. Stranger. I'm getting messages from people. Say the word SABA and I'll line that. I'm getting what is going on? I'm getting.
Saba got them hitters.
I got my audit gangsters, man. Wow, Stranger, you are awesome. That's a great, huge support. Let me see. Someone else sent a nice support, but I'm gonna wait to the end to play that. I don't want to intimidate. I'm actually gonna tell them right now. Okay, I'm just getting these beautiful. I'm getting so many beautiful messages. I'm gonna say your support in a little bit. I don't want to intimidate people from giving. Okay. Shout out to Stranger. I was gonna say that to him too, but I decided to show it. I do not want these large supports to have people think what they do. Again, everybody, what people do is they see other people supporting and they say, oh, Saba's good, Saba's fine, look at that. Stranger just supported for me, basically is what they're saying. So they'll see somebody support big and the rest of the people will not, they won't. I don't understand. I'm not truly understanding it, but they will come to the class and say, Saba hits us. Oh, the snake. Oh. The snake is on top of the green screen. All right, Saba hits us with hitters every single class at a consistent level. But I'm not going to donate and support on a consistent level. And I know I don't quite understand. I understand the selfishness in that everybody's appreciating the hits at a high level, but they all support this week and maybe a month from now. But every week Saba's going to hit me with these heavy hitting blow away answers. So everybody, if you see other people supporting big, use that as a motivation. Please don't be intimidated and say, oh, that person donated big, so I'm going to hold mine for 2 weeks from now. That's like me coming to the pod class and answering a question in 5 minutes and saying, I'll give you all a blow away the end of October. I don't do that. I do it every single week. So support equally every single week. That is what I would consider ma'at. So let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let's go to the next one. A couple more, then I'm going to get into the next blow away answer because it's going to be a blow away answer. The question is, I had to cut some things out of both of these questions. Certain things that I had to cut out. I put them somewhere else because I said this is too much. Shout out to Stranger. Appreciate you, good brother, for the great consistent support. And who do we got here? Okay. Oh, TT, I got your email. I can't read it, but I just want to confirm to you. I did get an email from you. I guess it's to maybe clarify the question. Thank you for that. I'll look at it sometime over the weekend. Okay. Shout out to Angela Gates. That's shown on the screen. Angela Gates.
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Angela Gates, thank you, good sister. You are also pretty consistent too. You're consistently definitely at every pod class, and you are a great supporter. Thank you, very good supporter. Thank you, Angela Gates. And next up is Marcus Kemp. That sounds familiar. Oh, hey, we have Horizon of Zion's very first donation. He's been watching me for a long time. I think he's all the way in New Zealand or something, some Australia, one of these places far, far away. And he says he's going to give his first donation. This is how it starts. This is how Rigo started. This is how everybody started, $5. This is how Sarah started. And then they worked their way up. So thank you, Marcus Kemp. It says, Hotep Saba, great intro. It's really inspiring and motivational. I'm ready for the pod class Horizon of Zion. What's that? The pod class. Oh, you're saying you're Horizon of Zion. Yes. So everybody, this is Horizon of Zion. I'm ready I'm ready for the pod class. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And I think I responded to your email. I think I did. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay. Hey, here's somebody. Here's somebody I've never heard of before. Ebony Scurry. Oh, there's a question. I wonder if he's Scribe, put my email on the screen, please. This is Ebony Scurry. And I want to get clarity on this because first give him some noise for this. $25. Okay, and to James now. What happens, everybody? Primordial Thought does this a lot. I think XA has done this. Sarah Jean does this. A lot of people do this. They watch a past pod class, and they give an extra tip for a pod class that was done some months ago, or maybe even last week, that they didn't tip for, and that particular question affected them. So if you're watching this, I'll put clarity. If you're watching this, good brother, James, let me come off the screen. Let me come on the screen a second. If you're watching this, so it said for how do I tap into my genetic? Okay. How do I tap into my genetic memory? And that was a question that I actually put up every pod class as an example in the beginning of oh man, here we go. Hold on, I got a loose Guyanese tree snake running around. Okay, and I said, how do I tap into my genetic memory as an example of a question? So maybe he went back to that class and he tipped extra for that class. You can email me, James. Hold on, everybody, 1 second. Jurassic Park in here. Hold on.
Peace, Primordial. You be up, bro. What time it is? You
No. That's your time. You're advanced.
It's 2
I'm
o'clock.
on Saba's time. It's only about to be 11 o'clock over here.
2 a.m. over here, brother. I was on the phone. I had to go to some family's house to take care of something. We having a family gathering tomorrow. They're like, "What you doing?" I'm like, "Listen, I'm in class." They're like, "In class? What do you mean?" I gave them the link. Check it out. But yeah, this information is too important to sacrifice, man. You know what I mean? There's certain sacrifices that we have to make for the truth. There's certain decisions that we have to make if we appreciate this truth. So yes, it's 2 a.m. I stay up, and they're like, "Yeah, what time is the gathering?" They said it's tomorrow afternoon, but they said, "Well, what time you go to sleep?" Well, usually about 5 or 6 a.m. Class end at 5. My goddess be needing special attention, so that's a requirement, just like the class is a requirement, you know. But like I say, people do what's important to them. So hey, if you appreciate the lie, then keep on living the lie and keep on respecting the lie. But me, I'm grateful for this truth and I'm honored. So I appreciate my great Saba and my great brothers, my great brother Ani, the great brother Hati Ma'at, Hinu to them, Hinu to the chat, Hinu to everybody in the chat that really does appreciate the truth, because it's a personal decision, really and truly, especially when you look around, because everything is a lie. Everything is a lie. And it's very challenging at times to decipher. Saba, you got him?
Yeah, he was having fun up on the ceiling. He's a tree snake, so he likes to go up, and find anything up to climb on, and then he's just flying around the ceiling. So pull my green screen down. He's up there, half this class, half this section. Okay, all right, here we go, everybody. Couple more, then we're gonna get into the questions, everybody. So shout out to Ebony Scurry. Shout out to you. We'll do I'll do Cash App. So Ebony Scurry, send me that. Send me an email for clarity on that. Okay, next one is Robert E. Williams. Is that shown on the screen yet, gentlemen?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on. Robert E. Williams. Okay, here we go. Is that on the screen now?
It's loading.
Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Robert E. Williams. Give him some noise. Okay, so Ebony Scurry emailing me. Let me know if that was a donation for the. Let me know what that was about there, because that was a class I already did. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and give me some clarity on that. Okay, wonderful. All right, next up, everybody. We're gonna get into the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Okay, TTM Moon, I see your email. Just ignore that for now. I'm gonna get clarity on that. Ignore that for now. That could be somebody playing around. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna get the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Are you ready? If you can hear me, press a 9. Gentlemen, I'm gonna see you all in the room. We're gonna get. Oh no. Stay on. Actually, I'm sorry. You're going up to nowhere. Okay. Let me put the next question on so we can get give the props to the person. Sharika, are you in the room? Sharika, are you in the room? Are you in the room? Let me know if you are in the room. Sharika. Is Sharika responding? Everybody, because I'm in my things are late. My thing is lagged.
Not yet. She has been. Yeah, she was just 30 minutes ago, so she'll probably be messaging here very soon. Peace to Sharika.
All right, everybody, we're gonna go to hey, peace, Kemet. Peace, Kemet says 9. Kemet always types something different. He typed, what do you type? 9. I don't know.
999.
Yeah, 99. Speaking of, hold on, wait a minute. I don't know. Okay, you know what? Speaking of 999, there's a brother in the room. His name is Primordial Thought 9. There's a brother in the panel. His name is Primordial Thought 9. And I think he sent me a question. Let me go check and see. And maybe another guy. I don't know. Hold on. There's so many of these Primordial Thought 9 guys. I gotta see if this is the right one. Let's see. Primordial Thought. What's that?
I said we have a moderator for the teachings of my that's his name is Primordial Thought 9.
Really?
Brother, yeah.
Oh let me see. I gotta see. Let me close this up because I think his question is next, everybody. I think we're gonna do a historical movement, something on the Tehuti podcast right now, completely unique. I did something like this for one of my other students, but this has not happened anywhere that I know in the conscious community, where I'm gonna reverse engineer a name that someone took for themselves before they ever met me or talked to me, and I'm gonna reverse engineer it into all that which I taught on every part of the name. That's an exact word that I taught on. So let's see how we're gonna do that. I don't know. This is gonna be strange. I'm gonna put his donation in the room. Can Tehuti reverse engineer a name to match a teaching that he's already taught on books also that he has not released? I have books that I have not released, and we're gonna see if we can do this. Let's go. So first of all, let me put the donation in the room. Shout out to the good brother. Here's the next question here on the Tehuti pod class, and the question is, where'd it go? Wait, let me cancel.
Sharika, she just responded. She says she's here, Saba.
Okay, Sharika, you're here. I'm gonna do you. You're next after this one. You got the Swastika one coming up. I see your question in. Nice to see you here. Bijan Pharaoh is here. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh. Shout out to you, good brother. Keep your head strong. And much love to you. So here is the brother's question. Here it is, everybody. He says, name. So first of all, give him some big noise. This is $50, everybody. This has not been done in history before. Somebody giving $50 to do a reverse engineer on their name. Give him some Red October. Give him some big noise, please.
Yo, let's go.
That sounds like the noise when the zombies escape the cage or something. When the zombies are loose in the city. Okay.
I know this breakdown is gonna need that. That noise requires what's finna come up. I already know.
Oh my goodness. Now, what I'm gonna do, everybody, since it's a monumental moment, I'm gonna show everybody something that's only done here, customized to the Tehuti podcast. Since we have the brother on the screen right now, he can go ahead and just elaborate really quick on what he means by that question. It said, it's off the screen now. It says name breakdown for personal record. What does that mean, brother? What is it you're talking about?
Well, Saba, first two, I appreciate you. I am excited. I'm very excited. I wanted to keep this. I think something like you said, you always break down so many things about the meaning of certain words and what made me. I was meditating in that name just pretty much just it just sprouted up and I always love the root of things. I always love the beginning of things. So that's how I came up with the whole name of Primordial Thought. I wanted to be the beginning of thought. So that's how the name happened. I want to know the very essence of truth. So that's where that name originated from. So after being motivated by XA, I remember that he did the same thing. So shout out to XA. I was like, you know what? Now I really want to get the true meaning of my name, and I know that I don't understand it the way Saba is going to break it down. So this is going to be personally for my own records. I get to keep this forever. Shouts out to Annie when he revealed a little bit of it when he gave his flowers on that song, when he said primordial means 9 and it's like the same thing. So I know he's an echo of you, Saba. So I can only imagine what you about to break down. And it's an honor that I get to ask a question and you're revealing something that you haven't even revealed yet. So I love when I tap into your archives that you get to pull from an area that has not been revealed yet. So I'm excited too, Asab. I appreciate you. I'm excited.
Nini, this is gonna be great. This is going to be really, really good. Just to show people, these are the things that we can do here on the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to do one thing here. And I promised to do something for somebody, but I'm so busy. Okay. Do me a favor. Scribe, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, check your email, see if you got something. So I know if I don't do it now, it's not gonna happen. So check your email, see if you received anything. And here we go, everybody. We're gonna get into this question. It's gonna be interesting. How am I gonna break down this man's name based on my prior actual teachings? Okay, here we go, everybody. You ready? Let me go ahead and put this in the room here. We're gonna get into the answer to this, and then we're gonna go right into the swastika. Swastika question came up next.
I don't see anything. My email.
I sent them the teachings.
Leadership at teachingsofma'at.org.
Let me check again.
Okay.
Yeah, teachingsofma'at.org, and I sent. Maybe it hasn't arrived yet, but I sent the picture you asked for.
Okay, yes, I have it now. Tua.
Hey, there we go. Nini Hook. You've been asking for the picture for months. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ask me for something, you got to keep asking me, because by the time I get to the end of your question, I have 10 other texts asking me for 10 other things. So
everybody asks for the Upesh.
Oh my
Saba asked the words for the Upesh.
no, get me out of here. I'm dying. Let me tell you, I was doing one of these questions. I don't know if it was Sharika or yours, but my eye was jumping. I was like, wasn't going to do the swastika one because my eye was jumping. I was like, I'm doing too much work. Let me just rest. But I toughed through it and took a little nap afterwards, and I feel good. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get into the next question, everybody. So, brother, I'm going to see you in the room, Primordial Thought 9. Keep your eyes watching. We're going to break down this man's name that he had before he met me. So instead of me giving out a name, which I'm going to give him one anyway, but instead of me giving out a name and breaking down a name that I gave out, I'm going to break down a name that somebody already has based on teachings that I already gave and teachings I haven't. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Welcome to the Tehuti. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into this question here. This is the Tehuti Pod Class Knowledge Party. Support, everybody. This is going to be great. I'm going to put the Cash App up again. PayPal at Rocky SV. If you hear anything in this breakdown, it's going to seemingly appear. It's for this man's name, but it's going to be all teachings, all secret Kemetic teachings. So PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Let me put it on screen share. You all can hear me. I see the 9s. Are the 9s coming up? The 9s are coming up. Harass did for you culture. Hika Kepara. Shannon Bijan Pharaoh. My little brother. And let's go. Here we go. Ready? Boom. There it is. Woo-wee. Let me see if I can expand this. The words are a little... Okay, this is a lot of words. Here we go. Let me get the timer back on. Let me get this just right here. Boom. Oh, it says 2 hours. No, it wasn't 2 hours. Okay. A very unique request has been made that is exclusive to the Tehuti Pod class. Again, another example of the diversity of questions that can be sent in with a respectable reciprocity. A mini documentary will be customized or custom designed for you to be forever referable on YouTube. This one, though, tests almost impossibility. Can Tehuti not only name a student with extreme magical in-depth detail, but can Tehuti do it in reverse? Take a name of an individual who already had a name prior to meeting Tehuti and request to have that name that Tehuti has never heard before, and match each word with a specific detailed teaching that Tehuti has taught on years prior to meeting this person. You will now witness this for the second time in history, because the first time was only done here with XA months ago at the Tehuti Pod class. After this mind-bending phenomenon class is over, if you can show us that this has ever been done outside of the Tehuti Pod class, put the link in the room or the name and the timestamp of this being done in history by any person, and you and that individual who has done it, you for putting the name of the person, you and that individual who did this will be sent $200 each on behalf of the Tehuti staff. If not, if you've never seen this before in your life, please absorb and support with reciprocity. What you are about to see for the first time in history, let's begin. There we go. First, let me take you to the first word of your name, primordial, and show it is of Kemet Ma'at influence right off the bat. Yes, the actual word in English is of Kemetic origin. Yes, let's immediately just start with the bombs and my ability to source the matrix to its root in the teachings of the followers of Ma'at over 5,000 years ago. So here we go. Here is primordial. One moment, everybody. Hold on a second. I think I hear some primordial noise in my background. Hold on one second, please. Hold. All right. I should be back now. Here I am. I am back, everybody. Heard some primordial noise in my background. Not to see what that was, but here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. So, primordial, being or pertaining to source or beginning. From the late primordialis, first, all, original, from Latin, primordium, a beginning, the beginning, origin, commencement. From primus, first, see prime, stem of ordere, to begin, order. Sense of first, it's prime, primordial soup. Name for the conditions believed to have been present on Earth circa 4 billion years ago, from which life began. JBS Hayden's theory. Okay. This stolen concept of pre, that's where it comes from, P-R-I, the root of primordial, goes back to the Chester Betty Papyrus, to the contendings of Heru and Set. Actually, even further, but I will give you an easy to access reference back to 1149 to 1145 BC. Here's the Chester Betty Papyrus right there. And here's the contendings of Heru and Set. And what does it say? Have him dismissed outside with me, and you will, I assure you, see my hands prevail over his hands in the presence of the Ennead, that's the 9, since there is not known any other method of dispossessing him. Tehuti then said to him, shouldn't we ascertain who is the impostor? Is the office of Asar to be awarded to Set, even while his son, Heru, is still about? And here we go. P-R-E, Harakuti, became exceedingly furious, for it was Pri's wish to award the office to Set. So here we have the word Harakuti. Okay. The first part of the word pre is pu or pa or pu, which denotes the essence of something, the origin of something, something that defines what, quote unquote, what it is, its origin, as we see here in the Per M Heru 2550 BC. What in the world is that? Pu, tree, eref su, which is what then is it? The what is the pu part, the p part. That's the what. Is the letter P. Okay. What is the difference between what and who, everybody? What is the difference between a what and a who? Yes, we are taught in this soulless, atheist, human superiority society that anything outside of a person is a what, diminishing its consciousness, its conscious presence. So anything outside of a person is a what, and any person is a who. But in our pure, ancient, pre-matrix mind state, we acknowledge that consciousness permeated all things. Thus, what something was and who it was interchangeable, because yes, your cat and the trees are a who. Thus, the same P or pu, pa, is used for both 4,000 years ago. It's used for both, and should be now if you want to break out of the matrix. So in Ma'at, thousands of years ago, we did not see the difference between a what and a who, because we acknowledge the things that we're calling what had a consciousness in it and an identity, so thus it is also a who. So thus we see the word pu, which is who then? Who then is this? And we see pu is what then? What then is it? Because what and who are interchangeable in the meta-netter. Because we acknowledge that all things have consciousness and all things can be a who. All things have an individual identity. We taught the presence of something, its light consciousness, is existing consciousness that permeates, thus the physical does not even have to be there. Like when you walk into a room and you say, I feel the presence of such and such. And that is because your presence existed as your primordial state of existence before you were physical. Thus, it is your real essence and who and what you are. Oh, did I tell you, where you going, little guy? Did I ever tell you what the root word of your presence is? Presence. In English, let's look at the root word of presence. Look at presence, and what do we see? Presence, which is the essential essence of someone, same being a place of something existing at the time. And look at the root of it. The root of it is pre, P-R-E, C pre, and then C-E-S. We're going to break down the E-S later. Here is the pre. That's the presence of something, pre. A word that means before something, as in its origin, hence beyond or before, beforehand. The form of the root word per or pre. It is something beforehand. Pre. So boom, the same root as primordial. So the word presence and primordial have the exact same root word, which is pre. We go back to primordial, and it is prime or pre, from the word prime or primordial. Pre, which means before or the origin of something. And presence is the same, pre, or something that is before the origin of something. Something that is before something, which makes it its origin beforehand. So the same root prime, as in your prime ribs or your prime primitive. They say primitive is the same pre. Primitive is the original man, primordial, prime steak, the best of it, which is pre. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let me show you how the P became pre in PRI and eventually primordial, the essence and reality, and really now, you know, it's light consciousness. Now you know that it's light consciousness. Here we go. Remember pre? Notice it said pre-Herakuti at the end. So we go back to the Chester Betty Papyrus, where they got the pre concept from, and it says pre-Herakuti right here where the red arrow is pointing to. Pre-Herakuti. What is that? So Heru equals the sun or daylight. Kut, where you get Kuti from, is also light. Also. So we know now that this is Ra. The pre that is speaking of, this is Ra, the light god, the sun god as they call it, the sun netter. Pre-Herakuti, Ra. As a matter of fact, let's go back to one of the sentences in the Per Em Haru with the who or what or the pu. Per Em Haru plate 10. And let's see what it says when it says, who is this? Let's see what it says. So here it is. What then is it? And the answer is Ra, it is himself. What then is it? Ra, it is himself. Do you see it? Let me help you. Who, what is it? It is Ra. How would you say that? You would say Pu-Ra, Pu-Ra or Pa-Ra, Pa-Ra together. That's P-Ra, the essence of which light consciousness put as one word, which is Pa-Ra, which comes out in English as pre, which is that which is Ra, that which is light consciousness, that which is the sun. P-Ra or pre, which is your true essence, the primordial self that exists in that time before when your essence was purely Pu, that which is ray light. That was your original essence, ray light. As Ra acknowledged himself as well as pre, or the prime of something, where they get the concept of prime from, the first original order of time. Because of course the first original order of time in the solar system was based on the sun's movement. And the way you say sun is Ra. So that's the associated P-Ra or Pu-Ra, that which is Ra, that which is the sun, the first primordial order of time. So they create the word pre, per, or pre-existing, or prime, or primordial as the first order of time. From Prius, which is now a car. All right. Thus, original primordial state was depicted as a circle around a square. The two objects of origin, that both are the only two objects in existence that have 360 degrees. So there's the circle and the square, and that is pu, or paut, when you add the T to it. Pu or paut. The circle around the square. Okay? Now, that depicts the origin of physical matter after its particle wave formation transition. So the circle, the expansion of the circle, depicts the origin of physical matter after its particle wave formation transition. What, Tehuti? What are you talking about? And now it's time for Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go into this primordial realm to see if the ancestors were right, associating it with a circle and primordial creation of physical matter. Let's go into see that. Okay, here we go. If a wave, so in the origins, if a wave goes in a line, that wave is called energy. If that same wave were to form a circle, a paut, the wavelength divides perfectly into the circumference of the area. That same wave is now called mass, because the wave moves into a circle formation, a paut form. It stores inertia, and in physics, the only way they measure how much inertia is in, the way that the measurement of how much inertia is there, and that is the only definition or measurement in physics has for matter. So again, it starts off as a circle. It goes from a line, a wave goes in a line, and that's just called energy. If that same wave were to form a circle, which in Kemet is a paut, the origin of something, the circle, the wavelength will divide perfectly into the circumference of whatever area it is in. That same wave is now called mass. So now it goes from energy to physical matter to what we call mass, because the wave moves into circle, paut form. It stores inertia. And in physics, they measure how much inertia is there, and that is the only definition or measurement that physics has for matter, is how much inertia that wave, after it formed into a circle, picks up inertia, and then that's how they define the measurements for physical matter. Thus, boom, the paut circle is the original primordial existence, form wave, form into matter. And why the circle again? Because when waves converge, they always form a toroidal or magnetic field. So there's a toroidal or magnetic field, which is what shape? Because it's the only quote unquote self-organizing, self-creating waveform, the waveform creating itself from unformed matter. And what does it look like? What does it look like? So again, because when the waves now converge, they always form a toroidal magnetic field, which is what shape? Well, because it's the only self-organizing waveform creating itself from unformed matter. What does it look like? Boom, circles. There's your primordial toroidal magnetic field, that the line forms into a circle, and then inertia is collected. Then the measurement of that inertia is considered mass, and that's how they consider a physical object, by its actual mass. And it all starts off with the wave conversion and the toroidal magnetic field, which is the circle, the paut, the original form of something, the primordial essence of where everything comes from the waveform, circles. That is the paut right there, which is the circle, and the square, which is actually a doorway that I'm going to have to explain later, but it is a circle, that is a paut, and that is the origin. And the definition of paut in the Purim Haru is unformed matter. Boom. The primordial, which is the paut, the circle, and remember, it is the only self-organizing waveform. Guess what paut translates to on page 231 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary? What does paut translate to as? 231? The beginning of time, creation, primeval time. Remember, what is the unique focus of the wave convergence to form it into a circle? What's the unique shape? It's a circle, and what does it do? It's self-organizing. So it's a wave convergent that is actually the only one that is actually self-organizing, and that's how they measure the inertia. So the Paut here is primordial time, the primordial origin of everything. And what is the red line pointing to? Pau. He who is, who exists, self-existence. That is the self-organizing. That is the circle right there, the origin. Boom. Self-organizing, self-existent. And remember, the circular toroidal or magnetic field is the only self-organizing waveform, or self-existing, self-creating itself. Let us see how our ancestors describe the primordial Paut. On page 174 of the Purim Haru, plate 37, it says, I am the eldest son, Paut, of unformed matter. You see that right there? Paut, that's the unformed matter. What is unformed matter? The convergence. What is unformed matter? The subatomic, before it becomes and collects the inertia to make the mass. It is the circular convergence toroidal, and it is the unformed matter. There it is right there, everybody. There it is. Boom. So the state of unformed matter. There is your primordial. Now to primordial thought. In one of my books called Stepping Out of the Matrix, on page 33, Stepping Out of the Matrix, I break down what's called the supplementary motor area. The motor area in the human cortex, the supplementary motor area that's shown in pink right here. And here on page 33 of the book, it says this area of the brain where mere thought enters the physical realm called the SMA, area of the brain where synaptic activity precedes muscular movement by nearly a full second. This is called readiness potential. What this means is that what we call thought exists first as darkness and then becomes light, which is a primordial thought that takes place in readiness potential in the SMA area of the brain, which actually precedes muscular movement by nearly a full second. Something happens in the light form, and then the physical starts to move after almost a full second. That's your primordial thought consciousness that exists in that realm of light and precedes the physical world from anywhere from a full second up to 6 months, everybody, up to 6 months. This thought or this light has been proven that I've shown in many classes that the light of the disease actually exists 6 months in the Curlian form before the physical picks it up as a disease. This means doctors and scientists are now going into the light body of man to see the disease 6 months before it manifests in your physical body. That is the primordial thought. We do it on a smaller scale called readiness potential. So on the smaller scale of readiness potential that they've picked up in our brain, there's synaptic activity precedes muscular movement by nearly a full second. Well, now that is advanced. Since I wrote that book, that is advanced. Now they found it's up to 6 months before it hits the physical. Not 1 second, but 6 months is the thought light consciousness of the actual disease existence, and then it manifests in the physical. 6 months, ladies and gentlemen. 6 months. The most relatable understanding of this is the fact that every scientific article describes neural thought activity with the word fire. Have you ever noticed that? Every time the scientists describe neural thought activity, they describe it with the word fire, as in light. Here it is, Sanford News, Sanford researchers development method to watch as neurons fire without invasive electrodes. The chemical modifications. Brain scientists have plenty of ways to track the activity of individual neurons in the brain, but they're all invasive. Now, Stanford researchers have found a way to literally watch neurons fire. There's a depiction of it. And what's this article called? Episode 3. And this article by Nathan Collins. This article says here, how do neurons fire? How do they fire? Okay, now we're into this other one here. Here's another one here. Natural Reviews, Neuroscience. Burst firing sensory system. Burst firing, intermediate discharge of rapid action potential sequences is a prominent feature of many sensory neurons. It functions its role not fully understood. The review draws together recent findings of the biophysical mechanisms of burst firing. They keep on using that word fire when it comes to neuron. Here it is, Harvard Gazette. What does it say? A new vision for neuroscience. And what does it say? Researchers Adam Cohen to the left and Yaav Adam have found a way to watch a live broadcast of neurons firing in real time. Every article, when it mentions neurons, you're going to see the word fire or light, because the light consciousness that passes the information over. Well, over 4,000 years ago, here was the word to shoot out fire. The word to shoot out fire over 4,000 years ago was ut or utet. And what does it mean? To shoot out fire. And guess what the 5,000-year-old word for the cerebrum or brain was? Utet. The same word. Utet. Cerebrum, brain. Utet. To shoot out fire. Did the Kemetians know about the neurons? You tell me. Utet. To shoot out fire. The cerebrum, the brain. Okay, boom. The same word for shooting out fire. Light consciousness. That primordial light thought, if you consistently repeat it, then creates your physical reality. If you consistently repeat that light thought over and over again, that's what creates your physical reality through neuronic links and associations. When the light mind links two events, if one happens, the second one follows automatically, and they don't even have to be connected. This is actually one of the rituals that I do for my goddesses at night. It's called links and associations, where I cause these neurological firings, and I literally say these same words: links and associations. If the mind links two events, if one happens, the second one follows automatically, and they don't even have to be connected. That's a part of actual practice that I do on certain nights with my goddesses. Links and association practice through neurological firing and connection. Or, as the modern day father of neuropsychology, Donald Olding Hebb states, what does he state? Here he is. How you doing, Donald Olding? First of all, who are you? Donald Olding Hebb, who are you? Well, 1904, 1985 is often considered the father of neuropsychology because of the way he was able to merge the psychological world with the world of neuroscience. This achievement was accomplished largely through the work of the Organization of Behavior, Neuropsychological Theory, which was published in 1949. So he's the father of neuropsychology. What does he say? What's a quote from him? Neurons that fire together, wire together. What do I say in the ritual? Links and associations. When the light mind links two events, if one happens, the second one follows automatically, and they don't even have to be connected. Why? Because just as Donald says, neurons that fire together, wire together. That means if you consistently bring those neurological thoughts together and they consistently touch and they fire together, shoot out in the brain like the Utet says in Ma'at, and they continuously hit each other, they will eventually link. And that causes links and associations in your mind, which creates your reality in the physical world. Thus, if light consciousness can foresee an event up to 6 months before it happens, you can lock down the original link and association and trace that light back to its 0-point field consciousness awareness. You would then tap into primordial thought, because then you'd have the access to see something that happens when it's in its pre-state, like pre-immature, like primitive, like primordial, pre-existence, pre-dynastic, all those pre-pri words, because you can actually trace the links back to the 0-point field consciousness awareness, and you could go back to where it originated 6 months ago and actually solve the disease or the problem before it happens. And that is the power of primordial thought. The vibrational rhythm and frequency of thought is what allows one to practice and cross over to lower refined states of consciousness of immortality, out of body, clairvoyancy, remote viewing, and pre-light healing based on links and association frequency, simultaneously creating a frequency wavelength. And here are the wavelengths. Beta wave from 13, we'll start, yes, beta wave. That's the wave that most of us are on when you're awake. Beta wave is 13. It's associated with worry, stress, paranoia, fear, irritability, moodiness, anger. This is most of the people you know, right? Moodiness, anger connected to weakened health, immune system weakness. You're fully awake and alert though. Nervousness, depression, anxiety. People spend most of their time in the beta state. And then you can slow down the wavelength frequency, light waves to hertz to 7 from 13. And that's the meditation, relaxation begins. Effortless creativity starts to flow. Powerful state of memory, super learning, and harmonious, peaceful state. Habits, fears, and phobias begin to melt away. Tranquility and calmness sets in. Then you go even lower. You don't raise your frequency, you lower it. Now you lower your frequency to 4 to 7. Now you're in a state of insight, inspiration, answers to important questions. Send in your Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Insight, intuition, inspiration, answers to important questions can be found. It feels like you're floating. A wonderful realm to explore. Dream-like imagery, good for problem solving. Feel more connected to others. Sounds like the pod class, doesn't it? Delta, brain waves is 0 to 4 hertz. Renewal, healing, rejuvenation, deep dream, sleep, very rewarding. Said to be the entrance to the non-physical states of reality. Best state for immune system, function, restoration of health. Those are the wavelengths of the neurons. So what happens, how it works is the neurons, let me come to the screen so I can explain this primordial thought and how the neurons work and how links and association work. So the neurons are giving off a lot of light, different light frequencies. They're jumbled all over the place. Then what happens is as your thoughts have a familiarity, they start to give off the same frequencies. You have one over here and you have one over here. Then you have one over here, they may begin to touch, but they're giving off the same. So because they're giving off the same and they give off those waves of light, that's what forms a wavelength, a brain wave. It's a wave from dots, one pointedness of each point neuron, light, light, light. It's giving off different hertz, different lights all over the place. Then all of a sudden you find several of them are giving off 7 hertz, 7 hertz. This one here, 7 hertz, 7 hertz. They find each other in wave and they start to create a brain wave. That's what the brain waves are, because it's a bunch of similar hertz of individual sparks of neuronic conscious light, and they give off the brain wave. So most of us are in the brain wave of constant fear, distrust, disloyalty, fighting. I want to get him. What's that person doing? Who's the pedophile? Who's this? Who's in jail today? Who's cheating on their wife? You're not going to take my money. What'd you say about me? That's where we are in the beta. So as many of those go off, now it forms a wavelength where you can be talking to somebody and they always go there. Then you go into the primordial. You go lower and lower and lower to the primordial thoughts. And that what gets you back 0 to 4. All right, let's continue. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Again, if you see this anywhere else, put the link and the name in the room, and my staff will send you each person that shows that's true $200. If not, please support the Tehuti Podcast because you've never seen this before. If you have, bring them to the room so we can all teach together. Do you know what frequency means, by the way? Frequency, it means something that happens in rhythm or frequent, like the beat of music. which is why, as I've taught before, no one you have met has known the actual definition of music until I taught it at the Tehuti Pod class. Nowhere before the Tehuti Pod class have you learned that what music means. What does music mean? I taught you that music is, first of all, ties right into 9, one of the 9 muses of classical mythology. Where you go? Wait. Classical mythology, and it's from min, which is to think. Primordial thought, one of the 9. Thought 9. Do you see that right there? There's the min, to think. Music is from muse, and it is to think. It is thoughts. Boom. Thought. That's what music means. A frequency. And that's why you like it, because the beat happens on time every time. Just like something that is frequent. Frequent is something you do on a regular basis. Music is a beat that you hear at a particular timing on a regular basis. When it goes off beat, you don't like it anymore. But when it happens frequent, boom, 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 the next one has to sound just like that. Boom, 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 boom. Now it's a frequent sound, like the frequency of your thought waves. So thus music is actually a word that originally meant thought. This is what ties into the number 9. I will show you soon. Vibrating in thought frequency, which is music, of 0 to 4 hertz, 4 to 7 hertz, 7 to 13 hertz, gives one the possible ability to double oneself. So as you go lower down in hertz, now you can double yourself. Your bioenergetic template can now double itself into a ba, because the word ka means double, because that's what it does. It produces doubles called bas, and the bas are able to go into different refined states, but they each have to double each other. One self into the echo double realm, the partition dimension that I taught last week, the real time zone, which is the double of this realm. And that would be the imagery of it, of you doubling yourself out, and that out of body doubling itself out, and each of them going into different refined states that the last body couldn't go into, but they're continuously making doubles. The way to say double in Medu is ka. The physical double of the ka is called the kat, which is your physical body. Guess what else the word kat and ka means? Remember the double? To think, the same as music. Ka, kai, to think out, meditate, to speak, to repeat, to cry out. Kat, kat. Meditation, thought of heart. Meditation and thought, the same definition as music. To think, because it deals with the thoughts. And meditation and the frequencies, which is music, because it's happening at a certain rhythm. It's the same word as the word for double, which is why ka is the image genius. Huh? What does that say? Did you know that? Ka is not just the double, but it's the genius, the person. You know, when they say you're really smart, man, you're a genius. Oh, so ka means genius and double. So ka pertains to thought, thinking like a genius, the character, the disposition of the Ba soul residing in the body. Whew, let me take a breath on that. Hold on. Okay. Oh my goodness. Ka means genius. Ever heard that before? Nope. Boom. To be in thought. The double body. Remember, thought is the definition of music. The frequency repetitive rhythm of thought waves in order to double. And now time for overdrive. I'll reveal to you the coded mathematical message that only the number 9, as in primordial thought 9, does, that communicates through doubles. So the number 9 actually communicates through doubles in music, which represents echoing out into light speed. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Fasten your seatbelts and support the Tehuti Pod class with reciprocity. Only if any of this information benefited you or raised your consciousness. Here we go. So again, this is the ka, the double body, which also means thought, is the same definition as the word music, to think, muse, to think. It's a frequency repetitive rhythm of thought waves in order to double. And now, time for overdrive. I'll reveal to you the coded mathematical message that only the number 9 does, that communicates through doubles. Fasten your seatbelt and support the Tehuti Pod class with reciprocity. Only if any of this information benefits you or raise your consciousness. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into thought 9 and the doubling of 9 through muse and music, all the way to light speed. Well, in music, that after the note 27, if you double it, it creates the same note exactly doubled in the high pitch. You doubled it in. So it creates a double of itself just in a higher pitch, and it happens after the number 27. So after 27 musical note, you double that, and it creates a double. The double of the number creates a double in the musical pitch, just a higher frequency. It's 27. That creates the doubling of 54th pitch. 54th pitch doubled creates 108 pitch. 108 doubled creates 216. 216 doubled creates 432. Did you notice anything interesting about these doubled frequencies? Boom. Each number it doubled always adds up to 9. Let's look back at that again, because it only happens after the 27th note. 2 plus 7 is 9. Double that, it doubles itself to a higher pitch equivalent, which is 54. 54 is 5 plus 4, which is also 9. Doubling that, echoing that, is 108, which is 1, and 8, which is 9, which echoes out double pitch, the exact same frequency at a higher pitch, though, which is 216, which is 6 plus 2, which is 8 plus 1, which is back to 9, which doubling that gives you 432, which is 4 plus 3, which is 7, plus 2 is 9. So all of these doubled keep going, which is 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, all the way to 432, all equaling up to 9. But it only works with the number 9 in music, because only that musical frequency doubled can do that. Now back to the P-Ray, the Pout. Yes, you know, Tehuti snake style is the build-up, full circle to the punchline. Let's go back. Remember, this is all about the doubles, the light body, the essence of you, the sun within, the Pout, which was a circle, right? Remember that? The 360 degrees, the sun with the full day, light hours of how many? How many? Yes, 12. 12 hours is the circle of the Paut, of the sun. 12 hours in the day, 12 hours in the night. And the circle is a 360. So you take 12 and times that by 360, and what do you get? 432. You get 4,320, which is 432. By taking the same circle and dividing it by the daylight hours, you get 432. Right back to the frequency again, right back to 9. Boom. Here we go, everybody. And remember, this is a double theme vibration of music. Thought waves bringing you back to your Paut, your light, consciousness, essence, you know, the light form of you. Well, there is only one whole number that you can put the number 2 on top, you know, as in double or as in square. 2 is a double. There's only one whole number in the universe that you can put a 2 on top, continuing with the double theme, that will equal light, and that is 432. 432, the same number of the musical notes doubled in 9. You double that or square that, put the 2 on top, and it gives you 186,624 miles per second, which is the speed of what? Light. Right back to light consciousness. Our primordial thoughts, 9. Boom. The 4, 3, 2, which is 9. Double. The light body, which is the true you. The 9 body. Everyone right now, let's do a little test. Point to yourself and fill in the blank for me. I will say, I'll say something. I'll say, you are a Ka spirit. Now, how would you say that in first, our primordial sentence? How would you say that in first person? First person. So if I say to you, you are a spirit, I want you to type that in the room, saying that about yourself. How do you say that same sentence, but about yourself? Someone saying it to you would say, you are a spirit. Type in the room right now, ladies and gentlemen. How would you say that about yourself, your true self? How do you say that sentence? Let me go in the room and interact with you all. And let's go show this right here. How would you say that? So, you are a spirit. Now you type that in the room for yourself. How would you say that about you? Let's see. I see fire going up. I see. So go ahead and type it. How would you say that about yourself? Someone saying it to you. There we go, Big Blunt. What's up, Big Blunt? That's right. I am a spirit. That's right. You would say, I am a spirit. Anyone else? Only one person typed? How would you type it, room? If I say to you, somebody says, you are a spirit, how would you say that sentence about yourself? Sheshayet, how you doing, young lady? I am a spirit. That's right. I am a spirit. That is actually what you are. I am a Ka. That's what you are. But let's look at how that sentence formed. I am a spirit. Let's see. Let's see what it is. Let's see what's going on here, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. Shannon, I know you love this, so here we go. You ready, primordial thought? How would you say that? So, everyone point to yourself and fill in the blank. I will say you are a Ka spirit. Now you say that in first person. In the primordial wave. How would you say that? Yes, I am a spirit, because that is what this class is about in Primordial Thought 9 is about. Ah, yes, I am a spirit. What part of the sentence denotes yourself? The I, right? What letter in the alphabet is that? What part of the sentence in I am a spirit denotes yourself? The I. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Oh, the 9th letter. The I, which is the true self, the you are in the Freemason language. The I just happens to be the number 9, right? Oh, it's a beautiful world in the neighborhood, man. There we go. Right, everybody? Boom. Welcome to the podcast. Again, if you see this, if you see somebody breaking out, if you see this, just let me know so I can take a week off and get that person to do the podcast. 9. Yes, I. Yeah, that was neat how they did that. What did that do? Oh, look at that. When I scroll over it, it forms a big blob of pink and then turns into letters. Okay. Yes, I, self, your essence is the 9th letter in the Masonic alphabet. That's not an accident. Oh, did I ever tell you the other definition of Paut in the Medu Netter 5,000 years ago? Well, here it is, page 250. It said like this: Pesjet. Probable the true meaning reading is Paut, Pauti, Pauti. Pesjet. Well, Pesjet. What does that translate to? That's Paut. Pesjet is 250. This is 250. Pesjet is Paut. The other word for Paut, what does it translate to as? Uh-oh. The 9. The Paut or the Pesjet is not just the first or the greatest, but it's also the 9. The 9 netter. Paut, which is the origin of something, the primordial of something, is also the 9. Paut, Pesjet, and 9 are the same word. Boom. The first primordial 9 Nibiru. It's about to get crazy. It's getting crazy. It's going to get crazier. Here we go. All 9, right back to your true light essence, the Paut. Reach through thought frequency, which I've shown you is the true definition of music, which doubles its frequency all the way to the light speed conversion. All right? I love nature. Here it is, muse. Here's all the definition together. Muse, music, to think. Muse, music, to think. Ka, kai, which is the true self, the I, which is to think, meditate. Kat, thought. That's you, yourself, your Kat, your body. Thought, true of heart. And muse. And I'm not done. Some out there may still say, Tehuti, no way, thought music equals 9. It seems so unbelievable. Wow. Well, the benefit of having Tehuti as your teacher is, never forget, I am a magician. Thus, I am very familiar with the numeric vibrational codes that your mundane studiers for the occasion are not privy to. You thought that thought was a word, didn't you? You think the English word thought is a word, right? Hey, Nag Shampa, they think thought is a word, huh? Where are all those extra letters in it? There's a G in there, huh? What's the G for? What's the H for? What is that? That's a code. Thought is not a word. Thought is a mathematical code, ladies and gentlemen. You ready? Are you ready, Primordial Thought 9? Are you ready, Primordial Thought 9? Are you ready for what Tehuti can do that others can't, because I already knew the codes before I taught this class? Uh-oh. Thought. Geomatria. Coded word. 20, 8, 15, 21, 7, 8, 20. Thought is 99. Hey, man, let's go to bed after this. We're gone, man. Let's go to bed, man. Huh? The word thought is the word 9. It's 9, 9, 20, 8, 15, 21, 7, 8, 20. Thought is 9. Ordinal. Boom. Oh. Thought in all geomatria, in every direction. The word thought is 9. Here we go. Ordinal, 9, 9. Reduction, 3, 6, which is 9. Reverse, 9, 0, which is 9. Reverse reduction, 2, 7, 2, 7, which is 2 plus 7, which is 9. So in every gematria, ordinal, reduction, reverse, Hebrew, all these gematrias there, it's 9, 9, 36, 90, 27, thought, 9, 9, 28, 15, 21, 7, 8, 20, 9, 9, 36, 90, 27, thought. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. And there's the breakdown of your name. Primordial Thought 9. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me check the room. Let me check the room, man. Let me put the link in the room for a quick second. I'm going to get into the swastika. What time is it? I don't know. We'll call it all-nighter. Hey. Let me check the room, everybody. Let me check the room, see what y'all thought of the answer. I'll let Primordial Thought 9 come in the room and tell me what he thought. 9, 9, 3, 6, 2, 7. You thought was a word, huh? No, it's a code. All right, there's the link in the room. I'm going to put in the room. Let me check the room and see what the people thought of the answer. Nag Shampa, what did you think? What did you think, Nag Shampa? You like it? You going up and up and up and up? Where are you going? You're levitating? Up and up and up and up? Okay. Let me check the room, everybody. We're going to do a couple more shout outs to the donations. Everybody, all those who heard that answer. Where are you going? Charlotte, back up. All those who heard that answer, if you appreciate what it is that you saw happen, can you please support Cash App, TT Amoon, PayPal at Rocky SV. What's up, 99 Thought? 3627 90. Huh? Did you know that?
Not at all. Not at all.
Every word is the same word.
Every word is the same word. You got me on that last part. I was like, what? Hold on, wait, what? And literally each word, it's pretty much 999. Wow.
Horizon says, math don't lie.
Math does not lie, but one of the greatest things is, like you said at the very beginning, you said, look, I've already had that name before I even interacted with you, the whole nine.
The whole
which
what?
is crazy. The whole nine. I know, I just caught that right
now. That's right. There it is. That's your breakdown. There's your answer. Let me see. Raphael Gary pops in. Surprise pop in from the great Raphael Gary with his nice. He couldn't hold back. He was in the cut just watching, probably for a couple of podcasts. When he saw this one, he's like, nice. Shout out to Raphael Gary. How you doing, good brother? Peace and love. Nice to see you back. I'm always glad to see the people safe and back. Oh my goodness. Let's see what you all thought. Shannon put in fire. Bijan Farrow put in equals 9. Wow, Saba. Raphael Gary put in 9. Oh my goodness. And this is the intro to the where I'm leaving off is we're gonna pick up on the swastika.
But Saba, the when you broke down that the Ka is also genius, that was crazy. Crazy. Crazy.
And they hate the Bud dictionary because they don't want the truth out. They hate the Bud dictionary. I'm like, I love the Bud dictionary. The Bud dictionary matches everything that Kemet is taught on. I love the Bud dictionary. I love it.
Hey, Saba, for that. Hey, Henu, all adoration to you, Saba. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, good brother. How you doing?
I'm over it. That answer in itself, that answer, it seemed like it seemed like a 10. I was so locked in, it seemed like a 10-minute answer, and I'm over there like, no, you know the little scroll bar on the side. I'm like, yo, it's getting too close to the bottom. Like, hold on, like I'm locked in right now.
Yeah.
Appreciate
you. There you go. All right. How you doing, Annie?
Primordial thought 9, the one with 9 thoughts of primordial times, the time before time, all is mine. The same word for primordial is the same word for 9.
Facts, drop the bombs, most definitely. He on Super Saiyan right now. He got the flames on him and everything.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was excellent. It's it just goes to show how beautiful.
Would you say?
Yeah, it really is. It's
He said,
it's just one of those ones where that's what they say. That's my bag. That's my bag right there. So shout out to you, Great Saba Tehuti, for doing it the way that you do it. And Tua, Great Saba.
Nini, good brother. And the beautiful thing about that is that everything I taught was true. People teach things and they try to, what do they try to stretch or push, force something to be, but everything that I taught you is actually something you can go and check on each. That's why I gave dictionary page numbers, the gematria, the PAUT. I even gave the quantum physics reference of it turning into a circle and the convergence, the everything you can go look for and find, because it already existed before you even chose that name. They're already thinking like that. That you choosing that name was you tapping in to that frequency. That's how the Kemetians thought. Those are the kind of names they had. So that's awesome. Your name will probably be the meta version of that same name.
Hey, Saba, hey, Tua for that, because it just like I told you, I was just in like deep thought, just meditating, and the name just popped up. And I'm telling you, this wasn't something I was trying to like just plan out. Like, oh, like what am I? I just asked a question, like pretty much like, you know what? I need a name, and then it just hit me right then and there. And I promise you, I didn't do all the breakdown you did. I dang sure didn't do none of that to try to like match. I didn't run it through the geometria to just try to like, you know, see if I can come up with something. It like the thought literally revealed itself like that to me. And I was like, yo, that's going to be the name right there. And I stand corrected. I stand amazed. I stand blown away. To us, Saba. You don't know what that has done to me right now.
You could do a whole class on your own name forever now to your children. You can keep that. You can keep that. You can keep that name even after you get your whatever metanator name you get. That part, that English part, will forever be your name. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. You all talking with each other. Atef, did you get to hear that breakdown?
Yes, I did. That was phenomenal. That was absolutely phenomenal. That was super deep. That was deeper than the Atef breakdown. But I know you got.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, wait a minute.
I didn't ask because I know I'm waiting. Because I still be picking up you be dropping little jewels on a Rem Kema. I'll be picking it up little by little. I'm trying to learn gradually. So
I got thousands more on each of those words. For you.
I already know, Saba. I already know.
Hey, Saba, before you go, I'm happy that, like you said that a lot of our ancestors in the past, they had 5 names. So I'm happy that whatever name that you grant me with, that I, like you said, I can keep that even in that English form name, because it will go part of it. It will be part of the list of names of who I am.
You're gonna have that name. I guarantee you're gonna have the same primordial thought 9 is gonna be your same part of your name. You already know what it is. It's gonna be the same word. I'm gonna print out the pod class and give you the meta word. There's your name. I'll put that on the paper. There's your name. I'm gonna be right back, fellas. Right back. You all support.
Arcad always remain calm against demons.
Where did that come from?
Hey, you know how Atef always say, I don't know what's going on. It's funny when Saba go, hold on, wait, what?
Checks against demons. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'll be back.
Scribe, that was the acronym he gave for my name long time ago, brother. A long time ago. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing. We have the best teacher, as you can see. Primordial Thought. Welcome to the family, my good brother. Because I can't even say I can't even speak to ignorance and say it doesn't make sense, because it does. That's the English, right? When you say, oh, it don't even make sense, it's absolutely ridiculous. No, it's not. It's the truth. It's ma'at, right? He said you can go back and check it. That's the whole thing. It's the truth is beautiful, brother. It is absolutely beautiful. And it's this English that keep us confused, man, because the English is ridiculous. That's why you drive in on the parkway and park in the driveway. Like it's all backwards. The Isfet is ridiculous, man. You know, but the truth is beautiful. Ma'at is beautiful. So that was a phenomenal breakdown for your name, Primordial. That was that was excellent.
Hey, facts, brother. I can't stress that to y'all so much to where when I said that I did not plan that name. That name was not a structured name. I was trying to just put together and put clever words together. That literally happened in deep meditation. I promise y'all. And I did not try to. And then who would have known it'd come up to all nines? Something that I was not even like looking for. I was just, man, I'm still blown away. I hope people really believe that. I'm serious. Like, like I'm sitting here locked into the screen, like, and just blown away. Especially at the end, that was pretty much mic drop for me.
It's not their name, and they're still blown away. What about how you down, Scribe? Say it again, brother. What was the say the lyrics again, brother?
Hey, drop that verse, honey. Drop that verse.
Yeah, I don't know if I wrote a song about giving flowers on the Teachings of Ma'at YouTube channel of my Flower of Life presentation. So if you all haven't heard that, you can go listen to that on the Flower of Life presentation on the Teachings of Ma'at. And the section that I have for Primordial 9, I said Primordial Thought 9, the one with 9 thoughts of primordial times, the time before time. All is mine. The same word for primordial is the same word for 9. Pesht. And I threw Pesht in there at the end, which is what he showed, the Peshtet, the 9, Iyad, and going back to the Pa'u and the Pa'uti. And like you said, that's beautiful how you were sitting in meditation and allowing that to come to you. And he showed that in your presentation as well, with meditation being the same word for ka, which is to think, and then thought meaning coming out to 99. So that's a complete synchronistic, beautiful story that you have to go along with your name. And as you said, it was and the most beautiful thing about it is it was a thoughtless process. So it's fire, the magic that we are able to really tap into and connect with when we have the ma'ah, the eye to see it, and when we have the great teachers like SABA Tehuti to bring the knowledge forward, to showcase, you know, how this really is. Like you said, all this can be looked up, dictionary numbers and etymology, and because you know you can definitely play around with words. That's how English was created. You can definitely use it as a playground to have some fun. But the great thing about Ma'at and the great Saba Tehuti is everything that he brings forth is researchable, and you know, for you to have been connected to that and literally create your name that's literally just all nines, because you didn't have to throw the 9 in there. You could have just said primordial thought. You know what I mean? You didn't have to throw the 9 in the end. So you know, that's beautiful, and I'm so happy and excited that you asked that question and that you were able to receive that, and you know, I know that definitely was connecting neurons in your brain and literally upgrading your consciousness right then and there. Probably feel like how my background is. That's why I create the backgrounds to match the energy.
Fire background. I was,
you know what I
mean?
We about to call him Goku. We cutting up.
Hey, listen, but let me tell you something that's even deeper than that, primordial thought. When you get, okay, first of all, scribe name is Ani Pata Atem Tehuti, which is a super fit. It's his Ren. It's who he is. My name is Atef Rem Kema'at. It's who I am. Every single day, I almost like, I don't want to say like rediscover, but it's almost like I'm like, wow, like he was right. Like this, like he just identifies the frequency, brother. So once you get your Kemetic name, it's gonna blow your mind even more, because every day I'm still, even like when I think of Scribe and he does his teachings and just like little stuff, like you'll begin to identify the magic as it happens in real time, and it'll blow you away every single time, brother, because it's like it's not a coincidence, it's not luck, it's not none of these foolish things that these people say and make up. It's ma'at, and it's beautiful. So once you get your name, and I shout out to Shannon, looking forward to you receiving your ring as well. I know that's going to be excellent as well, but you can't make it up, man, and you can't fake it, brother. Like this is a Tef Rem Kem Ma'at. I'm like, it's almost like I rediscover, and it's not even like I'm trying to like live up to it, but then I am, but then it's already there. Like I'm just have to tap into it. It's beautiful, brother. So I look forward to you receiving your ring too. Welcome back, Saba.
Thank you. I'm looking at the Cash Apps, seeing if anything came in since I taught that class. I haven't seen anything come in, but ladies and gentlemen, for those who saw the class, for those who appreciate what I broke down, please support. I also brought someone special to the class for Brother Primordial, someone I've never introduced to the class before, and that is one of my snakes from India. And guess what his name is? This is him right here. I had to switch out snakes. His name is 9. And why is he 9? Because his story, that is the pattern of what he looks like, because all my snakes are patterned with stories. This particular one is a roadway on his back. There's a pathway on him. And if you look, you'll see these little dots on him. His whole body is a light golden color, kind of copper golden. And then there's white dots on each side of his body. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dots on one side of his body, and the other side of his body is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dots on the other side. So he is my snake. This name is 9 because each side of his body has exactly 9 dots. So there he is right there.
Fire.
Hey, you just keep dropping mics, so you picking them up and throwing them back down on the floor.
Oh, yeah, pick him back up, say something else, throw it down again.
So I was waiting for
new to you, 9. New to you, 9. New.
I was waiting for somebody to come to class and ask me a question about the number 9. And somebody's gonna come ask me a question about the number 9, and then I can pull 9 out, and that was you. So here is your snake representative 9.
To us, I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is the 9 snake. He feels like his scales are so thin it feels like skin. Okay, everybody, listen, it's 12:24. I want to get this last question in. Let's get into the donations. Since there's not much donations given, strangely, not much more. I'm going to go ahead and read these off, a couple more, and then I'm going to get into the next question. Everybody, here we go. So the next support donation I'm going to shout out. So first of all, let's just shout out the monster donation given right here. I thought it was people were intimidated, but nope. People donate if they want and don't donate if they don't want, whatever they want. So let me go ahead and put this in the room right here. And this is from the one and only, the beautiful, lovely, consistent. What just happened? My screen froze. Hold on, everybody. My screen froze, I think. Can you all hear me right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, my screen is froze. I can't move from the screen. Okay. It just went unfroze. Okay, so let's give a shout out, get the Red Octobers out because we have Miss Consistent, Miss Giving Me Praise 24 hours, sending positive energy 24 hours a day, donations every pod class. We have the one and only, where is she? Let me see if I can put her on the screen. Miss Supportive, Miss creating altars for my netters in her home, giving praise to the netters every morning. They get a morning and nighttime affirmation praise. This is the one and only, where is she? One of the biggest donators ever. Supporters, I hope this is on the screen. Boom, give her some big noise. This is Bella. Big noise. In October, let's go. We have Nas and all right, shout out to supporter of supporters. Thank you. And let me see what the message said. The message says, for the best SABA ever. Thank you. Shout out to Bella, who's the amount of praise I get from this young lady and my goddesses. It's a real ritual every single day, every night. There's not a day that goes by. Shout out to Bella. Appreciate all the supportive, beautiful energy that I get from you. 24 hours a day, basically. Okay, let me get to the next supporter. I think 80 something. Okay, now it's TT texting me. Wait. Next supporter is, hey, we have oh, of course, Mr. Medunetter Consistent. I think this is the most consistent Medunetter orderer. Big Vapes every week, orders one Medunetter class a week. He's on number 15. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Big Vapes. Shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to you, good supporter. Vapes Medu. That's what we'll call him, Vapes Medu. All right, shout out to you. Next supporter is, of course, the one and only Black Alucard. Black Alucard, who says one thing always. Thanks for the knowledge. Is that shown on the screen? For the knowledge, $35 for thanks for the knowledge. Tefla put me up on, it's TFTK. Thanks for the, I had no idea. TFTK. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. All right, let me check, everybody. Those who are watching the pod class, support the pod class. Marcus Kemp, is this Marcus Kemp again? Oh, hey, Marcus Kemp is giving extra, who is a Horizon of Zion, is giving extra tips for the breakdown. He says, time to step out the matrix. That breakdown was brilliant. I'm not sure which of the ones this is for, probably for me for the last one, or no, the one before it. Thank you. Thank you, Marcus Kemp. Appreciate that. Give him a little hand clap whenever somebody gives an extra tip for a breakdown. Definitely give him a little hand clap. I'm gonna put this is the first tip of the night, I think. This is the first tip, extra. This is the first tip. Where are all the tips at, my people, for the breakdowns? I don't know. Let me thank you though. Horizon of Zion, a name that I always like from the beginning. And we have the one and only Mr. Consistent himself, Stephen Escalar, every single pod class, 3372. Every Metanetter class. Oh, let me fix that. Is that still showing on the screen?
Yeah, it's showing. Stop.
Oh, it's still there? Oh, nice. Okay.
No, Stephen is showing.
Steven's showing, right? Okay. All right, there you go. Stephen Escalar, 3372. It says, for the love of your people, Tua SABA or Tehuti. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And then give him a nice little hand clap. Thank you. All right. Next up is, of course, I don't know if I skipped one. Atef. Did I skip one? Atef, did I already say a donation for you for 777 already?
No, not yet. After that.
Oh, okay. Okay, usually it's that one first. Okay, let me okay, shout out to Atef, the good brother who's on the panel right now, who's Mr. Consistent as well, always every week, 2023 and 777. And then he gives a random $50. Shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Tef, he always gives 2023, 777. And then every once in a while, he'll give a random $3 or $4 towards the 27,000 that he
stole from you.
Well, say it again, Tef.
So that they stole from you.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. Say it again, Tef. You say something?
No, I said I'm paying back what they stole from you.
Come join us. Teachingsama'at.org.
Scribe turned into a fire. Scribe turned into a car. He's not even
magic. He did magic. Good thing he didn't turn to a small dime.
I should come to the event like that on October. I'm gonna come incognito. Nobody's gonna know I'm there until
Saba, I don't think you can hide 6'5".
Oh my god! No, man, no.
Did you see him turn the Shannon's dime smaller? Did you see that? You didn't see that, Primordial? You wasn't around?
I didn't see that.
Ask her to show you the dime. She still has it.
I think that was before the Primordial days.
Yeah, that was. Oh man, magic, bro! You never seen none of the magic tricks?
Only the spoon when he showed it on the podcast. That was it.
Oh, you got to talk to Shannon, man.
I'm gonna take Primordial. I'm gonna meet Primordial and turn him into the number 9. The number 9 tattooed on his back. He doesn't even know where it came from. Okay. Is it showing anything? Did I?
No, it's not showing nothing.
Okay. Did it show Primordial?
No.
Okay. Shout out to Primordial, Thought 9, who gave an extra donation for future question that I would teach on. Where is he? Where are you? You're right. There you are. Primordial Thought 9. He says, tip for all questions. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. What's up, 9? Appreciate you, good brother. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Is Sharika still in the room? Is Sharika still awake? Is Sharika still awake with us? Who knows? All right. Now we got. Oh, there is Rem. There is a Tef Rem Kema'at with the classic. His first donations ever was always 777 for support. And this is a classic memory of that. Is it showing on the screen?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Give him a hand clap, Scribe. Give him a hand clap in the second donation. What was that?
I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was.
There we go. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Okay, we only got a couple more. Hey, custom tees is quadrupling up. Quadrupling up. Is custom tees in the room? I think he always says I am Kudzani. I don't know if he's in the room, but shout out to Custom Tees, who is I am Kudzani. He sent $24. Is that in the room?
Yes.
Okay, give him some noise. The last donation, which was given an hour and a half ago, family, $50. Give him some big noise, please. Henu, to you, great SABA. And that is the last donation up until now. And now I think I'm gonna get into the who wants to hear the last answer I'm gonna give of the I got enough. Do I have enough energy? Is Sharika even here? Sharika, are you here? She may be knocked out. I wanted to be in here when I give this answer. Sharika, are you here? Are you here, Sharika? Well, you know what? I may just break this down because maybe in the breakdown some more donations will come based on this breakdown. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:37. Maybe I can end this at 1:15. Let's see. Oh boy. All right, let me go ahead and put the question in the room. This is for the good sister Sharika. Sharika had a question, and it was about what? The swastika. Let me see if I can find it in a second. I gotta put it in the room. Where's Sharika? Sharika. And here's the question. Okay, good. Huge donation, by the way. Monster donation for this. Sharika gives nothing but just great donations. I really wanted her to be in the room for this, but I love her reactions when I break down stuff. Let me see. Okay, wow. Let me give her a second to see if she's listening. Are you in here, Sharika? Are you here? Okay, let me put that.
Didn't you put this in one of your bars? Didn't you rap about the swastika in one of your songs? I'm hearing it in my head.
The fireball. Who's talking right now? The fireball.
Yeah, that's the Ka Avani.
Hey, forget the burning bush. The burning bush. We like that right there better. Hey, look, he manifests right there.
Oh my goodness. That was just fire coming out of his head. 1 second, everybody. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this set up. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Tef, was you saying something?
Yeah, Sharika is in the room. She said she's hanging on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Me too, Sharika. It's 3:39 where I'm at.
Everyone, like the great Saba says, make sure you support what he's doing and what he's bringing forth. PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App, TTM Moon. Scan the code, hit the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. It's in the description box for all of you here live. For all of you watching on the playback, the links are everywhere. So support the great Saba, and you see what he's bringing forth. These mini documentary movies that you won't find nowhere else. So support the great Saba.
Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, the volume. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, Saba. Can you hear us?
Yeah, you said Scribe. You said you had that. You had that in your head. That.
Yeah, I'm hearing you saying swastika, the lost pitch.
Oh.
Something.
Oh, the track. The
dollars.
Who's the one on the cross that ascended? The crucifixion is just that fiction. Is just pretended that they stabbed Jesus in his appendix with a sword that Adolf Hitler has now called the sword of Longinus, and the swastika that's the original cross. Crucifixion just means that the cross tricked you. Now your lost scriptures tossed at you. Now you're standing in the cipher surrounded while the gods ask you to stare directly into our eyelids. We're half Elohim, half reptilian hybrids. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that was an old track.
Hey, he just playing games, man. Come on, Saba, stop playing, man. You gotta drop a mixtape. We need an EP.
Yeah, I remember that. Thanks for reminding me, Scribe. That was I think that was 2000 or something. I wrote that. I didn't know you heard that.
It just popped up in my head. I don't remember where I heard it, how I heard it. For some reason, I just heard you saying it. So
I feel this happened in Genesis 6. Remember the sex of the sons of God had with primitive chicks. I remember that. Oh my God, old.
We need to tell man. Cool. We're gonna have a special guest at the talent show. Stop playing, Saba.
Hey, Sharika's here, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, Saba.
Sharika is here. Are you ready, 9? Are you ready? Say hi to your human partner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dots. 9 dots on the other side and a pathway. What's up, 9? You ready? All the way from India. You're one of the original Naga. Longest snake in the world, by the way. He grows to be the longest snake in the world. All right, everybody, you ready? Here we go. Here we go, Shannon. You ready? Let's go, everybody. Okay, gentlemen, I get you to jump in the room. I'm only doing this because I'm very I feel happy because I'm gonna bless you all with this. Hopefully, get some more donations in, and then this weekend I have a reptile convention to go to, and it's gonna be explosive. So, everybody, here we go. Okay, brothers, you jump into the chat, and here we go. I'm gonna answer a question starting at 12:43 a.m.
Peace and
Ladies
love,
and gentlemen, thank you. What did you say, brother?
Peace and love, Saba.
Oh yeah, peace and love. Thank you, my good brother. Okay, Sharika is here. Here we go. 9 is here with us. What's up, 9? You ready? We're gonna answer this question for them. Look at the gold. You ready, 9? We're gonna answer this question for the beautiful Sharika, who sends the incredible donation. Here we go, everybody. Ready? I feel excited. I feel happy to answer. Sharika's donation is incredible. Donations. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Let me see if I can pull the donation up. And Scribe, jump back in the room real quick. Scribe, jump back in the room real quick. I need your sound effects, please. Jump back in the room. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Sharika. You all see that on the screen? And the Scribe, you can jump back in the room. We'll put the link in the room. If not, I can do the sound effects. That means I have to cut off something else. Hey, what's going on here? Uh-oh. The link has disappeared. Here's the link. Back in the room. Sharika with $99.99. It says, inspired by this beautiful graphic of swastika. And you know what? I never saw the graphic. I don't know if Sharika actually sent me a picture. I never actually, I don't have it, but no problem. Inspired by a beautiful graphic of swastika being a mirror of Ursa Minor constellation. Please guide us back to this symbol's true meaning, shared between many cultures throughout time. Is this truly connected to the Great Thigh of all things? Why did Hitler take something originally benevolent to spear his ideas? I gather there must be a great power behind this now feared symbol. Tua. Give her some noise, Scribe. Give her some big noise. $99.99. Big noise. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Yeah, there we go. Inspired by this beautiful graphic of the swastika being mirrored by the Ursa Major constellation, please guide us back to this symbol's true meaning shared between many cultures throughout time. Is this truly connected to the Great Thigh? Of all things, why did Hitler take something originally benevolent to spearhead his ideals? I gather there must be a great power behind this now feared symbol, Tua. There you go, everybody. Let's go. Let's get into it. I never actually harassed it for ye culture piece. I never actually did see the image of Sharika sent one, but I'm gonna go ahead and break it down. Okay, thank you, Scribe. Jump back in the room, and oh, she resent the image. Let me see what she sent. Let me see if there's time to add this image to the answer because I didn't even know what image. I wonder if my email is not getting emails because it shows that I haven't got anything in over an hour. That's odd. Okay, no problem. It's okay. I don't see the image, but I'm gonna break it down anyways. I'm not sure what it is, but oh, here it is. I see it. Sharika sent the image. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna show this in the room, everybody. So here is the image that Sharika showed, and let's see if I can break this down, even though I've never seen this image until right now. I have not seen this image until right now, and here it is, everybody. Here's the image. Does everybody see that? Does everybody see that? So it shows what looks like a swastika and the Ursa Minor constellation. Everybody see that? I have never seen this. If Sharika have ever sent this to me before, I actually never got this image. But let's go ahead and break it down. Let's source this image. Let's break it down. Let's see what's going on. Ready, everybody? There is the swastika, supposedly the Ursa Major star constellation. And here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're about to get into this answer. And let's see if I can get this done in about 45 minutes and break it down to its very last compound. Let me go ahead and do this. Sharika, and get this in. Thank you, Sharika, for resending that image. And that is my first time seeing it. And I appreciate it. But you know what Tehuti's going to do? I'm going to source that image. I'm going to find out. Let's go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. For all those who are watching, please support at Cash App T.O.M Moon and PayPal at Rocky SV. If the PayPal is showing up, and the PayPal has disappeared. Here it is. PayPal at Rocky SV. Support. Give a tip for the answer. Give support for what it is that I do. Because now I'm going to break this down. Even though Sharika has just resent the question, I'm just seeing it now. And let's get into it. Everybody ready? Here we go. Press 9 if you can hear me clear and see me, because once I start, I'm just going to keep on going. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Give me some 9s if you can hear and see me clearly. Can you hear me, 9? No, you can't because you don't have any ears. Give me 9 if you can hear and see me clearly. Check, check, check. Can you hear and see me clearly? All right, there we go. Wonderful. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. The swastika. What is its origins? Is it a new evil symbol of Adolf Hitler? 51 minutes. What's that? Does it go back to an ancient, deeper meaning? That and more you will find out here at the Tehuti Pod class. Okay, now before we begin, I'm just going to dispel the one matrix. So before we begin, I'm just going to dispel one matrix aspect mentioned in the question. very fast, and that is the swastika tied into the Ursa? She put major, but Ursa minor. Okay, so she sent a Sharika sent a picture image, and well, that image that she sent is actually coming from Penguin Dictionary of Symbols by John Chevalier, and here it is right here. So the image that she sent is actually sourced from world's rotation seen from one of the other poles are Guanan Penguin Dictionary of Symbols, celestial positions of the seven sages, Ursa Minor or Great Bear, are eternally revolving with an object of establishing complete truth, consciousness, and beatitude around the highest and fixed heaven. Tad Vishnu Param, Polaris, or the Dhruva Padim, Rijaveda 1082, 1-2, Surmaj, Bhagavatam 522. Here we go. All right, so here's where it's sourced from, and here it is right here. So this is a popular image of the Ursa Minor looking like the swastika that is popularized all over the internet. Boom, there it is. That looks like what Sharika sent me. And there's what's being promoted as the origin of the swastika, or something doing with the Ursa Minor star constellation. Well, pretty, isn't it? Except that that's not what the Ursa Minor looks like. Here is the Ursa Minor actually right here. Boom. There's the Ursa Minor. And what's happening is what's wrong with the first image. Those lines do not exist. The actual lines that it's showing that's forming the swastika, they actually do not exist. And there are 4 Ursa Minors there. You would have to use your imagination and pretend that Ursa stops moving at 4 points, then beams an imaginary line only from one of its stars. Also, there is no ancient reference to any indigenous people noting this at all. So when we go back to this symbol, you see how you have to put arrows there? You see this? These things are these are arrows drawn in. There's nothing in space that actually looks like this. So when you look up at the Ursa star constellation, you actually don't see this. You see a bunch of other stars, and the Ursa does not stop here, rotate over here, stop here, rotate over here, stop here, and stop here, and then beam down a line, have a line, imaginary line right from here to this. It just doesn't do that. You have to imaginarily put a line there. They conveniently don't put any line from here, not a line from this star, not a line from the last star. They're choosing the star and they're putting a line there as if Ursa Minor is actually even facing this direction towards this light. You'd have to actually bend the Ursa Minor star constellation to face this way in order for this line to even make sense going towards whichever this sun is that the Ursa Minor seems to be stopping. And then when you form your imaginary line, because the Ursa Minor seems to only point this way conveniently for the drawing, then it looks like a swastika to us. Nobody looking up at the sky would ever see anything like this. And never does the Ursa Minor actually point this direction, and only this direction looking up in the sky to point that. So this is actually from a very good imagination. No ancient ancestors spoke about this or referred to this at all. And there's no reference to the indigenous people. As a matter of fact, this is a book, not of the words of indigenous people where this comes from themselves, but the author's description of the author's combining many cultures and aspects and imagination. They actually say that in the book. They combine many cultures, aspects, and imaginations to form these symbols. So here we are. It's about the Penguin Dictionary of Symbols. This remarkable and wide-ranging book is an inventory of symbols and the symbolic imagination. The editors and their 15 contributors are drawn from a variety of scholarly backgrounds, including anthropology, ethnology, psychotherapy, and art history. This diversity of approach is responsible for the book's unique character, a reflection of the multiplicity of symbols and signs and the phenomenal range of possible interpretations that they offer in this book. Also, what if I told you that one of the interpreters that are offering his interpretations were coming through was the mind of an actual Christian? So let's look at Jean Cavalier, the author of the Symbols book. And Jean Cavalier, is 1906, 1993, was a French writer, philosopher, and a theologian. He was a theologian Christian, and they put 15 people together to give their interpretation, input, and combining cultures to say what they are saying, but there is no reference. So when we go back actually to the references here, some people may say, well, Tehuti, I saw references here. See, it says Tad Vishnu Padam, Rejaveda 1082, 1-2. These are actually references to the Hindu names of the star constellation. These are not chapter and verses explaining anything about the Ursa Minor actually forming, the people themselves believing the Ursa Minor formed any type of swastika shape. Those are just references to the Ursa Minor, but it has nothing to do with saying that the people themselves are not saying that the Ursa Minor does this in those references, because no ancient people would actually look up in the sky and see that. Ursa Minor does not even consistently face in that direction, as it's apparently rotating and stopping right there to actually form an imaginary line to form a swastika. That's actually not the source of the swastika. Okay, but with that out of the way, what is the symbol? What is the symbol? And what is the theme? It shares across all cultures. The interesting thing about the swastika, what they're calling the swastika, is the theme of it, the actual thing that it is the same shared meaning throughout all the cultures originating. One of the originating points as far as writing aspects is Kemet. And then it even goes back further than that, but there's no writing to match what it says what it is. So from the inception all the way to today, it has the same theme. Most people associate it with World War II and the military armor of Adolf Hitler, army of Adolf Hitler. So when you see this, people think of Adolf Hitler because he made it popular. And we're gonna find out what his connection of with. So as a matter of fact, they even shape their military bases like this. You see the military base? Do you see the swastika? You see it in there? Wow. Where is this? I know most people are not really war history savvy, but let me ask the question to the class. Where is this? Right here, there's a military base. Does anybody have any idea where this may be? You can take a guess. It doesn't matter if you're wrong or right. I just wanted to find out where is that? There's a military base that's even dedicated to the swastika. Where is that, everybody? Do you know? Anybody have an idea? Where is that? A military base shaped like a swastika. Where is that? Anybody know? Where would there be a military base shaped like a swastika? And there it is. Boom. Germany. So when we think of the swastika, we think of World War II, Germany, Nazi movement, Adolf Hitler, and then there's actually military bases somewhere that's shaped like a swastika. Okay. Sharika put Argentina. Okay. All right, let's go, everybody. Germany. Somebody put African. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Where's that military base? So it's like a swastika. So because of the Psyops, when we think of it, the first thing we think of, because of what Adolf Hitler did, is military, swastika, Germany. All right. Well, it's actually down the street. Germany. Oh, that's just the Navy of San Diego's Coronado Naval Amphibian Base, right here in the USA, here in California. Nothing to see here. Let's move on. Here we go. All right. So all the way to Buddha, all the way to Buddha, even on churches. This is the mosaic swastika, an excavated Benzonite, the Benzonite church, the same church that had the the Heru cross, the Celtic cross, church in Shavuot to Zion in Israel, and they have what people call today the swastika. So all the way from Buddha on his chest, all the way to churches, they seem to have the symbol. Well, what is the one attribute every religious god has that makes him or it the origin of all things? Yes, that they are the creator. Every religion that exists, the one thing that unifies what they believe in is they believe that their God is the creator of all things, and that permeates through all religions. The creator, that is what brings things into existence. All religions believe that their God is the one who brought everything into existence. Genesis 1:3. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Quran, they say, "Kun fayakun." Quran 36:82. All it takes when he wills something to be is simply say, "Be," and it is. Let's actually look at the word swastika closely because something very interesting happens. The actual definition in your dictionary actually shifts it to Greece. The Greek cross with arms bent in right angles. See that right there? Now it gets shifted to Greeks as emblem of the Nazi party. So it goes from Greece to the Nazi, that's the Psyops. From Sanskrit, swastika, literally bringing fortune, swastika, well-being, but it's from su, will, good su, originally from s, which means to exist, to be. So it's from s or ashti, which means to be, to exist. So the word swastika is actually from a PIE word from s, which means to be. Yeah, they call it a Greek cross, but how can it be a Greek cross if the word actually goes back to Sanskrit and it goes back to Proto-Indo-European, which predates Greek? It goes back to something called S, which means to exist or be, or as they say in religion, be and it is. God says, "Let there be light." It represents bringing something into existence. Swastika. Okay, so here we go. But this goes back far beyond churches, far beyond Buddha or Sanskrit, and far beyond Greece. We're going to go now to the Samarra Bowl, Mesopotamia, Uruk period. This is 4000 BC. This is 6,000 years ago. The design consists of a rim, a circle of 8 fish, 4 fish swimming forward to the center, being caught by 4 birds. As is typical of cultures from this region, the use of the base of the 6 numeral system can be seen in lines surrounding the bowl, so that there's a total of 120 lines, 4 quarters with 30 lines each. At the center is the swastika symbol. The swastika, or file foot, is encountered very rarely in Mesopotamian art. The device has been explained as wheels of a chariot of the sun, as a sign of the fortress, or a whirlwind, 4 winds. And there it is right there. 6,000 years ago. And there is your swastika. So obviously, this does not go back to Adolf Hitler or Greece. But it's something that's in movement. Okay. So we see the swastika pertains to things coming into existence, also representing a wheel-like spinning motion. Well, what is the ancient word for to be? Exist. Prior to Bibles and Qurans. Being this goes back over 6,000 years ago, the ancient word for be, to exist, is un. And we see un even made its way to the Yoruba, all the way to West Africa, and it becomes un or ni, which is just un the other way, which means to exist. Common Bantu, ni, which is the same letter N, which is to exist, from the Kemetic, from the Mednetter, un, all the way to West Africa, ni, to exist. Now, what is the word and symbol for the seed of life into existence amongst the Dogons. Now we're going to go all the way to Mali, and there's the symbol right there. We see 4 dots. This is called Po, which is the origin of life, or the Sini seeds, the germ of life. This is the Dogon word Po, the beginning of things, primal, coming into existence, the substance of things. Guess what the Mednetter word for the first substance of things is, which I just broke down in the last class? It is Pao. Pao, the same as the Dogon. Pao, germ of life, the origin of something, which comes from the Mednetter. Pao, or Paut, which is the beginning of time, or the origin of things. Self-existence. So Pa, so boom, both Pa and Un are words passed down from Kemet to West Africa to Mali to represent to be, or to exist, the origin. And now let's look at how Un, to exist, is spelled again in the ancient language over 4,000 years ago. Here's Un right there. Now we see a different kind of spelling, or a different addition to the word. It looks like some type of cross-looking thing with a dot in the middle. And that is Un. Let's take a closer look at that symbol, Un. This is the Mednetter word for exist, to exist, to be. That's the word right there. What is that? Well, what brings things into physical existence? What makes things be to us? What brings things into the realm of touching, existing, and manifestation to us? What is it? It is called the electron, which I broke down in the class before. The electron. The electron is what brings things into our type of existence. Not all existence, but our type of existence, physical matter. And there it is right there. There is the electron. Let me shrink it down. And this is called the electron orbital. The electron orbital, it contains 2 electrons. So it can contain 6 electrons in total. And this is the electron orbital. That's what brings things into existence. And there it is right there. And there it is right there, right beside the word for exist, to be, in the Mednetter, the word for Un, which is right there beside the electron. So boom, the electron, the ancient Un, existence symbol with 4 points. But the electron just sitting in one spot doesn't create. What does it have to do? Yes, it has to spin. How would you depict that in motion? How would you depict this thing with 4 arms and a center spinning to create things in motion? Just like that. Or what they have is the swastika, which is showing something going in a particular direction, spinning, and that's why they say it symbolizes some type of wheel in a rotation. And the word swastika means to exist, to be. Boom. Yes, your swastika, spinning in rotation to create existence. How many forces? So they show the swastika. So when we go over here, we see the exist has the 4 points over there, which is the Un. We go over here. We see the Po. They literally put 4 dots in the circle, 1 in the center, and then 4 dots. And they put lines actually connecting to form a square, 4 dots, and there's the Po. So it's 4 things spinning around, bringing things into existence. Well, the spin would look like this. And how many forces are inside of the atom to make things exist? 4. Strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity, known as the 4 forces. Now 4 unified forces, and there's 4 forces spinning around on the electron spin, causing that shape, and it is the sacred 4 that has to spin around to make things exist or to be. Yes, 4. Let's go back to West Africa to look at the Ili Kiki tribal marks. Let's check it out. Uh-oh. What's that on his back? What's that on his back right here? Is that from Greece? What is that right there? There we are back in West Africa right there. The Ili Kiki markings, which are actually coming out of the body. They're not just tattoos. There's actually three-dimensional coming out of the body. And there is your swastika symbols again. Symbols of spinning creation. There it is again. Interesting. What might that be? It might be the swastika. Of course it is. Let us continue. The electrons spin in the spiral circular motion that brings all things into existence. And that's why even all the way on the other side of the world in Tokyo, we see this. And there's a swastika again. And they have this as an actual sentence. The swastika in Tokyo, this image, as an actual meaning, word meaning. Well, guess what the Buddhists say it means? Meaning, all are eternity. In the Chinese writing system, the swastika marks the beginning of many Buddhist scriptures, the origin of where things come from, the beginning of the scriptures, because it is all, because all totality of creation is existence, and things come into existence through subatomic particles and electrons in that spin. So you can't go anywhere without there being atoms and subatomic particles. Literally, atoms and subatomic particles make up all things. So the meaning of this spinning motional wheel is literally, to the Buddhists, the word all, and they put it as the source of the sentences in the scriptures, so it marks the beginning. It's in the beginning of the sentence. Okay, it's a symbol for Buddhism, the Sensoji, Asakusa Kannon Temple in Tokyo, the all. Let's go back to their definition of swastika. I'm about to break the matrix. Here we go. Here's swastika. You see that right there? Let's look at this really closely. What is this right here? So we see well-being. It's good, but the root word of it goes back to S to B. Okay? Let's break the matrix right here, and let me show you the codes of how they create these words. We see it coming from the root word of swastika, which is from exist, which is S. Now we say in our affirmation in Metanetter, we exist within her. We live and are born in Ma'at. What do Christians say we're all born in, everybody? What do they say we're born in? Christians say we're born in something. Let me go to the room and just check everybody. Oh, am I not online anymore? God, what is happening? What is going on here, man? This is strange. Press 1 if you can hear me and see me, and oh, you must have heard the last thing, because sin, that's right. What are we born in, everybody? What do Christians say we're born in? What do we exist in Christianity? You're all born in sin, right? Is that what they say? Press 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. We're all born in sin. I think my thing is lagging. Okay, good. Harassed free culture can hear me. RPM puts sin, right? So we're all born in sin, right? We're all born in sin. That's what they say. We all exist in the state of sin. That's where the state we exist in is sin. So what do Christians say we're all born in? So remember, the root word of swastika is from the word S. And let's look up the word sin, because Christians say we're all born in sin. That Christians say we're all born and we all exist in the state of sin. But why are they saying that? What's the code for that? Well, let's look up the word sin. And they say it means sin, sign, violation of divine law. That's the modern definition of it. Mischief. But as you go down to the older definitions, it says sin is real. Sanner is true. The word sin, sanner, is true. Senetya, collective from esant, becoming present, principle of the root S, which means to be. Do you see that, everybody? When you go back to the origin of sin, it means true, to be. That's why I was laughing, smiling when Yeet TT, when I asked a question, he said, and one of his answers were, it means to be true. That is, sin is actually to be true. It's from S. Where have we seen that before, that S? Boom, the sin they taught us about is the same root as swastika, which is S. The same word. Swastika and sin are from the same word, apparently. Now let's go see where they got that from. Let me take you to the Per-Em Haru. Why would swastika, which means to exist, and sin means to exist, true existence. Christians say we're all born in sin. Where did that concept come from that links those two? Let me take you to the Per-Em Haru to see the phrase, I exist within her. Remember the affirmation, Anki and Ma'at, Un and S? I exist within her. Well, here it is, everybody. Line 3, page 99, Anki and Ma'at, I exist. See the Un? The same definition as swastika. Well, what is the exist within her part? They put it. Un, M, S. There's the S. Un, M, S. I exist within her. Christians switched it and said, you're born in sin. Swastika is from S, which means to be or to exist. Un is to exist, which is the swastika symbol of the electron in its spinning fashion, the orbital. And boom, Un and S, they turn the existence in Ma'at into sin. But Ma'at means truth, Tehuti. Exactly. They reverse created a hypnotic meaning for sin, but could not change the root meaning. Ma'at means true and right. What do you say at the end of your true love letters, everybody? When you're writing a love letter, what do you say at the end of it? What do you say? You can say truly yours, or what else? At the end of someone you really care about, you say blank yours. What's that word there? Other than that, you can substitute for truly yours, you put another word there. What's that word, family? What is that word you put there? Instead of blank yours, you can put, there it is. RPM is quick on the draw. Sincerely. Sin, which originally meant truly. Sin and carry is where it came from. Sin and carry. The goddess of vegetation we'll get to later. Sin and carry. That is sincerely, because sin originally meant true, and it was from S, true existence, truth, existence, which is the same as swastika. There we go, everybody. Welcome to Tutsi Pod class, and here we go. What do you say? Sincere, the truth that is the whole circle, which causes things to grow, exist, with the same root as S, from the Per-Em Haru that created Un and S, that created the word swastika. Oh, you didn't know all that was in the word sincere and sin? You didn't know things to grow, exist, to be true, and S? Oh, here it is, everybody. Here's the definition, sincere. Look at that. Sincere, whole, pure, truthful. To grow. The goddess of vegetation. To grow. From carry, to grow. Whole, as in a circle. Whole, intact, to grow. Sin. S, to be. Sin carry. There it is right there. Same as swastika. Grow, to exist, to bring things into existence. Sincere and carry. Carry is also the word crescent, and it represents the goddess of the harvest of the cycles of growth, Aset, who was the wife of who? Un. Asar's name was Un, who was Asar. How does Adolf Hitler come in contact with ancient symbols of powers to be? And the existence symbol. So in other words, Adolf Hitler was a part of the Vril Society. The Vril UFO Society, in contact with extraterrestrials. That was the Vril Society. Their whole concept and Adolf Hitler's understanding was he was trying to find the source of things and the higher meaning of things. He was disgusted with his people, his own people, which were Russians or Germans, because he realized they converted in 740 AD under King Bulan to Judaism, Hasidic Sephardic Jews. And he was very disgusted that his own people would do that. He was looking for the root of civilization and life, and he would go around collecting things, collecting artifacts. One was the thing I said in my rhyme earlier, the sword of Longinus. The sword of Longinus, which was supposed to be the sword that stabbed Jesus in his side. Hitler collected that. He was a collector of ancient artifacts and a worshiper of ancient deities. He wanted power. One of the greatest powers that you can have is to let thy will be done. Thy will be done. This is also connected to the Thule Society and Madame Blavatsky. And who's the brother? Who's the guy again? Just had him in his mind. He called himself 666 the Beast. I just had him in my mind, and I'm tired. The main occultist, the main occultist, who's called 666 the Beast. He's a teacher of them all. He's a teacher of them. You all type it in the room. What's the name of the main occultist? The main, most powerful, popular one. Somehow it's not on the Aleister Crowley. There we go. Go back to Aleister Crowley and go back to the powerful of his statements. What he bases things on. Thy will to be done. Aleister Crowley. Thy will be done. That means that which you will to be, whatever it is, if that is done, that is the highest power that you can ever have, is to have your will done anywhere. What more could you possibly want? How much more powerful could you be than for your will to be done? Or in other words, to bring things into existence. How powerful would it be to have the ultimate symbol of ancient times found in your area, by the way? The oldest swastika found is in the same area, Ukraine, 10,000 BC. Found all over the areas. They were collecting them in the area. The power of thy will be done, or bringing things into existence. Have that as your emblem, because what is your purpose in war? What is your purpose as a leader? To bring the will of what you want to overpower and dominate others. Collecting ancient artifacts to use them for magic, because you are part of the Vril Society. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. The symbol of bringing things into existence. The so-called swastika. The electron spin. The sacred four. Here we go. Hitler, therefore, was obsessed with collecting ancient spiritual symbolic artifacts in search of mystic hidden power he could utilize. And what most don't know is that he used his army during World War II and beyond to loot all areas like rogue rampage pillagers. Here we go. What is this? New York Times. Artifacts looted by the Nazis. Scholars are increasingly focusing their attention on the seizure and excavation of antiquities from Greece and other countries by German forces during World War II. Do you know that's what a part of what Hitler was doing, what they were doing? They weren't just at war, but they were going to war with areas that they could find ancient artifacts. That's what was going on. They're looking for that kind of power. When the Nazis invaded Greece in 1941, Julius Wrangel, a major general of the German army, took an active role in initiating illegal excavations on the island of Crete, where Minoan culture had flourished more than 3,000 years. The land was rich with artifacts and island's cultural heritage, and Ringel, often aided by his troops, carted off all sorts of ceramic vases, parts of statuary, some for his own gain, some to be sent back to German museums as spoils of war. This is what the German army was doing in World War II. Ringel, commander of the 5th Mountain Division, also looted ancient treasuries that had already been discovered. He confiscated antiquities from Villa Aridini, the former home of the British archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans. Oh my goodness. Which converted into the division's headquarters. He stole others from a locked room at the ancient palace of Knossos, a 5-acre archaeological site that was the center of Minoan culture, according to experts. This guy. There you are, man. How you doing? Huh? This is what they were doing in World War II. They were trying to find ancient spiritual artifacts. Well, guess what goddess was found amongst the Nazis? Sharika, you're going to like this because here's what ties into everything. Guess what goddess was found amongst the Nazis' pillaging and collection? Here she is. Uh-oh. What's this? Before German invasion, Greek museums prepared ancient artifacts to be protected and hidden, such as this marble grouping of Aphrodite, Pan, Euros, National Archaeological Museum in Athens, that was covered with plaster, Hellenese ministry culture, Aphrodite. There she is. Yes, Aphrodite, who was what? Venus, all stolen from a set. She was also called Artemis and Diana from Dia, from the word Tua, or T, which means bright star, of Sopti, Aset. Now, how does this all tie in to the swastika symbol and the creative spiral of fertility and existence? Oh, let me show you one of the many Artemises in Greece that the armies of Hitler would have come across. And here's Artemis right here. When you look up Artemis, what do you see? You see a goddess of hunt, wilderness, vegetation. Here we go. The same vegetation, childbirth, care of children, chastity. She's identified with who? The goddess Diana is her Roman equivalent. Who's the goddess Diana? The goddess Diana is Venus. Aphrodite, Artemis, all of them are the same from Aset Sabtet. Artemis, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. That's what the Germans would have seen. And let's go over here. And here we go. Back to Ceres, another name for her. Ceres, agriculture, fertility, back to grains and harvesting, motherhood again. Same deity, Ceres. Ceres. There she is again, Ceres. And who do they say Ceres associated with? Another has been variously identified in many modern scholars as Tellus, Venus, Pax, or Ceres. Identified again with Venus. Same being, same stolen thing. Boom. There is Ceres, from where you get the word sincere from. The truth of Ceres and sin. The truth of Ceres from S, un and S, and bringing things into existence. And Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, Artemis, all the way from Venus, Diana, derives from the same root as S. Sincere, sin, all from S. And Ceres, where you get the Siri at the end of sincere, who is also Venus, the goddess of growth, which is to exist. That's why when you look up sincere and caress, it's growth. It literally says in the dictionary growth, because these goddesses were the goddesses of bringing things into existence and growth and vegetation and grain. That was carry. Guess what word comes from carry? Guess what word used every day comes from carry, which is growth or to exist? Girl. The word you use today, girl, look it up in the dictionary. They would tell you girl comes from carry, which is growth or to bring things into existence. Carry. That's where you get the word girl from. That's the G-E-R in the word girl. Carry. Welcome to the Matrix. This is what they do. So here we go. Let's continue on with caress and carry and sincere and how it all ties into the swastika and how the Germans knew about this. So remember, so who was Venus, the goddess of growth, to exist, which is the meaning of swastika? Oh yes, remember Artemis Aphrodite that Hitler's army protected for their collection? Here she is with her symbol. Remember Artemis? Venus Aphrodite? Well, here's Artemis. Uh-oh. What's that, everybody? There's the Artemis that the Germans saw. That's what they found. There it is. The symbol of existence. This is the Boeotian late geometric depiction of Artemis. And there's Artemis with what? Swastikas. There it is right there. Boom. And there are what people today are calling the swastika. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. There is a swastika, the origin, and there's how it ties into Adolf Hitler and what Adolf Hitler would have seen and what he was looking at and what he was looking for, and the original symbol of it that actually comes from a state of existence from both a subatomic electron spinning realm all the way to goddesses of vegetation and bringing growth and things into existence, as they eventually depicted as Artemis, the goddess of growth, with the spinning wheel around her, bringing things into existence. Hotep, I am done. Boom. There is your swastika, or there is your S, and now you know what that is in the affirmation when you say un and S. To bring things into existence, I exist within her. S, that's the female. That's the S. There it is. There's your sincere, there's your caress, and that's where girl comes from. Female goddesses of growth. Boom. What's up, 9? Do you like that answer, man? Let me go ahead and check the room, put the link in the room, and I'm going to check the donation support, and then we're going to close this class out. Let me see what everybody thought. Let me see if Sharika is in the... Hey, where are you going, man? You getting hyped today? Okay, let me see. Here we go. Hey, what's this? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's see. The Russian cover-ups, no end. I left a big chunk out too. I put a whole other section together. Then I looked at it and I was like, no, this is no need for this. I was gonna put in the other things Adolf Hitler was in contact with and where he was getting information from that were unearthly, and the Avrokar UFO craft, and I was getting into patents of UFO documents and the Nordics that he was in contact with, and how we try to rule the races, and why we call the running system the Norditrack. And I was like, what is going on? Let me just stop. There's no need. I answered the question already. Shout out to Sharika for answering that question. Now because what she's saying, they need to change the saying from all roads lead to Rome to all roads lead to Venus. And I said, I know you'd love this, Sharika, because as I got to the end of this, I was like, hey, we're right back. I'm still answering Sharika's Nike question. We're still in the Venus. We're right back to Venus. Even Venus's symbol is the swastika. Oh boy. Hope you all like that answer. I'm going to go ahead and see where the brothers are, and we're going to close out this beautiful pod class. Sharika, if you want to come in, I would love for you to come on, jump on, and give us your thoughts on what you thought of that answer. Let me show that was a 44-minute one. That was a 44-minute answer. Let me check the Gmail to see if you all are really supporting what it is that I'm doing here at Cash App TTM Moon and PayPal Rocky SV. The last support that I got, unless my Gmail is frozen, was almost 2 hours ago. Let me go check the Cash App and see, and the PayPal, and see if there's anything in there from these breakdowns from tonight, because I thought this was a very excellent night. Monsterful breakdowns, even though the beginning was based on somebody threatening my life. I turned it into this. Didn't harp on the negative. turned it right back into Explosive Tehuti Pod class. Let me see if you all appreciate it. I'm going to check my Gmails, and I'm going to, I heard somebody come in, and then it's Primordial. What's up, Primordial Thought? How you doing, my brother?
Hey, Saba, they even got swastikas in San Diego.
The military structure building shaped like that, because they know these shapes generate the power of what they represent. That's how magic works. So if they can be in a building that's shaped on the creation symbol, they're literally working and living in the shape of creation. That's how their magic works. Why they're so successful. They got us to disbelieve in the symbols. Why they still believe in it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Let me check the Cash App. And I see one more. I see one more donation. And okay, Annie, of course. Annie, thank you, Annie. And Sharika jumps in the room. Peace. Oh, I don't think she's in.
Hello?
Hey, hi, Sharika. I just see
Yeah, I'm not able to come. Yeah, I'm not able to come to the camera at the moment.
Okay.
But really beautiful question, or I should say beautiful answer, and just the misdirection of what a lot of people put with connecting Ursa Major and the star, and that takes away the true meaning of existence and what the swastika is really about. So it's really important when we come across these new ideas to get back to the source. So I'm very happy and blessed that you're able to clear that up for us so we can get on the right track. Just to kind of even tie into Primordial's name meaning of like getting to the root and not the derivative, not the watered down Christianized version, but the true source. So thank you.
You're very welcome, and I gave you the little Venus treat at the end. I had to do that. I could have answered it without that part, but I said, you know what, Sharika, this whole month is Venus month, so let's go. I put that in for you at the end, Venus with the swastika. So that was great, and that's what Adolf Hitler was seeing over there when they were looting the areas.
And also too, that's a beautiful opportunity for the family to ask about what Hitler was really thinking, because everyone just says he's batshit crazy, and then that sort of takes away from like there's a method to his supposed madness. Like he knew what he was looking for. So that's a whole thing. And World War II is such a huge part of why we are where we're at now. So it's important to dig up those those skeletons in those closets.
Exactly, beautifully said. Exactly. And everybody that says Adolf Hitler was just bat crazy or whatever they say, I asked them, put another crazy man in that position. You think a crazy man could do what Adolf Hitler does? Grab a homeless crazy guy from the street, and let me see him do what Adolf Hitler did. That was not a crazy man. He was crazy in the sense that that yes, there was a lot of violence involved in what he was doing, but there was his technology and team were far more advanced than the U.S. And if things continued, I do have people within the U.S. that would have said that Hitler would have easily dominated, because the crafts he was building were going up to 25,000 miles an hour. So they were called fufu crafts. That was a whole nother class I was about to get into, but Hitler was Hitler. Let me say this, everybody. I'm gonna say this. This is a little jewel that I'm gonna go ahead and close the class. Hitler, as far as what we were taught, what's the description of the race he was? What was the description of the superior race? What's the hair? Yeah, what's the hair, eye, and skin color of the supreme race?
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Right, that was the Aryan. That was the Aryan race. Right, that was a superior race that Adolf Hitler was promoting. Right.
Yeah.
But let me see something here. I'm going to do this. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. And I'm going to show you something very interesting that I don't know if anybody ever really noticed. Do you all see that on the screen right there?
Yep.
There's a depiction of Adolf Hitler. It's a pretty much good depiction. Looks just like him. Does he look like that? What color are his eyes?
Yeah, it's completely opposite.
Aren't his eyes dark brown? What color is his hair and mustache, Sharika?
It's dark. There's a play button right over top, so you can't actually see his eyes, but his hair is dark.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Adolf Hitler was dark, almost black hair and dark brown eyes. But they say that the Aryan race that was superior, that he was trying to create, was blonde hair, blue eyed. Because Adolf Hitler, in his writings, was creating for someone else that he saw. Another group of beings that he saw that wasn't him. He didn't see himself as the superior race. Adolf Hitler never said, I am blonde-haired, blue-eyed. I am that. That's not in any of his speaking. I am that. No, he's trying to create that for someone other than himself that looked like that. That was giving him some very advanced technology. So no, he wasn't a madman. But anyways, let's go on, everybody. Want to give a shout out to everybody.
Yeah, you just can't slide that in there like that, Saba. That's a part 2. That's literally a whole another question in itself.
Oh,
just take this all the way to the edge and just.
Oh my gosh! But yeah, I got legs tomorrow. I got to train. I love you all. This has been a great class. We have one more donation to show, and that donation always Annie comes in at the very end. It used to be Raphael Gary, but Annie has come in at the very end and at every class, right before I end, he comes in with this donation. Shout out to everybody that supported. I appreciate you all that did support. There was not a lot of support this pod class, and I need everybody to know that if you want the pod class, did somebody else come in? Yeah, oh, there he is. And he's here. If you want the pod class to stay around as it is, everybody who's watching and benefiting, if you feel you're benefiting, support what it is that you feel you're benefiting. You know, if you support a bag of Doritos for $5, if you support your alcohol, whatever it is that you're supporting, I don't know if that's giving you the same benefits of the pod class, but if it is, support the pod class as much as you support the other things that you do, or even more, because I believe I'm giving more than the Krispy Kreme donuts that you had over the weekend, or whatever it is that everybody's chomping on, or whatever it is everybody's doing at the barbecue. Support the Tehuti pod class at Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And keep this unique phenomenon going. If you all believe that these breakdowns that I'm giving are beyond what you've ever seen before, then support it like as if it's beyond what you've ever seen before. Do what Scribe, Sharika, and Primordial Thought are doing, and support the Tehuti pod class if you appreciate this and want it to stay around. Shout out to all the great supporters. Shout out to you. I didn't put Annie's last donation in the room. Shout out to you, Annie, and give yourself some noise. It says, tour for the pod class, Ma Karu. Shout out to Stephen E. Shout out to Bella. Shout out to Horizon of Zion for the 2 donations. Shout out to Harass did for ye call. Hey, there's a I thought I saw Shepherd.
Sandra Shepherd.
Oh, there she is. Yes, Sandra Shepherd. There you are. Peace, Sandra Shepherd. Shout out to you too. I think SHARIKA got bumped or something happened to her. It says device not working. Shout out to everybody that supported the Tehuti Pod class. Scribe, go ahead and put on the Metanetter Monday on there for everybody to see. Support Metanetter Mondays. Come to it. It's a packed class almost every time. Haha, Barbara Bush's grandfather. Yeah, let's go. Our father. She put Tuesday father. There it is, everybody. Metanetter Mondays. As the good brother Mancool Rob pointed out, it's the day of the moon, the day of Tehuti. Those were the days. The Monday, the Yah. The Metanetter Mondays was the same day as the Kill the Priest. I was there on the moon day on the Monday and Metanetter class on the Monday. So come in and you will be blown away. If you can't, you can email that email and you can receive the Metanetter Monday classes. Shout out to everybody. Tehuti Pod class, and I'm gonna let the brothers go ahead and close out. And Horizon of Zion said, "Great answer as always. Thank you, good brother. Are you in New Zealand? He's somewhere far away. Shout out to you." And Bella, who's I don't know. Bella sleeps when I ask her to sleep, so I don't know what Bella is up. Bella is up and up and up. And when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to get a beautiful message from her. I don't know if she sleeps half an hour a night, but shout out to Bella, who says, "Peace and love, mesmerizing one, Anki and Ma'at." Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay, brothers, you go ahead and close out with the words. And then I'm going to close this class out and see if I can get some sleep before leg day.
All right. Hotep Ma'at, everyone. Peace and love to all the great people who support the pod class, who support our great SABA Tehuti, who come to the Metanetter Monday classes. You are all so great, and we really appreciate you. And you know, for me personally, I appreciate those who appreciate this type of information because it's extremely rare. And you know, just like anything that is great, you don't really recognize what it is in the present time,
right?
Until it's gone, and then you're like, wow, I didn't realize what I was a part of. So you know, shout out to everyone who realizes what you're a part of. Continue to support our great SABA. Come to Metanetter Monday class, our Teachings of Ma'at YouTube on Sunday. We're going to be implementing something new to the channel starting this Sunday, where we'll be starting to read different literature of our ancient ancestors. And we're going to start with a man having a dispute with his Ba.
Why'd you pick that one? What inspired that of all the things? Why?
That was Brother Atef's choice to choose that. He chose that. So that's a good question that I'll ask him on Sunday he'll answer. So yes, that's what we're going to be doing this Sunday. So be sure. Oh, there he is, right there.
Nice choice. Nice choice. That was going to be in the the class I gave where the man was talking to the spirit. Yes. The man disputing with his Ba, I was just about to put that in the same class. Beautiful. That story right there. That's an interesting story. I like it. Good choice, Atef. Okay, continue, Scribe. Are you closing out? I don't know if I.
Yes, that's it. Join us. Be there Sunday with us, and be on the lookout, everyone in Discord, for the October 28th celebration. The Pathways to Awakening, the Great SABA Tehuti's Pathways to Awakening, October 28th. You'll be able to purchase tickets, and flyers will be going up, and all information will be going up. So if you're not in our Discord, enter our Discord and join our newsletter mailing list. With that being said, Hotep Ma'at, everyone have a fantastic weekend and see you all Sunday and Monday.
Wait a minute, we just got another donation. Another donation just came in, and that is, give this brother some noise. I think this is his third one of the night. This is Horizon of Zion. $10. This is third one of the night. Give him some noise, please. And it says, to SABA, great class. I appreciate the teachings. I will email you more this weekend. Okay. Shout out to you, my good brother, Horizon of Zion. And thank you for the support. Last minute support. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for supporting that which you feel is valuable. Let me scroll down to see if I missed anybody. No, that's everybody. Okay, wonderful. Okay, who should we go to? Okay, Primordial Thought 9.
Tua Saba, once again, Tua, for your wonderful breakdown and wisdom. I greatly appreciate that. Henu to the chat. I want to say once again, and just speaking through experience, especially as of today, invest in yourself. These questions that you send in support to Saba, when you got questions, you actually investing in yourself. Saba actually unlocked some things within me just based off of just my name. So even though I'm supporting Saba in his wonderful discipline and coming forth as conscious light, I just want to say that it still benefits me at the same time. So hopefully that you know, sinks within everyone's cool, and hopefully that you can you know, support and you know, bring your questions to Saba. So at the end of the day, man, gratitude, Saba, and new to you. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on Ma'at forever. And Henu and peace to everybody. A love to you, Ani, and a Tef. Love to you, Saba, all day. I appreciate you. And may you guys, you know, have a wonderful time in the Upesh tonight. Shouts out to you, Saba.
Shouts out to you. Beautiful. Uncle Ma'at says, thanks to everyone who came or are here. Thank you all. Your support and questions should be for your support and questions. Peace and love. Okay, thank you, Uncle Ma'at. And Atef, go ahead and close us out, good brother.
Otep, peace and love. Excellent class, Saba. Like the good brother Primordial said, invest in yourself. This knowledge is I can't say it, but it is unmessable with the F.
Unmessable.
Yes. This man, it's not the time. Get it before it's too late, man. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. People do what's important to them. So this knowledge is important. Art is beautiful. The truth is beautiful. You know, what do you support? You look in the mirror. You support the truth or you support the lie. So to us for excellent class as usual. To us for your consistency. To us for being a living example of my art. And to us for your support and how you support us, because this money and this it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. It doesn't. It really doesn't, because like Primordial Thought said, it unlocks something. So to us for you know, teaching us and giving us the wisdom and the knowledge that we need to step out of this matrix and break us out this matrix. To us.
Nini Uk, great words. Thank you very much. And, I appreciate exactly what you said. I know what you mean when you said it doesn't. I know what you mean when you said it doesn't add up. I know what you mean. Money is just an energy. Money is an energy with an intention, and all the money that's spent in the donations of the Tehuti podcast, we've all spent this money 5 times over. It doesn't equal. It doesn't equal what's being given here at the class. It is greatly appreciated, but I know exactly what you mean, because the same $50 and $25 could be a bottle of champagne. It could be some weed we spent. But the pod class cannot be found anywhere else. The money can be found everywhere. Everybody has $20. Every guy walking on the street, everybody has a $20. But there's only one place you're gonna come to get this. So you're right. The intention is what equals out. I tell people all the time, I watch to see the consistency. That's what actually matters to me. The consistency. Am I consistent to everybody? Am I? I know within myself that I am, but it hasn't been proven in the actions of everybody. So I know within myself I'm consistent, but if I actually base it on the reciprocity of, is everybody consistent with me as I am with them? The answer is no. So it's no equality, but I appreciate those like you who you will support forever, as far as I know. It has nothing to do with whether I do a pod class or not. It's not even that anymore. So I know exactly what you're saying, my brother. Thank you. I know what you're saying. Yes, thank you. You used to say this thing, but we have a lot of catchphrases in here. One of them used to say, I haven't heard it in a while, but you say, that which is known does not need to be said. Something to that effect. That which, you remember when that is?
What's understood don't need to be discussed.
Yeah. Say it again. Say it one more time. What is it?
What's understood don't need to be discussed.
Yeah.
If you know. All of us up here, we know. That's why we up here. That's why Primordial thought is up here. He ain't left yet. When I got up here, SABA, I didn't know that I would be up here. I didn't know that I wouldn't leave. Like I said, I don't know what's going on, but it's my eye, and it's beautiful. And yeah, if you know, you know. So it's a shame that more of our people don't know, and that's why I'm here, for my children, for my family, all of us, to support you, to support my brothers. Yeah, so if you know, you know. So 2 hours.
Thank you. Okay, everybody. With that said, we're going to close out the pod class. Beautiful brothers. Oh, Atef.
Yes.
It's like a ritual now. You're always the one that to say the affirmation. So I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen. For Atef, he loves to say it, so go ahead. That's his thing. So close us out, Atef.
Love it. I need it. 1, 2, 3. Unky and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet or set in Ma'at. Men have a pet in Ma'at. Hurt and Huey. Hurt Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness.
I come forth with conscious light. Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. I will see you or hear you in the background on Sunday. Who's teaching this Sunday?
I'm going to read the dispute between a man and God.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, good. I hope all your computer, everything runs smooth this time. I hope you can get through it from beginning to end. Everything is just beautiful, so you don't get distracted and just focus on the teaching.
To us, Saba.
Okay, I'm gonna go big screen and close us out. Every beautiful body.
Peace and love, Saba. Appreciate you.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love. Okay. Hotep, Annie, Hotep, everyone. All right, everyone. Let's close out this beautiful, beautiful pod class. My name is Amenhotep Ra, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. And I'm glad you all enjoyed this beautiful, wonderful pod class. On my hat somewhere is Charlotte. There she is. How you doing, Charlotte? You can come to the front. And over here is 9. With a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on this side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dots on this side. This is 9, and today's class was on Primordial 9. I'm glad you all appreciated this class. Peace and love to everyone who enjoyed what they saw. Peace and love to all the great supporters. You all are beautiful. You all appreciate this wisdom and information and the life-changing effects that it has on all of you. Continue to watch the Tehuti Pod class. Continue to support. Those who are watching this on YouTube, if you see anything you've liked during this session, support at Cash App, TTMoon. Support at PayPal at RockySV. And I know you don't have to because nobody's watching when you're watching this on the YouTube replays, but just for reciprocity, help support what it is that you see here that is completely unique. I appreciate everybody, even those who are against what it is that I do. I appreciate you too for having me in the thoughts, and those who are against me, keep me strong. Peace and love, everyone. Say peace.